When I opened my eyes, everything had changed.
One moment I was flying. The next, I was broken.
You've been in a coma for 2 weeks. Your spinal cord damage is severe.
Can I dance again?
It's unlikely, but we're here for you.
They said I wouldn't walk again, but I still had a life to live.
She wasn't supposed to survive. She wasn't supposed to matter. But she changed everything.
You keep showing up like this, Bella. Might as well make it official. Subscribe. Be mine.
Beep, beep. A wheeze followed. Everything felt distant, like I was wrapped in fog. My body was numb, like the time I burned my fingers on the fireplace. Only now, the numbness stretched from head to toe. Beep, beep. A rush of air. I could barely open my eyes. When I did, I saw a white ceiling. My head was too heavy to move. My hand, held by Mom, felt real, grounding me. Where was I? My throat burned. I tried to speak but couldn't. A tube blocked my mouth. Panic surged. "Emma," Mom whispered, teary-eyed. I reached for my face. She stopped me gently. "It's your breathing tube, sweetheart. The nurse will remove it soon." Machines beeped around me. Mom held my hand tighter. "You're safe." But her tears said otherwise. The nurse entered with Dad and Danilo. Their faces were pale, drawn. Danilo's hair was messy, his shirt wrinkled. He never looked like that. The tube was removed. I gagged, coughed. My throat felt raw. Mom offered water, lifting the bed slightly. I couldn't move on my own. My body wouldn't respond. Danilo and Dad exchanged a look that scared me. I croaked, "What happened?" Danilo stepped closer. "You were in a car crash. You've been in a coma for weeks." My mind raced. I'd performed in my dance show. Then, nothing. "I can't feel anything," I said. Danilo's voice broke. "Your spinal cord was injured. It's unlikely you'll walk again." "Can I dance?" He hesitated. "No. Don't lose hope," Mom said quickly. But hope felt far away. I tried to move my legs. Nothing. Danilo gripped my hand. "We're with you, Emma. Always." I closed my eyes. I just wanted to wake up and be me again. First, I laughed again, a real laugh. It felt strange, almost foreign, and my ribs even ached from the effort. This Spanini, Datinki, Chakai, started. The chair veered right, narrowly avoiding the staircase. Her eyes were wide with surprise. "Is this made for speed?" I bit my lip, smiling. Takes a little getting used to, but I like this one better. I tapped the sleek, lightweight frame beside me. She rolled the chair back to its corner and stood up. A pang hit me hard. I forced it down. She noticed. Her face softened, eyes full of apology. My expression must have given me away. How much it hurt to see her rise so easily while I couldn't. My therapist had promised we'd try leg braces eventually, but with my spinal cord injury, the chances of ever walking unsupported were almost non-existent. "I'm sorry." I shook my head. She had no reason to apologize. "You made me laugh. That's more than anyone's done in a while." She came closer. "How about a movie night? Popcorn and everything?" I nodded, and we headed upstairs in the new elevator. Danilo finally left us alone. We usually watched movies on my bed. Georgia flopped down like always, but then hesitated. "Want the couch instead?" She gestured to the unused sofa. The TV could face either direction. "No," I said. Wheeling over to the bed, I locked the brakes. Even with the lower height, It was still a struggle to transfer. Georgia stayed quiet, watching as I attempted the move. After 3 tries, I managed to shift onto the mattress while scooting back with my arms until I hit the headboard. My muscles burned from the effort. I leaned back and caught my breath. Remote in hand, Georgia hadn't turned on the TV yet. If you ever feel like talking, I'm here. I nodded. It was easier to open up to my therapist, someone outside my life. Let's just watch something. 5 minutes later, the maid arrived with a big bowl of popcorn and 2 glasses of Coke. As the movie played and Georgia leaned into my shoulder, I felt a flicker of who I used to be. For a brief moment, I felt like the old Emma. Months after the accident, when it was clear I'd never dance again, Mom threw out all my ballet clothes. I found out by accident. She hadn't fully shut the drawer, and when I opened it, it was empty. The rest were too, every leotard, every piece of that life, gone. No warning, no explanation. I knew it was her. She'd always told me I'd be dancing again in no time. Losing ballet probably hit her harder than it did me. Still, staring at those empty drawers felt like mourning another piece of my past. Ballet had never been my dream, not until it was taken away. I loved the elegance, the discipline, the music, but I never got to choose when to stop. That choice was stolen, like so many others since the accident. At first, life felt like a checklist of what I couldn't do anymore. But slowly, new joys surfaced. Moments with Georgia, creative things like drawing and pottery, even origami. What I missed more than dance was the simple freedom of walking. I never realized how many stairs there were in everyday life or how high up everything seemed. The first time I came home and tried to grab a glass of water, I couldn't reach it. I just sat there, staring at the cupboard until our cook helped. After that, she moved the glasses to a lower shelf. Little changes like that helped, but they didn't erase the challenges. Every part of our home had to shift around my needs. It was progress. But outside these walls, I knew things would be harder. 2.5 months in, I had my first real taste of what life looked like for someone like me in our rigid, old-fashioned world. Since I was 4, I'd been promised to Federico, the son of the Cincinnati underboss. We'd met only a handful of times. I never thought much about it. Marriage still felt a lifetime away. But when Federico's father showed up alone, I knew something was off. Danilo told me to stay upstairs. I didn't listen. I was tired of being hidden away, desperate for some interaction. I rolled out just as Federico's father walked in. Danilo glanced at me, worry flashing in his eyes. That alone made my chest tighten. The man didn't even acknowledge me. His gaze swept past like I wasn't there. I need a word with you and your father. Alone. I gripped the wheels tighter, the new calluses on my palms pressing against the rims. I tried to shrink under the weight of his indifference. Danilo's jaw clenched. He's in his office. You know the way. I'll follow. Mom entered the room, dressed neatly, hair in a tidy bun. She gave the guest a polite smile. What's going on? She asked. I set up tea. Wait in the living room with Emma, Danilo said. I don't think this visit will end pleasantly. I frowned. Danilo offered me a tight smile. Mom had gone pale. We moved to the living room. The maid had set out cakes and cookies. I picked at my palm, tracing the rough skin. My feet used to have calluses from dancing. Now my hands did. It felt like my heart needed some too. What do you think he wants? Mom looked at my hands. We should do something about those. You should use your electric chair. It looks better. I turned my hands over and rested them on my thighs. It's too bulky, and it makes that awful sound. Raised voices from down the hall stopped me. Everyone seemed to be yelling at once. A bodyguard entered and took his place at the door. He was new. My old one, the one who caused the accident, was gone. Drunk on duty. Dead now. My brother made sure of that. The shouting grew louder, then Federico's father stormed out, face flushed, not even glancing our way. Don't ask me for anything again, Dad bellowed, followed by a harsh coughing fit. The front door slammed. Silence fell, broken only by Dad's wheezing. Danilo stepped into the doorway, face stormy, hair disheveled. What happened? Mom asked, her voice shaking. They called off the engagement, Dad rasped as he came into view, his face red and strained. Mom stood quickly, hand over her chest. No, they can't. They did, Danilo said, eyes on me. Given the circumstances, no one will blame them. It's dishonorable, but they'll get away with it. Mom broke down, covering her face. Dad held her, trying to console her. I shrank in my chair, wishing I could vanish. The engagement was over. Another piece of my old life was gone. In our world, girls needed to marry to have a place. Would they let me belong now? Danilo came over and touched my shoulder. This isn't your fault, he said gently. I tilted my head. That was the first thing he said. He looked exhausted. You know what I mean. I nodded, even though I wasn't sure I did. I was overwhelmed, scared, sad, confused. Too many things. I understood something, though. People in our world saw me differently now. I didn't fit the mold anymore, and maybe I never would. We'll find a way, Danilo promised, squeezing my hand. Mom cried. Dad stood behind her, trying to comfort her. Danilo had influence. I saw how people respected him. He could control how they acted around me, but he couldn't change what they believed. Mom was a wreck for days. Dad stayed angry. Danilo bottled everything up. And me? I almost fell back into the darkness I'd clawed out of after the accident. Not even my therapist could reach me. I felt broken, rejected. I thought the wheelchair ended everything. But slowly, I redirected my energy. I trained harder, pushed myself further. I upped my pain meds just to keep going. I wanted to force my body to work again. Months passed. I learned to stand with support for a few seconds. Rehab gave me slivers of freedom, but reality never changed. My spinal cord wouldn't heal. The way I moved, the wheelchair, it was permanent. I wouldn't fit the beauty standard ever again. I wouldn't walk freely, but I was learning to live with it. Acceptance came slower than strength, but it mattered more. And it was mine to claim.
Dusra, 20 years old. The moment I saw Danilo's face, I knew there'd be trouble. He couldn't handle the fact that my twin, Serafina, didn't want to marry him. Still clinging to her, or to someone he deemed her equal, he wasn't here for love. This was negotiation. In our world, marriage wasn't about romance. It was strategy. Danilo gave me a quick nod as he walked in. We were close in age, but we'd never spent real time together, not just because he lived in another city. Inside the office, Dad, Capodante, and Danilo sat down. Everyone looked drained. The past few months had worn us all down. Plans had fallen apart, and my own mistakes had left deep scars. Serafina's kidnapping was on me. So was the loss of 3 friends. Death was part of our world, but this year had cut too deep. Danilo exhaled sharply, like the world owed him something. He barely knew my sister, yet he acted like losing her meant the end of everything. To him, Serafina was a trophy, not a person. If he wanted another prize, fine. He could look elsewhere and spare us all the whining. My father insists I marry someone from your family. We need this bond more than ever. Dad looked worn down. I wished he'd lean on me more, but I also understood. He needed proof that I could carry weight again. I would. Serafina isn't marrying anyone right now. She needs time to recover, I said, voice low but firm. If he thought we'd push her into this after everything, he was dreaming. I'd make sure he backed off. Dante gave me a sharp glance, warning me to cool it. I held back and let him take the reins. Maybe he had an alternative in mind. Why not offer his daughter, Anna? There are other paths, Dante said slowly. Danilo looked like he was going to lose it. What other options? I won't accept the daughter of some lesser underboss. My city matters. I won't take anything less than what I was promised. Dante's glare sharpened. Watch your tone. I understand this is difficult, but you will show respect. My hands clenched. My patience was wearing thin. The last few months had left me with a short fuse. You're not getting Fina? And Anna isn't an option either, Dante added. You need my alliance. You need a solid family behind you. Is that a threat? It's a fact. You're a strong capo, but I won't let my family be shortchanged. We deserve what we were promised. Dad's tone stayed even. I won't force Serafina into anything, not after what she endured. Dante gave a nod. Agreed. Then we're stuck. Finally, Danilo had said something accurate. Dante exchanged a look with Dad that made me uneasy. Despite our shared blood, this wasn't a favor. It was a capo's demand. Is that what you're really asking, Dante? Pietro, if we go strictly by our code, Danilo could claim his right to marry Serafina. They were engaged. Dad was quiet for a beat. Then take Sophia. My stomach dropped. I clenched my fists, trying to process what I'd just heard. Maybe I should have seen it coming. She's what, 11? Danilo asked, clearly disgusted. 12 in April, I said under my breath. What were we even doing here? I'm 10 years older than her. I was promised a wife now. You'll be tied up with the war and securing your hold on Indianapolis. A delayed marriage works to your benefit, Dante pointed out. Danilo? Dante pushed when he didn't answer. I'll agree under one condition. I straightened. Whatever it was, it wouldn't be small. But if we refused, we'd risk a war, something Dad couldn't afford. What condition? Dante asked. Danilo turned to me and I almost laughed. What now? He marries my sister, Emma. Shock hit me. I should have guessed. She's in a wheelchair, yes, and because of that, no one wants her. But she deserves the best. Samuel is the heir to Minneapolis. If you want this bond, he'll marry my sister, and I'll take Sophia. Emma was close to Serafina's age. I only knew her by reputation, and her wheelchair. After the scandal in Cincinnati, no one in our world viewed her as desirable marriage material. It was harsh, but true. In our society, women were bargaining chips, and now Emma and Sophia were the price for one of the more twisted alliances we'd ever struck. This is messed up. Why? Your father's already scouted for potential brides. My sister is a Mancini. She's a good match. If this deal brought stability to our family, I'd do it. Love had never been the point. Marriage was duty. I tried to picture her, if we'd ever even spoken. Our age gap made that unlikely. I'll marry her. Anger flared for a second. Danilo had pushed me into this, and I had no voice in picking my own wife. Dad looked relieved. He and Mom had enough to deal with. Crossing the Mancinis would only make life harder. Arranged marriages were the norm. I never expected love. This was no different. Still, the way this one came about left a bitter aftertaste. If the girls found out how we treated them like bargaining chips, they'd hate us. And honestly, they'd be right to. 9 months later, I walked the same path I always did when time allowed. Today marked a year since their deaths, and the weight felt heavier than usual. All 3 crypts were nearby in the same cemetery. I always began with Arlo, then Enea, and ended with Domenico. Domenico's family crypt was a white marble structure, sealed by cast iron gates. He was the youngest buried there, and knowing how he died, I doubted peace found him. The gate creaked as I entered the dim interior. The air was thick with dust and damp. Dim red lights flickered over the wall niches that held generations of his family. Eventually, his bones would rest in one of them. For now, his coffin remained in the center, beneath the watchful eyes of the Virgin Mary. No one had seen his body. We'd all said goodbye to polished wood. Flowers blanketed the casket. Some were fake, but many looked fresh, likely placed just this morning. My family had sent money to all 3 families, and Domenico's mother clearly spent hers on flowers. She visited daily. I knew because I'd seen her, but I'd kept my distance. She didn't need to see the man responsible for her son's brutal death. Our first meeting after his death haunted me. I told her the truth, confessed everything, apologized. Her cries still echoed in my mind. Her legs gave out. Her brother held her up. I rested my hand briefly on the coffin. "I'm sorry, my friend." The moment I saw Danilo's face, I knew there'd be trouble. He couldn't handle the fact that my twin, Serafina, didn't want to marry him. Still clinging to her, or to someone he deemed her equal, he wasn't here for love. This was negotiation. In our world, marriage wasn't about romance. It was strategy. Danilo gave me a quick nod as he walked in. We were close in age, but we'd never spent real time together. Not just because he lived in another city. Inside the office, Dad, Capodante, and Danilo sat down. Everyone looked drained. The past few months had worn us all down. Plans had fallen apart, and my own mistakes had left deep scars. Serafina's kidnapping was on me. So was the loss of 3 friends. Death was part of our world, but this year had cut too deep. Danilo exhaled sharply, like the world owed him something. He barely knew my sister, yet he acted like losing her meant the end of everything. To him, Serafina was a trophy, not a person. If he wanted another prize, fine. He could look elsewhere and spare us all the whining. "My father insists I marry someone from your family. We need this bond more than ever." Dad looked worn down. I wished he'd lean on me more, but I also understood. He needed proof that I could carry weight again. I would. "Serafina isn't marrying anyone right now. She needs time to recover," I said, voice low but firm. If he thought we'd push her into this after everything, he was dreaming. I'd make sure he backed off. Dante gave me a sharp glance, warning me to cool it. I held back and let him take the reins. Maybe he had an alternative in mind. Why not offer his daughter, Anna? "There are other paths," Dante said slowly. Danilo looked like he was going to lose it. "What other options? I won't accept the daughter of some lesser underboss. My city matters. I won't take anything less than what I was promised." Dante's glare sharpened. "Watch your tone. I understand this is difficult, but you will show respect." My hands clenched. My patience was wearing thin. The last few months had left me with a short fuse. "You're not getting Fina. And Anna isn't an option either," Dante added. "You need my alliance. You need a solid family behind you." "Is that a threat?" "It's a fact. You're a strong capo, but I won't let my family be shortchanged. We deserve what we were promised." Dad's tone stayed even. "I won't force Serafina into anything, not after what she endured." Dante gave a nod. "Agreed. Then we're stuck." Finally, Danilo had said something accurate. Dante exchanged a look with Dad that made me uneasy. Despite our shared blood, this wasn't a favor. It was a capo's demand. "Is that what you're really asking, Dante?" "Pietro, if we go strictly by our code, Danilo could claim his right to marry Serafina. They were engaged." Dad was quiet for a beat. "Then take Sophia." My stomach dropped. I clenched my fists, trying to process what I'd just heard. Maybe I should have seen it coming. "She's what, 11?" Danilo asked, clearly disgusted. 12 in April, I said under my breath. What were we even doing here? I'm 10 years older than her. I was promised a wife now. You'll be tied up with the war and securing your hold on Indianapolis. A delayed marriage works to your benefit, Dante pointed out. Danilo. Dante pushed when he didn't answer. I'll agree under one condition. I straightened. Whatever it was, it wouldn't be small. But if we refused, we'd risk a war, something Dad couldn't afford. What condition? Dante asked. Danilo turned to me and I almost laughed. What now? He marries my sister, Emma. Shock hit me. I should have guessed. She's in a wheelchair, yes, and because of that, no one wants her. But she deserves the best. Samuel is the heir to Minneapolis. If you want this bond, he'll marry my sister, and I'll take Sophia. Emma was close to Serafina's age. I only knew her by reputation, and her wheelchair. After the scandal in Cincinnati, no one in our world viewed her as desirable marriage material. It was harsh, but true. In our society, women were bargaining chips, and now Emma and Sophia were the price for one of the more twisted alliances we'd ever struck. This is messed up. Why? Your father's already scouted for potential brides. My sister is a Mancini. She's a good match. If this deal brought stability to our family, I'd do it. Love had never been the point. Marriage was duty. I tried to picture her, if we'd ever even spoken. Our age gap made that unlikely. I'll marry her. Anger flared for a second. Danilo had pushed me into this, and I had no voice in picking my own wife. Dad looked relieved. He and Mom had enough to deal with. Crossing the Mancinis would only make life harder. Arranged marriages were the norm. I never expected love. This was no different. Still, the way this one came about left a bitter aftertaste. If the girls found out how we treated them like bargaining chips, they'd hate us. And honestly, they'd be right to. 9 months later. I walked the familiar path, the one I always took when I had time to breathe. Today marked 1 year since they died, and the weight of that memory felt heavier than ever. Their crypts were close together, Arlo, Enea, and then Domenico. Domenico's tomb stood out, a white marble structure framed by cast iron gates. He was the youngest laid to rest there, and knowing the brutal way he died, peace didn't come easy. The gate groaned as I stepped inside. The air was thick, damp, and dusty. Dim red lights glowed faintly over wall recesses where generations of his family rested. Someday, his bones would join them. For now, his coffin remained in the center, under the serene gaze of the Virgin Mary. No one had seen his face. We'd said goodbye to polished oak, not a lifeless body. His coffin was covered in flowers. Some were fake, others fresh, likely placed that morning. My family had sent money to each grieving household. Domenico's mother clearly used hers for blooms. She came here daily. I'd seen her more than once, but I kept my distance. She didn't need to face the man who'd caused her son's death. Our first meeting after Domenico died still haunted me. I told her the truth, confessed everything, and begged her forgiveness. Her screams still echoed in my head. Her legs gave out. Her brother held her up. I laid a hand gently on the coffin. I'm sorry, my friend. The words had never felt emptier. Repeating them didn't bring peace. Nothing could. Grief was a constant in our world. I'd attended too many funerals, and I knew there were more ahead. At Domenico's wake, his mother had hit me, slapped me over and over through her tears. I let her. It was nothing compared to the pain she carried. Footsteps behind me made me tense. My hand instinctively went to the holster at my waist. "Knew I'd find you here," Renato said. I relaxed. My closest friend stepped beside me, crossed himself, and gently touched the casket. "Still doesn't feel real," he said quietly. I gave a bitter smile. Unreal didn't begin to describe it. Renato and I had spent countless weekends with Arlo, Enea, and Domenico. Now it was just us. "It's been a year, right?" he asked. I nodded. He wasn't sure. I hadn't thought about anything else for days. I'd taken 3 sons from their mothers, and that guilt didn't ease. "You've got to stop blaming yourself." "I am to blame." He frowned. "You didn't kill them." My stomach twisted. I stabbed Enea. "Not on purpose. We're made men. We all know the risks. Death is always close. You think Dante loses sleep over the soldiers he sends to their deaths?" I looked at a photo propped at the base of the casket. It showed all 5 of us. Arlo had his arm around Domenico. Enea stood next to them, and Renato and I flanked the group. But someone had cut me out. I didn't blame them. It's not the same. I wasn't their capo. I was their friend. They followed my lead. I failed them. They agreed to the plan before Vegas. They thought it was solid. I would have joined you if I hadn't been in Chicago. 3 of my closest friends had followed me, no hesitation, to save my sister from our enemies' hands. Renato wasn't among them, only because he was on assignment with his father. "Let's get a drink," he said. "You need it. One wouldn't be enough." I followed him out, locked the gate, and we headed to our usual bar. We sat in a private room, sinking into red satin chairs with clawed feet. I ordered a Negroni and downed half in one go. Leaning back, I closed my eyes. Arlo's shocked face flashed before me, cut down by Remo Falcone's blade. Gone in a heartbeat. Of the 3, his death had been the quickest. Then Enea. His expression, surprise, pain, as my blade landed in his stomach. I hadn't meant to hit him. I was aiming for Remo, but he dragged Enea in front at the last second. Enea didn't die right away. He gasped, struggling, and then went still. I couldn't even hold him. I was too busy fighting for my life. Then came Domenico. His face was the worst. Twisted in agony, frozen in death. Hours of torture had carved every line. Most nights, that's what haunted me. I'd witnessed plenty of horror. I'd been on both ends of it. But seeing a friend die that way? That's the kind of thing that doesn't fade. Not even with time. My reckless plan had stolen their futures. No marriages, no children, no peace. And Serafina? I hadn't even saved her that day. When she finally returned, I realized the scars Falcone left couldn't be undone. "How's your sister?" Renato asked quietly. I opened my eyes. Exhausted, the twins keep her busy. He shook his head. "Still can't believe she kept them." We'd talked about that many times. I just nodded. I didn't want to think about Falcone's children. Not today. They had his dark features. Nothing of Fina in them. "I'm marrying Danilo Mancini's sister," I said flatly. The deal had been sealed months ago. I just hadn't told him. Renato sat upright. "The girl in the wheelchair?" I scowled. "Emma Mancini. She's my future wife. Show some respect. Okay. How did this even happen? It was part of the arrangement with Danilo and our family. Back when Sofia was promised to him? I took a long sip and nodded. Renato jabbed my knee. And you didn't tell me? It didn't seem important then. Too much going on. Not important? She's your wife, Samuel. The marriage won't happen for a while. He mimicked my shrug, annoyed. Seriously? This is huge. I raised a brow. You could have married anyone, and you get the girl who got left by Cincinnati. They canceled the engagement. That's different. They canceled because of the chair. That was a cowardly move. Her condition doesn't justify that. Most would have done the same. I won't leave her. I knew little about Emma, just that Sofia adored her and she was said to be kind. You're too noble for your own good. I drained my glass. I wouldn't have chosen Emma, not because of her chair, but because caring for someone so vulnerable, that terrified me. I'd already lost too much. Responsibility scared me, and there was the issue of children. As heir and future underboss, I'd need an heir. Some said Emma couldn't have kids. But that was a worry for another day. I didn't trust rumors anyway. Renato nudged me again. Don't spiral. Let's drink more. Then hit a club. Blow off some steam. Getting drunk sounded like a plan.
You look stunning, Georgia exclaimed, her voice rich with excitement, and I gave a small smile, glancing at myself in the, The dress I chose for her brother's wedding made me feel genuinely pretty. It was one of the first times I'd attended a social event since the accident. The last had been Dad's funeral, where everyone either stared or struggled not to. That memory alone stirred a familiar wave of anxiety in my chest. I wouldn't want to be in Danilo's shoes, someone muttered nearby. A mourning mother abandoned by his fiancée and now raising a sister in a wheelchair. My cheeks burned. It was like they assumed my disability extended to my hearing. I was right there, yet they spoke like I was invisible. Their sideways glances, never direct, always hesitant, were anything but subtle. I held my emotions in, just like I'd always been taught. Be composed. Be nice. But inside, I wanted to scream. Or cry. Right now, crying felt more likely. Dad was gone. We buried him just this morning. And now people filled our house sipping drinks and trading gossip. I hated it. I wanted to vanish. Before I could escape, a couple blocked my path. Hello, sweet girl, the woman said gently. We're so sorry your daddy's gone to heaven. The words might have sounded kind, but the tone grated. Like I was a toddler. Like I couldn't understand real grief. Some assumed I was mentally challenged simply because I couldn't walk. I doubt made men end up in heaven, I said sharply. Guilt hit me the second the words left my mouth. I wanted peace for Dad, but the way people treated me made it hard to keep calm. Danilo appeared, placing a hand on my shoulder. The couple immediately turned their attention to him, completely ignoring me. I was oddly relieved. Once they left, Danilo looked at me. You okay? No, I whispered. He nodded slowly. Just a few more hours. Then it'll just be us. If your idiotic ex-fiancé saw you now, we should send him a picture. My stomach twisted. I remembered vividly when his father arrived to call off our engagement. It had crushed me, not because I loved him, but because of what it represented. That moment stripped me of hope for the future. It wasn't about him, it was the message. You're not worthy. Eventually, life at home brought comfort. Familiar routines made me forget the constant limitations I faced elsewhere. Whenever we were invited out, Mom would stress over accessibility, but never actually ask. She didn't want to bring attention to my wheelchair as if pretending it wasn't there would help. I sometimes wondered if she was ashamed. She never said it, and I never asked. But I wish she treated it like just another part of life, so others would too. If not for Georgia, the hotel hosting the wedding wouldn't have even been informed I needed accommodations. I knew it wasn't easy for Mom. Our society made things harder. It was a world where men set the standards: beauty, fertility, purity. In their eyes, I was flawed. I liked how I looked, but I didn't meet their impossible standards. Stepping into the wedding venue, I felt the full weight of those expectations. It was strange. People who'd known me before suddenly didn't know how to look at me. Their eyes darted past me as if acknowledging me made them uncomfortable. The few who did look quickly turned away, their expressions guilty. Like, just seeing me was a reminder of their own privilege. Their stares weren't the problem. It was their shame. I wasn't stupid and I wasn't deaf. I heard the pity in their voices. "Such a shame," they'd whisper. "She was such a beautiful girl." As if my wheelchair had erased everything else. In this world, a girl's worth came down to appearance and motherhood. Because of my disability, people saw me as less attractive, less viable, less everything. Most days, I pushed those thoughts away. But not today. Today, I watched a couple's first dance and let myself feel the ache. I might never have that moment. I had already buried the dream of my own wedding deep down. When the dance floor opened, Georgia was swept into her brother's arms. I smiled faintly, fighting the tug in my chest. At home, we had our own silly dance battles, but I had never danced publicly in my wheelchair. "Do you want to head out?" Danilo asked. I shook my head quickly. I didn't want to retreat. I wanted to be part of the moment. Across the room, Georgia caught my eye and gestured for me to join her. I hesitated. The music had shifted to a fast, upbeat track. She didn't wait. With a wide grin, she marched over and offered her hand. "Let's dance." She led me to the edge of the floor, then let go and started twirling with joy. People watched her, some with raised eyebrows. Georgia was bold and full of life. She didn't care what anyone thought. Watching her, I felt braver. I moved my wheelchair to the beat, tuning out the crowd. In that moment, I claimed a piece of happiness for myself. Danilo seemed more tense than usual. Ever since Dad died, his stress never let up. I remembered a version of him that laughed more. That version faded after his fiancée was taken, and then chose to stay with her captor. We'd moved into an accessible suite in one of Minneapolis's finest hotels the day before Danilo's engagement. The room overlooked the Mississippi River, and though two larger suites were available, neither were accessible. This one had plenty of space, though Danilo had to crash on the sofa bed. The thick carpet gave my arms quite a workout. He looked grim, not like someone excited for an engagement, his second, this time to Sophia, his ex's younger sister. She was only a month older than me, and I genuinely liked her. Sophia was sweet and never treated me differently. "Are you excited?" I asked. Danilo glanced up from his phone. "Excited?" I rolled my eyes. "For your engagement?" He sighed. "Not really, I just want to make it to the wedding this time." I hoped he wouldn't say that to Sophia. She seemed truly happy. "If it were my engagement, I'd be excited." He hesitated, then put down his phone. "That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about." I wheeled closer. My non-existent engagement? The bitterness surprised even me. I hated when it slipped through. Yes, Cincinnati had broken our family's agreement, and yes, my options were few. But marriage wasn't everything. At least I told myself that. Especially now that most girls my age were already promised. Sweet 16. Whoever coined that phrase probably never faced the mocking comments from relatives suggesting 16 was the edge of youth. I felt left behind. Other girls talked about flirty glances from boys. I got them too, just not from anyone in our world. Here, all they saw was the chair. No, Danilo said, crouching in front of me like he always did when things got serious. I narrowed my eyes. The Mionis and I reached an agreement, he said. Okay, I said slowly. Sophia was a Mioni. Was this about her? Danilo took my hands. Now I was really worried. You're going to marry Samuel. Samuel, my own future underboss, ice prince. We'd only spoken once. The memory hit me like a cold breeze. He and his father came to Dad's funeral, like all the high-ranking men. Samuel stood out, blonde, blue-eyed, tall. Many girls liked him. He looked haunted that day, ever since his twin sister left to join the Camorra. He'd carried that weight. They greeted Danilo, then turned to me. My condolences, he said, looking directly into my eyes, one of the few who did. Most avoided my gaze, out of pity or discomfort. Thank you, I said softly. I thought about mentioning his sister but held back. Danilo didn't like her name mentioned, and I had a feeling Samuel hurt even more. He nodded, then turned back to Danilo. The tension between them was unmistakable. It had grown over the past year, but Danilo never explained it. Back in the hotel suite, I stared at Danilo. My heart pounded. My throat tightened. Samuel was considered a great match, maybe too great for someone like me, people might say. Sometimes I believed them, not because I thought less of myself, but because I'd heard it so many times. In our world, perfection was expected from women. And perfection didn't come in wheelchairs. People saw the chair before they saw me. Even as a child, I heard the whispers when Cincinnati called off the engagement. No one blamed him. Everyone just pitied me. Of course, a man deserved a wife who could bear children. Of course, he'd walk away. And so here I was, 16, promised to a man I barely knew, still fighting to be seen, still hoping, somehow, to belong. And now the Mionis, Samuel had chosen me to be his wife? Why? I cleared my throat, trying to find steadiness. Why me? Danilo's brows pulled together. You're not happy? Happy? I didn't know. Mostly I felt blindsided. Confused. Why did he choose me? Danilo withdrew his hands, settling onto the sofa beside me. Our families are powerful. It makes sense. Please don't say it's to strengthen our alliance. His lips twitched briefly, half a smile that never fully surfaced. It's part of it. That's how it's always been. You know this. You're already marrying Sophia. That alone cements our bond. It doesn't explain why Samuel would pick me unless he thinks marrying the girl in the wheelchair earns him points. Emma, Danilo's tone turned sharp. Don't say that. I'll describe myself how I want, I shot back. I hated the word, but I used it to make my point clear. Samuel wants a kind, dependable wife. That's you. He doesn't care about the wheelchair. I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't be naive. Try to see the good. This is a strong match for you. You'll have a family, a future. And Danilo wouldn't have to carry the burden of worrying about what would become of me. Maybe he'd even felt some obligation to let me live with him and Sophia if I didn't marry. This solved that. It was easier for him. Maybe even for me. I turned my chair away. I need some water. I'll get it. Number, I've got it. I moved toward the kitchenette and opened the minibar. Pulling out a small San Pellegrino bottle, I drank straight from it. I could sense Danilo watching me, probably confused at my reaction. Maybe I should be more excited? I forced myself to stay rational. I had to stop doubting the decision. Does Mom know? Of course, she's thrilled. We both are. Naturally, she'd worried I'd end up alone. An unmarried daughter was almost a scandal in our world. When is it going public? I asked. Once the news was out, it would spread fast, and people would talk. Tomorrow, after my engagement to Sophia. My eyes widened. You're announcing it at your engagement party? Did you even ask Sophia? It's her day. Number, it's the best timing. We're all here, and Samuel and I are busy men. No need for a separate trip. Danilo, I sighed. You didn't even consider how she'd feel? His expression didn't change. It's not our wedding day. It's just an announcement. Don't overthink it. You'll be Samuel's wife in 2 years. Be happy. I offered a thin smile. Aw, thank you. He looked disappointed with my lack of enthusiasm. I'm heading to bed. Big day tomorrow. He kissed my cheek and I wheeled into my room. After catching my breath, I rolled into the bathroom. I locked my brakes, scooted forward, and changed slowly. Each movement was familiar, but still demanding. I slipped on my nightgown, lowered myself back into the chair, and returned to bed. The hotel mattress was too soft. My hand sank as I tried to shift into bed, almost sending me tumbling. I steadied myself with a sigh. Travel days drained me, physically, emotionally. Lying in the dark, my thoughts raced. Samuel. I couldn't lie. He would have been my first choice if I'd had a say. I didn't mind the age gap, maybe I even preferred it. I'd always felt older than girls my age. He was undeniably handsome. Everyone said so. Blonde hair, blue eyes, tall, built. He stood out. I bit my lip. Since Dad's funeral, we'd barely spoken, just passing courtesies. I didn't really know him, but nobody really knew their match in our world. Most of what I knew came from Danilo or whispers. Samuel had been a hot topic ever since his sister ran off with the Camorra. The failed rescue, the scandal. Maybe that's why his parents agreed to this match. Maybe they hoped it would distract from the past. Even if that wasn't flattering, it beat the darker thought that Danilo had forced the match. I love my brother, but I knew how far he'd go. I closed my eyes and tried to silence my thoughts. Eventually, sleep came. I wore the more festive of my two dresses, a berry-colored gown that flattered my waist and hid my legs. I still felt self-conscious about them, slimmer from disuse. I tucked a paper four-leaf clover into my lap beneath the skirt. A tiny charm for good luck. I'd also slipped one into Danilo's jacket. He might need it today. The Mayoni house wasn't built for accessibility, but they'd installed a ramp for me. The open layout and marble floors made it easy to get around. As I entered the living room beside Danilo, my eyes immediately searched for Samuel. I hoped for some kind of sign, but he didn't look my way. He was deep in conversation with his father. He looked incredible, as usual, in a dark blue suit that made his eyes even more vivid. I tried to imagine him looking at me with affection, but the image never stayed clear. When it came time for the announcement, nerves churned in my gut. Danilo gave me a quick smile before stepping forward with Mr. Mayoni. Mr. Mayoni tapped his glass. "We have one more announcement, Danilo." I saw confusion on Sophia's face. My stomach turned. "It's with great joy that I share this," Danilo said cheerfully. "Our families will strengthen their bond further. Samuel will marry Emma the same summer Sophia and I marry." My cheeks burned as every eye turned to me. Samuel joined me, gave a polite but stiff smile, and placed his hand gently on my shoulder. The warmth of his touch sent a flutter through me. He smelled good, clean, masculine. The room's reaction was mixed. Some shocked, some confused, some disturbed. Only Mom looked genuinely thrilled. People came to offer congratulations. Dante, Valentina, Anna, and Sophia all seemed sincere. Others weren't. I could read the skepticism on their faces. I smiled through it. And then came the whispers. "What a shame. He's such a catch. What a waste. Maybe they'll hire a surrogate or he'll have a mistress." Yeah, the last one made my throat sting. I glanced up. Samuel's hand still rested on my shoulder. He hadn't spoken, but he had noticed. He glared at one couple until they looked away, chastised. That helped a little. He turned to me, calm, composed. "You okay?" "Of course," I replied quickly. I didn't want to seem fragile, even if I was cracking inside. He nodded and turned to greet the next couple. The Mayonis approached. Inez smiled warmly. Pietro was more guarded. "Congratulations," Inez said, kissing my cheek and hugging me lightly. She was stunning, still the kind of woman that turned heads. "Thank you, Mrs. Mayoni," I said softly. "Call me Inez. We'll be family soon." I nodded. Pietro shook my hand. "Call me Pietro." "Thank you." Inez turned to me again. "I heard you work with a group supporting people with disabilities." I was surprised she knew. Most people never asked about my life. I nodded. "Yes, we raise funds and offer support, especially to made men who've been injured." Pietro and Samuel exchanged a glance that said they didn't see the point. Many men in our world avoided help. Pride, image. But our lifestyle was dangerous. Injuries were common. Some lost limbs. Others lost hope. Many couldn't cope. Some even took their own lives. We had a pastor who led meetings. I tried to help, even though I was young, even though they rarely listened. Inez and I chatted a bit longer before she and Pietro moved on. I was alone with Samuel again. I gave him a small, unsure smile. I wished I could talk to him like I had with his mother, but the words never came. My thoughts circled endlessly. Maybe one day he'd tell me why he agreed to marry me. Maybe I'd want to know, but I wasn't sure my heart could handle the truth. After a few awkward beats of silence, Samuel cleared his throat in that poised way he always had and asked, "Is there anything you need?" His twin sister had earned the nickname Ice Princess, but he embodied the Ice Prince. Handsome, distant, cold. His question might have been harmless. Still, I couldn't shake the thought that phrasing it as anything you need hinted at an underlying assumption, that I couldn't fetch something myself. Maybe he'd have asked, "Want a drink?" Or, "Can I get you something?" Had I been fully able-bodied, I forced a smile and answered, "No, I'm okay." Before long, another couple approached. I plastered on a social grin and endured the stream of hollow compliments. When I'd had enough forced politeness, I made my escape to the restroom. Thankfully, the ground floor had one. There was no elevator in the house. I silently prayed it would be spacious enough for my wheelchair. Opening the door, I found a roomy bathroom, but not quite roomy enough for me. Still, there was a short distance between the doorway and toilet, with a sink and doorknob in reach. I weighed whether to ask Danilo for help, but he was engaged in conversation with Dante and Mr. Maione, and I didn't want to request assistance in front of a crowd. "Need help?" Samuel's voice startled me. He'd snuck up behind me in the lobby, brows knitted in concern. If there was anyone I least wanted help from, it was him. I didn't want to become his project, his duty. I could manage things solo. Slow, yes, but capable. It was the environment, not me. I huffed softly, cheeks a flush, and shook my head no. Mrs. Maione appeared behind him, magnifying my discomfort. "Allow me to speak with Emma, okay?" she asked him. Samuel nodded and retreated to the living room. Free from babysitting duties, I presumed. People rarely knew how to act around someone in a wheelchair. I remembered Danilo's awkward start. I was his first exposure to disability, and he often hesitated. Now, he knew exactly when I needed help, and what to do to actually help. Inez Maione, Mrs. Maione, smiled warmly. She was stunningly elegant, her presence graceful. "I'm sorry the bathroom isn't more accessible." I shrugged, offering her a small smile. "It's common, don't worry." I'd learned to plan ahead. In most places, I'd skip drinks to avoid needing a restroom. Today, nerves got the best of me. She peered into the bathroom thoughtfully. "Would you like me to push you in and assist?" "No," I interjected. "I can manage if you don't mind removing the chair so I can shut the door. I'll call when I'm ready." Though kind, her voice wavered slightly. Helpers often freeze trying to avoid mistakes. I wheeled inside, grasped the marble sink on its wooden stand. It felt solid. I pulled myself to steady standing, and she looked surprised. Many automatically assume if you use a wheelchair, you can't walk at all. I hadn't bothered to correct everyone. Most preferred their assumptions to reality. Once I was safely upright, she moved the chair aside and gently closed the door. When I finished and washed up, I called softly. She cracked the door a bit, seeming to worry about my dignity. I gave her a reassuring smile as I returned to my chair, desperately hoping my brain would supply something conversational to cut the silence. She backed off to give me space, and I wheeled out. "Thank you for your help, Mrs. Maione." She shook her head and touched my shoulder lightly. "Please, call me Inez. Mrs. Maione reminds me of my mother-in-law. I'm glad I could assist." I hated needing help, but times like this, I was glad I hadn't refused. She bent to retrieve something I'd dropped on the floor, an origami 4-leaf clover. She inspected it and looked up. "Did you make this?" "Yes, this morning. Something for good luck." "It's beautiful." I smiled. "Thanks, I started origami after my father died to stay busy." Pottery made too big a mess for the housekeeper. You'll have to teach me sometime. Sure, Inez. I winced internally for slipping back to formal address. Thinking she'd be part of my life in 2 years still felt surreal. Married to Samuel wasn't something I'd fully processed. Honestly, today's celebrations reminded me why I avoid gatherings. The smiles hide venom, fake congratulations sting. By subconscious consent, I judged many in my head, especially those who looked at my engagement news with disgust. I retreated to the backyard, leaving Emma with my mother near the guest restroom. Sunlight hit me as I stepped outside, and I inhaled deeply. Inside, I kept the mask for the gathered underbosses. Not everyone, Cincinnati, hadn't been invited thanks to Danilo. I didn't mind. The tension wasn't worth it. A hand brushed my shoulder. I tensed. Dad appeared, lighting a cigarette. He took a long drag, exhaled smoke into the setting sky. Don't let Mom catch you. She always smells it, he said with a wry grin. Once things calm down, I'll quit. I raised an eyebrow. When's that ever happening? One day, he laughed. Did you come out here to be alone? I shrugged. I wanted space, but his silence was more comforting than invasive. I don't mind. Dad watched me quietly. A wife should make you feel like you belong. Everything else fades, but that feeling, that's home. I nodded. I'm okay with the marriage. Emma is kind and beautiful. I'm sure we'll get along. Still, I couldn't help the unease. She relied more on others, something I wasn't sure I could navigate. Your sister needed no protection, and your friends? They were leaders, unbreakable. I sighed inwardly. I should go back, not leave Emma by herself. Surprisingly protective, I turned and headed inside. Emma was speaking with Anna and Sofia, so I sought Renato and Cosmo, who stood chatting. I acknowledged them. Renato patted my shoulder. Quite the announcement, Cosmo said. His gaze held curiosity. He expected gossip, but my silence spoke louder. I prefer to keep my handcards closer. Renato chuckled. Very noble. He droned, but I paid little heed. Our engagement had unsettled people. Disapproval floated through whispers. It didn't matter. I noticed Emma's unease. She doesn't look thrilled to be tied to you, Renato muttered. Everyone assumed Emma should glow with excitement, yet her expression lacked joy. I wasn't sure if it came from others' rumors or her own doubts. I crossed to her. Do you have a minute? Her cheeks warmed. Of course. I led her to the patio. We'd be seen, but unheard. She gave me a tentative smile. I sat at eye level, not towering above. Her smile faded as I stayed expressionless. I stared across the yard, baffled at my own next move. Did Danilo tell you yesterday? She looked at her graceful hands. No ring yet? I'd sprung this on her suddenly. Weddings hadn't registered recently, far removed from the arrangement. He told me last night. I nodded slowly. It must have been shocking. She forced a faint smile, glancing at her fingers. A day's notice for an engagement you never expected. You had more time to think. Her eyes locked mine, measuring truth. Danilo likely left out details that would stir questions. She was cautious, and rightfully so. But revealing the full truth would only hurt her. And Sofia, it wouldn't solve anything. It wasn't quite as sudden for me. Emma lowered her gaze and shrugged. By the wedding, it'll be real. 2 years is a long time. It is. A lot can happen before then, she said almost dreamily. Her eyes drifted outward. I wondered if she worried about Cincinnati or hoped I'd change my mind. I wasn't. She was kind and pleasant, pretty too, but then Renato whispered, true happiness wasn't evident in her expression. You don't seem pleased with this. Her voice took on a small edge. Should I be happy, given everything? Her resentment flickered. I frowned. What had I said wrong? I shoved my hands in my pockets. This woman, my future wife, was a weighting responsibility. Keeping my sister safe had been instinctual. Emma, as far as she'd come and the pain she'd endured, marrying me wouldn't be the fairy tale so many assumed it to be. They see the polished veneer, not the darkness beneath. Are you happy? She asked quietly. Happiness? I echoed. In our world, it's never been the benchmark for marriage. I paused, so my words felt honest, not scripted. She flinched slightly. I hesitated to soften my bluntness. Anything softer would feel fake. It's for the families, not us, I added, and she nodded again. For the families? 1 year later, 17 years old. I'd never let myself truly imagine this moment, but finally, today, I could choose my wedding dress. Mom had already shed tears twice before we even stepped into the bridal boutique that afternoon. Anna and Sophia joined us, along with Georgia, my only remaining friend from before the accident. Most of the others drifted away once I stopped dancing. Ballet had been the bond between us. Without it, I didn't want to linger on what was lost. Though I wasn't as close with Anna and Sophia as I was with Georgia, their presence eased my nerves. Going alone with Mom would have made this day overwhelming. When Mom and I entered the store, a sales assistant offered me a supportive smile, which had the opposite effect. Did she assume I'd struggle to find anything suitable? Thankfully, Sophia and Anna were already lounging on a plush white couch, sipping champagne. Anna, dressed in a plaid skirt and high boots, stood and wrapped me in a hug. "I'm thrilled for you," I laughed, nodding at her glass. "They waive age restrictions just for you?" Her blue eyes sparkled. "I'm persuasive." She poured 2 more glasses before Sophia joined in for a hug. I nearly asked about her wedding planning, but that felt like a sensitive topic. Her and Danilo's relationship seemed strained. Anna handed me a flute of bubbly. "Here, try a sip." Mom's eyes widened, alarmed, as she stepped forward with the sales assistant. They likely had a private conversation. Mom had probably pre-selected gowns down to the smallest detail, including what I should wear underneath. Anna gracefully handed Mom the remaining flute. "We should celebrate today, don't you agree, Mrs. Mancini?" Mom melted under Anna's charm. Sophia shared a smirk with Anna before we all clicked glasses. My first taste of alcohol hit fast. I felt a warm buzz, calmed but jarring. I'd only drunk twice before, and my body noticed. "Georgia's still missing, right?" Anna asked as she crossed her leg. A flicker of hurt passed through me, but I pushed it away. "She's got weird priorities," Mom snapped. "Probably still having breakfast." My chest tightened in Georgia's defense, but before I could speak, Georgia burst in, flushed, her red hair free and wild. Her brother nodded once, then slipped away. Georgia beamed and hugged me. Mom leaned in, voice low. "She'd be pretty if she lost some weight." I shot Mom a sharp look. Mom. I resented people saying I'd be prettier without a wheelchair, and Mom had turned that against Georgia. In our world, curves weren't acceptable. Beauty meant lean. I hated how shallow that made people. Yet, I couldn't imagine a life outside this circle, even if I resented it. Georgia took a seat beside me, glancing up at the dresses. "You'll look radiant in any of these. When you get hitched, we'll come back here together," I teased. She laughed. "Not happening anytime soon, and they don't stock above size 6. I smiled. "We'll find something somewhere." "Today's your day, Emma. Choose the dress of your dreams," Georgia encouraged. Mom frowned. "Maybe one that distracts from the wheelchair?" Georgia's eyes widened. She was stunned. I shrugged. Mom meant well. She wanted me to experience things normally, as she once said, but I didn't feel normal if treated like I wasn't. The sales assistant finally focused on me instead of Mom's commentary. I wheeled into the fitting room, nervous. "Do you need help?" she asked. "I'll assist," Georgia volunteered before Mom could speak. She joined me and pulled the curtain closed. Her kindness meant everything. We struggled with the dress's delicate back buttons. The sales assistant helped too. When I turned to the mirror, tears pricked my eyes. Custom alterations could make it fit perfectly. I nodded, overwhelmed. I'd feared I wouldn't feel beautiful in a wedding gown. That worry felt absurd now. Georgia gave a joyful thumbs up. I ran my fingers over the sheer, eggshell-colored fabric with a soft sheen. The assistant had cautioned against a full underskirt. It would bunch awkwardly when seated. A flowing skirt was elegant, not forced. Georgia's voice, soft and emotional. "The embroidery is stunning. You look incredible." I touched the lace detailing on the sweetheart neckline. I'd never thought that about my chest, but it was flattering. I rolled out of the fitting room. Anna dropped her champagne, mouth rounding in awe. Sophia's face lit up too. Mom inspected me slowly, her eyes narrowing as if hunting flaws. "It's beautiful," she said, "but maybe a fuller gown might suit." "Perfect as is," Anna cut in, steady and sure. She gestured at my waist. "The corset flatters you, drawing in your slender waist and enhancing the neckline. And if you're brave, try high heels." I shrugged. "Why not? I don't have to walk in them." Anna and Sophia hesitated. Georgia laughed. She knew me best. Mom frowned but stepped back, letting me revel in the moment. I knew she'd ask for a more dramatic dress next. Anna browsed the shoe rack and selected a few elegant pumps. She held up a pearl and crystal Mary Jane Jimmy Choos that surely cost a small fortune. Anna knelt to slide them on. May I? She asked gently. I nodded, surprised. I never wore heels, but seeing myself in them stirred regret over opportunities I'd avoided. Perfect. Anna grinned. I smiled too, silently promising myself to wear heels more. Mom urged me to try more gowns, but my mind stayed with the first one. With heels, it felt perfect. So I chose it, despite her suggestions otherwise. I didn't want to hide my wheelchair. I wanted to be striking, wheelchair and all. If people couldn't see me that way, that was their issue. Still, I hoped Samuel would find me beautiful. I approached Danilo, who was deeply focused on his work. I want to walk down the aisle. That thought first took shape after Samuel's visit, and it grew stronger with time. Danilo looked up in surprise, tentatively, then concern. Emma, he began, speaking with a tone reserved for someone who thought I couldn't handle it. I met him firmly. I know what my body can do. I'm not asking to walk the full aisle, just the last few steps from the front pew to Samuel. I want to meet him face to face. Yes, he'd be taller, but walking even a bit mattered to me. I'd spent countless hours in physical therapy, strapped into a harness, feet sliding on the treadmill. There were days stained with tears of frustration at my limited mobility and tears of relief that I'd come so far from being immobile after the accident. I knew there'd be no miracle, but I trusted what my body could do. My will could carry me those final steps. Danilo looked unconvinced. I did research, I went on. While many in our world never marry when disabled, I'd studied weddings where one partner has a disability, from more progressive places. That gave me hope, not just about the ceremony, but about a real partnership. I could wear leg braces, I offered calmly. You hated those before, he replied. He was right. Mom had pushed them early on, thinking they'd draw less attention than my wheelchair, but they had only made me feel more limited. Most days I preferred rolling quickly. This would be for one moment. I'd only wear them in the church. That small gesture, my proposal, felt huge to me. I wanted Samuel to see me as capable. So many couldn't see me as a full-grown woman because I used a wheelchair. But inside me, the child who once dreamed of being a princess wanted to stand in her dress, even if just briefly. I usually compromise, but not here. Danilo pushed off the desk, leaning in closer. Even with braces, your steps would be few. You'd need support. I could use a walker, or even a cane. A walker might help, but with a heavy gown, it could take too long. I swallowed. Danilo wasn't cruel, just realistic. I have 6 weeks. I could train daily with a gown to mimic the wedding dress. He sighed. We should talk to your mom. She's planned every second of that day. This changes the schedule. I bit my lip but smiled. He was right about precision. And yes, Mom might resist. Could you ask her over for dinner? He sighed, grabbed his phone, and I smiled. Mom's reaction was dramatic. When I shared the idea, Mom's eyes widened like I'd proposed walking naked down the aisle. A walker will ruin your dress. If a wheelchair doesn't, why would a walker? I teased lightly, but Mom wasn't in the mood for jokes. What if we wrap it in white silk and add flowers? She considered it. That might work, but Emma, you only have 2 minutes to walk. That's the length of your processional music. In the wheelchair, you finish on time. But walking? I lowered my gaze. It might stretch longer, but I'd only walk a few steps. Mom shook her head. Getting out of the chair, adjusting your dress, using the walker, that's 3 to 5 minutes. I know, I spoke quietly. I know it sounds impractical, but I want that moment. After a pause, she softened. Think about Samuel. I pressed my lips tighter. He's important, yes, but the bride matters too. My voice broke. Danilo spoke gently. I'll talk to Samuel. I shook my head. I want to be there. Put him on speakerphone. Reluctantly, he dialed him. On the phone with Samuel. Yes? His clipped voice responded. Hi, Samuel. We'd like to discuss the wedding. What about? He asked in that measured tone. I'd like to walk the final aisle steps. With a walker. I wanted you to know. There was a pause, then a hint of surprise. Is that possible? I need the walker. I'm slow, but I can do it. Mom chimed in. It could take 5 minutes. It's a big ask. I felt Mom's discomfort, but I wanted to speak. They can wait for me. We can shorten the congratulations. Samuel answered calmly. That's fine by me. I bit my lip to hide my smile. The relief flowed through me. To Samuel, it mattered. 3 days before the wedding. Georgia timed my practice walk from the first row. I was relieved she'd volunteered. At first, Mom watched too, but her presence made me anxious. It was better with Georgia. You did it, faster than last time. I grinned and relaxed into my wheelchair. I'm getting used to the dress and the walker. Maybe Danilo could guide you instead. No walker needed? I shook my head. He'd have to support too much weight. Georgia offered her arm. Let's try. I grabbed it and stood. My body trembled. Wearing the gown made every movement heavy, but I pushed through, practicing unassisted. That night, Georgia stayed over as we settled in to watch a movie. Are you excited? She asked softly. I admitted, nervous. Because he's the Ice Prince? I shrugged. Because I barely know him, and I still can't believe Danilo just planned this. But maybe this bond can still be real. Where I'm from, there were no options. Georgia laughed about her own matchmaking adventures with older men. I told her she was gorgeous inside and out. Her confidence made me laugh.
Emma looked absolutely radiant in her wedding gown. The dress drew attention to her slim waist and graceful frame, details I'd never been particularly mindful of in a woman before. Her chestnut hair flowed in soft, gleaming curls down her shoulders, adorned with a string of small pearls. With her chin held high, she moved beside Danilo in her wheelchair, almost appearing to glide down the aisle. As they reached the front row, she paused and locked the wheels. A silent exchange passed between them. Danilo gave a slight nod and extended his arm. Emma reached down, removed her heels, placed them on the footrests, and planted her bare feet firmly on the floor. She then pushed herself upright, drawing a quiet gasp from the congregation. Though she'd hinted at this in a recent call, witnessing her stand in person was still stunning. Her posture was proud, her smile steady, though I caught a flicker of strain in her expression. This clearly took effort, but she took Danilo's arm and stepped forward. It was the first time I'd ever seen her stand, especially in such an elegant dress, and the effect was remarkable. I extended my arm, and she gripped it tightly. I laid my hand over hers, anchoring her and offering as much support as I could. Fortunately, her petite frame made it easy. She gave me a faint smile filled with determination. I admired her resolve to stand for this moment. Together, we faced the priest. Her chest rose and fell with each labored breath, bringing my attention to the low neckline of her dress. Until now, I hadn't paid much attention to Emma's appearance. But as I looked at her, I saw elegance, sharp cheekbones, an ethereal presence. Danilo and Renato brought chairs behind us. I helped Emma ease into hers before sitting beside her. Emma kept her gaze on the priest throughout the ceremony. I couldn't stop glancing at her. The priest spoke at length, but eventually the moment for vows arrived. I offered my arm once more, and she rose again, trembling slightly as we exchanged rings. Her unsteady fingers made me feel deeply protective of her. You may kiss the bride. I placed a hand on her waist to steady her further. She looked up, her smile tinged with uncertainty. I leaned in and kissed her gently. Her lips were soft, yielding beneath mine. A warm blush spread across her cheeks, stirring something primal inside me. I need to sit down, Emma whispered. I guided her back into the wheelchair Danilo had brought forward, She adjusted her dress and looked up with a tentative smile. As the music her mother had chosen began to play, I held out my hand. She took it, and I nodded, signaling we were ready to move. We walked together in step, and I noticed a few guests still seemed surprised this wedding had come to pass. Outside, a light rain had begun to fall. My father handed me an umbrella, and I held it over Emma. "Congratulations will continue at the hotel," Dad announced. I couldn't have cared less. That part of weddings always felt like an empty ritual. At the limousine, I held the door open. "Can you help me? This dress makes it harder to get in." My mother and I helped her settle into the back seat before I joined her. Once the doors closed, silence wrapped around us. I didn't mind it, but I knew many people found it uncomfortable. I glanced at Emma. She looked flawless. Hair like silk, complexion glowing. My eyes drifted briefly to the neckline of her dress before I met her gaze again. She gave a bashful smile. "We're married," she said, laughing nervously. It was a moment that reminded me just how young she was. Only 18, yet in past conversations, she'd often seemed far more mature. "Indeed," I replied, clearing my throat. She looked overwhelmed, and we still had a long day ahead. "Don't stress. Our moms organized every detail. We just follow along. As long as there's good food and drinks, no one will care about the hiccups." I pulled out the flask Renato had given me earlier and took a couple of swigs. "Do you mind?" She shook her head, eyes watching curiously. I offered her the flask. Liquid courage? She hesitated, then took a sip, and immediately coughed, face turning red. "What is that?" she wheezed. "Whiskey, Lagavulin. It burns, but it's good. Tastes like cleaning fluid. Trust me, it's better than that. I've interrogated people who've had the real stuff." Emma's eyes widened. She nodded slowly. She was likely aware of Danilo's methods, though I wasn't sure how much she really knew. "Why do you need it? Are you nervous?" Was I? This was a major turning point. I was now committed to one woman. Some ignored that, but I valued the sanctity of marriage. "No," I said truthfully. The usual polite exchanges that came next didn't interest me. What followed, I'd figure out when we got there. "Are you?" She looked at the ring on her finger. "I've been nervous since I found out we were promised to each other." I frowned. She had never seemed excited about our union. I didn't expect her to be. "Why?" She glanced out the window, hesitant. "You can speak freely. Even your brother can't offend me anymore." She chuckled quietly and turned to face me again. "I don't understand the feud between you and Danilo. You're not that different." "That's probably the issue," I replied with a shrug. Though honestly, I didn't think we were alike, except in dominance. "But you're dodging my question. Why were you nervous? Would you have preferred marrying someone else? Or not at all?" "Neither," she said, cheeks flushing. "You're older, more experienced. That's a factor." I could sense that wasn't all. "That's not a flaw," I said quietly. There was more I could have said, but it didn't feel like the right time. She looked at her hands, contemplative. "You're distant. I worry it'll be tough to reach you." Maybe I didn't want to be reached. She was chasing closeness, and while I sometimes longed for the connection I saw between my parents, that kind of intimacy came with risks. We're here now. She looked at me, searching for a response I didn't offer.
Outside, the ivy-covered Van Delden mansion came into view. Our venue. It was the finest hotel in Minneapolis. Samuel had signed off, but it had mostly been my and Inez's choice. The pink Sioux quartzite facade gave it the charm of a French countryside estate. I'd been sold the moment I saw Inez's photos. I even talked my mom into agreeing, despite its 175 guest cap. The driver retrieved my wheelchair and Samuel helped me into it. The rain had stopped, perfect for outdoor photos. He pushed me toward the garden where our photographer waited near a gazebo. Soon, Mom and Inez joined us. "You can roll right into the gazebo," the photographer said. Mom stepped forward, her smile tight. "I think Emma should stand. We want some photos without the wheelchair." We? That had never been part of our discussion. Inez looked between Mom, me, and Samuel. I felt a wave of discomfort. Samuel leaned down. "Is that what you want?" Grateful, I nodded. I'd like both, some in the wheelchair and some standing. "We can start in the gazebo, then try a few on the steps," the photographer offered. My mother clearly disapproved. Inside the gazebo, Samuel and I looked to the photographer for guidance. "Maybe kneel in front of Emma and hold her hands," Inez suggested. Samuel knelt. The floor was dry, so his suit stayed safe. His hands were warm, mine felt icy and rigid. "Show emotion," the photographer urged. "Look at each other like you're sharing a secret." I met Samuel's eyes, feeling awkward. We were strangers playing a part. He softened his gaze, though the effort felt restrained. "More feeling," the photographer insisted. Samuel's smile faded. "Just take the photos. That's your job?" She fell silent and kept snapping. He glanced at my hands. "You're freezing. Let's get you inside soon." "It's not cold, it's nerves." "That's it," the photographer called out. More camera clicks followed. "That's a wrap for this set." Samuel stood and released my hands. That's when I noticed Danilo nearby, watching. Sophia wasn't with him. Though they were newly married, I had a feeling their relationship was rocky at first. Seeing them today, though, they seemed closer. Danilo didn't talk about it, and I wasn't close enough to Sophia to ask. Plus, it would feel odd, being Danilo's sister and all. Danilo offered me a tight-lipped smile before turning his steely eyes on Samuel, who met his gaze with clear indifference. "Next spot! The stairs!" the photographer called out, already heading that way. Samuel guided my wheelchair to the foot of the staircase. I locked the brakes and carefully stood. I realized too late that I still had my heels on and my balance wavered. Danilo stepped forward instinctively, but Samuel reached me first, placing a steadying hand on my waist. "I need to take these off," I muttered, feeling embarrassed. I sat down quickly, slipped off the shoes, and stood again. Samuel helped me ascend one step and stood beside me. Inez adjusted the folds of my dress so it flowed neatly down the stairs. Standing there made me nervous. Less room to shift if I lost balance. Samuel held my hands. "I'll catch you if you fall." I smiled at the reassurance. "That's quite romantic." He laughed. "Truthfully, romance isn't exactly my specialty." "That's why they call you the Ice Prince." He rolled his eyes. "That nickname's haunted me for years." "It suits you," I said, eyeing his pale blonde hair and cool blue gaze. He really did look like something out of Norse mythology. "You act the part too, and from what I've heard, the ladies seem to like it." Samuel gave a dry smile. "They like the challenge. They think melting my icy exterior will make them special." "Don't you want someone to melt it?" I asked quietly, unsure why I chose that moment to bring it up. Before he could answer, the photographer gestured toward the fountain. "Let's move there next." "We're losing daylight," my mom warned, tapping her gold watch. Without a word, Samuel lifted me. I wasn't expecting it. My heart skipped, and I flushed as he carried me to the fountain. "Hold that pose," the photographer said quickly, snapping several pictures. "That's enough," Samuel said, gently placing me back in my chair. He didn't wait for confirmation and rolled me up the ramp into the ballroom we'd rented. Inside, guests were already seated, sipping champagne and chatting. Our photos had taken longer than expected. As we entered, heads turned. I was used to stares, but today I welcomed them. Most people looked warm and curious. A few expressions were harder to read, but I ignored those. At our table, Samuel looked up at the ceiling where clusters of origami cranes hung above each table. I've never seen anything like this at a wedding. My stomach twisted with nerves. I couldn't tell if he was impressed or confused. Emma insisted on them, Mom said, lowering her voice like it was a scandal. She even folded them herself, as if we couldn't afford real decorations. I bit down the irritation. We'd still spent tens of thousands on decor, flowers, balloons, everything. Samuel turned to me. You made these? I've been practicing origami for 6 years. He nodded, genuinely surprised. They're beautiful. I like them. They symbolize happiness and eternal youth. They're also said to bring luck. He arched a brow. You think we need luck already? I shrugged. Doesn't hurt. Mom was already marching off toward a server. Why is she taking a break? Danilo and Sophia approached just then. He watched Mom's retreating form with a frown. What was that about? She was upset Samuel didn't hate my origami the way she does. Danilo shook his head disapprovingly. Sophia stood silently beside him. There was no hand-holding or signs of affection, not that Samuel and I were putting on a show either. Samuel leaned toward me. Even if I didn't like them, I'd have defended you in front of her. That's what a husband should do. I squinted at him. So you were lying? Number, I actually do like them, but even if I didn't, I'd stand by you. My lips curved slightly. Just don't lie to me. I'm capable of being bluntly honest. Danilo made a face that said otherwise. I raised a questioning brow at him, but he only responded with a faint, unreadable smile. I think they're stunning, Sophia chimed in. If I'd known, I'd have asked you to make some for our wedding, though I imagine they take forever to fold. It was time-consuming, but I'd have done it for you both. As Mom waved us toward our seats for dinner, Sophia sat beside me, Danilo next to her. I'd asked her to sit there, mostly so I wouldn't be stuck next to Mom the entire evening. Samuel took the seat on my other side. Soon, our parents filled the remaining chairs. Samuel's father stood once the guests were seated. As underboss and father of the groom, he was expected to give a short speech before dinner. All eyes turned to us. Inez and I are thrilled about this union, he began. We can't wait to be grandparents. Hopefully we'll soon welcome a grandson who will carry on the Maione legacy. Samuel's jaw tightened. I saw Inez nudge her husband under the table and shoot him a look. He seemed confused. Honestly, it was a typical comment. I'd heard it at plenty of weddings, but with the rumors about my infertility still circulating, it felt like fuel on a fire. Around the room, a few guests exchanged glances or whispered. Samuel stood abruptly, tapping his glass harder than needed. Let's eat. I think we could all use a drink and some food. He sat back down and gave me a faint, tight smile. Servers moved through the room with trays of appetizers, deviled quail eggs topped with caviar, and refilled champagne. Sophia leaned over. Sorry about what Dad said. The men in my family aren't great at filtering themselves. Same with mine, I replied, glancing toward Danilo, who stared at the appetizer like it had offended him. I hope the rest of the food isn't this tiny, he muttered. Mom shot him a look. There are 6 more courses. I didn't raise a barbarian. I barely held back a laugh. Samuel didn't bother. He gave a dry chuckle. Then you've clearly never seen his barbaric side. No business talk at dinner, Inez cut in firmly. Let's keep it festive. Sophia and I exchanged amused glances. It hit me then how much I was going to miss her. If she weren't moving, we'd probably have grown even closer. Making new friends, especially ones as solid as my best friend Georgia, wasn't easy. I scanned the ballroom until I found her seated beside her brother. She caught my eye, raised her brows, and daintily bit into a quail egg. I smiled. I'd miss her more than I could say. After dinner, the dance floor was cleared and prepared for the next part of the celebration. My stomach twisted with nerves. This was the part of the wedding I'd been quietly dreading. Not the most nerve-wracking moment that would come later tonight, but the dance made me anxious in a different way. I wasn't sure how Samuel and I were going to pull it off. Sure, I danced plenty in my wheelchair before, especially with Georgia during our late-night music sessions, but never with a partner. And definitely not with Samuel. We hadn't practiced together, and I worried I might accidentally roll over his toes or mess up the timing. Judging by the tension in my mom's face, she was already imagining all the ways this could go wrong. Once everything was in place, Samuel leaned in and whispered, "I'll carry you to the floor. If you feel up for it, we'll make it through the song together." I swallowed hard and nodded. "If you hold me up, I can do it." "All right," he said quietly, standing up. I could feel the room shift as everyone turned their attention to us. I tuned them out. This moment was ours, not theirs. I motioned toward my shoes, silently telling him they wouldn't work. Samuel nodded and dropped to one knee. My cheeks warmed as he gently removed my heels. I couldn't feel his hands, but a flush of heat ran through me just the same. Standing again, he lifted me effortlessly. I wrapped one arm around his neck, resting the other hand on his chest. Not because I needed support, but because I wanted to feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. He set me gently on my feet on the dance floor, keeping a firm hold around my waist as I found my footing. "Ready?" he asked softly, his gaze steady and locked on mine. There was a low buzz from the crowd, but I didn't look at them. I couldn't. My focus was solely on Samuel. "Yes," I whispered. My heart pounded in my chest, and my mouth went dry. Samuel gave a subtle nod to the band, and the opening notes of a slow waltz filled the air. I had danced this kind of song many times before, but never like this, and not since the accident. Samuel began to sway gently, guiding me with him. I followed, though my legs trembled slightly. Just when I felt myself falter, his arm tightened around me. We moved together in slow rhythm, my hands gripping his broad shoulders. From the outside, it probably looked simple, like he was just holding me, but it was his support that kept me upright. I leaned on him more than I let on, and he held me like it was nothing. The strain in my legs was real, but so was the joy in my chest. I couldn't stop smiling. I looked up at him again and gave him a grateful smile. His expression was calm, guarded, unreadable as always. "Am I getting too heavy?" I asked quietly, a bit worried. Samuel was clearly strong, but I imagined holding me up like this wasn't effortless. He gave a small smile. "I've got you. Don't worry about it." I raised an eyebrow and teased, "So you're saying I am heavy?" He let out a soft laugh. "Not at all. Let's just say I've learned a thing or two from watching my parents. There are some questions a husband can't answer without getting into trouble." The music ended and Danilo stepped forward to take over. As Samuel stepped away, I felt a pang of loss, even though his touch was still unfamiliar. Danilo guided me through a brief dance before helping me back into my chair. I missed being on the floor, though. Dancing had always lifted my spirits. Maybe I'd pick it up again on my own terms. Samuel returned, escorting Sophia to her seat. She and Danilo disappeared for another dance, and I found myself watching them wistfully. Samuel cleared his throat, and I looked up. He extended a hand. "May I have another dance?" I hesitated, glancing around. One dance was expected, but two? People were definitely watching. Still, I placed my hand in his and whispered, "I'd like to stay in my wheelchair for this one." He nodded, though I saw the questions in his eyes. We hadn't tried dancing like this before. At the edge of the floor, he stood before me, calm and steady. I reached out, and he took my hands. "Tell me if I mess this up." I gave a nervous laugh. "I wouldn't know. First time for me, too." He nodded with quiet determination. He gently pushed and pulled me in rhythm, forward, then back. I got used to the motion quickly and let go of one hand to spin myself. I laughed as I narrowly avoided his feet. Then came the misstep. I rolled right over his toes during a spin. "Sorry," I gasped, seeing a flicker of pain on his face. "I live dangerously," he said deadpan, and I burst into laughter. A small smile tugged at his lips, and my worries began to dissolve. Our eyes met. "Thank you." "For what?" he asked. She looked at me like I'd just handed her the world. I hoped she wasn't thanking me for marrying her. She'd eventually realize I wasn't the prize everyone thought I was.
"For dancing with me," she said softly. as if it should have been obvious. Her eyes were bright with joy, and I couldn't help wondering how she stayed so optimistic after everything life had thrown at her. Her laughter was like a jolt of something good I hadn't felt in ages. "You're my wife. You deserve as many dances as you want, especially considering everything else that comes with being married to me." The song faded into another, but we kept moving. She spun again, this time missing my feet entirely. "How are your toes holding up?" she asked, looking quite proud. "They'll survive. This hurts less than the small talk at these things." Her brows lifted in amusement. "So you'd rather I roll over your feet than talk to me?" She blushed. It was the first time I saw this playful side of Emma, and it surprised me, in a good way. If she wasn't as fragile as I assumed, maybe this would work better than expected. "Not at all. Talking to you's been surprisingly nice." "Are you saying that because it's true, or because you've learned to say what women want to hear?" "Both." She laughed again, then lowered her gaze before looking back through her lashes. "I'm curious to see what else you've learned." A suggestive joke almost slipped out, but I stopped myself. I wasn't sure how to approach that topic with her. We'd never really talked about intimacy. She was young, 18, and her disability made her seem more delicate. I didn't want it to feel like I was taking advantage. "Why the frown?" she asked, concerned. "It's nothing," I said too sharply. She tensed. I cursed myself silently. I needed to figure this out soon, tonight. Maybe I should just talk to her, not Danilo. He knew her best, but the idea of asking him for advice on the wedding night was almost hilarious. "Let's enjoy another dance," I said, and she relaxed again. Afterward, Danilo returned and took my place with his usual intense glare. I'd gotten used to that look by now. I wanted a drink, but it was time for the mother-son dance. My mother stepped onto the floor, her eyes glassy. She hadn't always shown emotion in public, but since losing my sister, she seemed to treasure every milestone with Sophia and me more deeply. She gave me a shy smile. "You and Emma looked wonderful out there. I hope the photographer got plenty of shots." "I'm sure she did. You'll have plenty to frame." She gave me a mock scowl. I softened her with a grin. She squeezed my shoulder. "Are you happy?" "This marriage wasn't meant to bring happiness. It's a business arrangement." She glanced toward Sophia, who stood speaking to Anna and Luisa. Her expression darkened slightly. "I know, but I still want you to find joy. You deserve it. Don't shut it out because of one mistake." "A mistake doesn't usually cost 3 friends their lives. But I'll try, Mom." Her gaze shifted to Emma, still dancing with Danilo. She deserves happiness too. Trying guilt now. If it gets you to stop punishing yourself and remember the man I raised, yes. He's still here, just a little more guarded. That innocent version of me wouldn't survive in this role. She tapped my shoulder, and I kissed her cheek. Time to swap partners. I passed her to Dante and turned to Valentina. With her heels, she nearly matched my height, which was no small feat. "You look glad to be dancing with me," Valentina said with a warm smile. I smirked. Sometimes moms get a little too intense. Speaking from experience, I get it. But don't be too hard on her. Watching your child go through pain is unbearable for a mother. "Do I look like I'm suffering?" I asked dryly. The last thing I needed was to appear weak. "Not at all. You keep your emotions locked up like Dante. I didn't respond to that. Dante was my capo. His being my uncle didn't matter in business. If his wife wanted to compare emotional suppression, that was her call. Thankfully, Valentina didn't press further. Eventually, I slipped away from the dance floor. Emma was talking with Sophia, Anna, and a redhead I didn't recognize. I made my way to the bar instead. Danilo joined me not long after. "Thanks for giving Emma the dance she deserved," he said, ordering a drink. I nodded, sensing he had more to say. "About tonight." I cut him off before he could say something I'd regret hearing. "If this is about what happens behind closed doors, keep it to yourself. Emma's my wife. We'll figure it out. Or do you want to explain why Sophia looks like she's chewing glass?" Danilo narrowed his eyes but eventually gave a nod. Clearly, he didn't want anyone in his marriage either. Mom had told me Sophia said he treated her well. Maybe she had hoped for something more. Emma probably did too. Renato appeared, carrying 2 oversized glasses of red wine. "Negro Amaro," he said, handing me one. Danilo arched a brow. "You know you can refill a glass instead of filling it to the rim." Renato shrugged and took a massive gulp. Noted. I drank as well. The buzz from earlier had worn off, and I hadn't had a chance to refill my flask. Renato's eyes lingered on the redhead speaking with Emma and the others. "That girl makes me consider a cosmetic consultation." I gave him a sharp look. Danilo frowned. "That's Emma's best friend, Georgia." "Is she promised?" "Not that I've heard." I downed my glass. "Telling her what you're thinking won't win her over." Danilo added, "If you married her, Emma would have her best friend nearby. That could be good." I shook my head. Always matchmaking. Danilo's look turned serious. "Let's not talk about that here." He was worried Emma would overhear. I wasn't eager for her to know either. "What's this about?" Emma suddenly asked, walking up with Georgia. She looked between us, curious. "Just business," Danilo replied smoothly. He patted her shoulder and slipped away toward Sophia, who didn't look thrilled to see him. "I'd like you to meet my best friend, Georgia Farina." I nodded politely, making a conscious effort not to let my gaze wander. Renato's earlier comment had ruined any chance of that. "Nice to meet you. You're welcome to visit Minneapolis anytime. My family will make sure you're safe." Georgia smiled brightly until she noticed Renato blatantly staring. I nudged him. "This is my friend, Renato." He finally looked up and gave Emma a quick nod before offering his most charming grin to Georgia. "Pleasure," he said with far too much enthusiasm. Georgia looked like she smelled something foul. Emma blinked and gave Renato a cautious, "Nice to meet you." Then she exchanged a look with Georgia that I couldn't quite decode. "We should rejoin the others," Emma said, casting a curious glance my way. "So much for a great first impression," I muttered. Georgia liked what she saw. I was talking about Emma. It'd be nice if my wife didn't hate my best friend. Renato scoffed. "She's your wife. She has to deal with your choices. You're the one in charge." I need another drink. "Now you're speaking my language. I've got bourbon in my jacket." A couple shots later, I felt looser. I wasn't about to get drunk at my own wedding, but I could handle a lot without it showing. Good thing, too. My parents joined us with Dante and Valentina just as Renato started getting tipsy. He made himself scarce. "Where's Emma?" Valentina asked. I scanned the room and found her at the bar with Georgia, sipping white wine. Catching up with her friend. "You should go to her," Mom said gently. "Ines," Dad cautioned. "They'll figure it out." Dante gave me a knowing glance. I almost asked how he'd managed a real marriage with Valentina, considering how emotionally reserved he was. "She's on her own," Mom said. I watched Emma head for the exit by herself. I considered going after her, but didn't want to seem overbearing. Probably just a bathroom break. She doesn't need an escort. Mom frowned, but I didn't react. 15 minutes passed. Emma didn't return. My gut twisted. "Why don't you check on her?" Valentina suggested with a look that told me she already knew I would. Dante added quietly, "Tonight is about the two of you." I nodded and made my way to the hallway outside the ballroom. Maybe I was being paranoid, but something didn't sit right. Rounding the corner near the restrooms, I saw her, and I wasn't alone in that hallway. A distant cousin of mine, someone I didn't even bother to remember by name, had her cornered. He leaned over her with one hand pressed against the wall above her head. My blood boiled. "Maybe you need help," he said. Emma shook her head, clearly uncomfortable. He leaned in closer like he was about to lift her. I closed the distance fast. He straightened just as I reached him. I grabbed his throat, fingers digging in. My other fist landed in his kidney. He dropped to one knee, eyes watering, gasping. "Apologize to my wife," I said, tightening my grip. Emma's eyes were wide as she watched, but she didn't look away. I loosened my hold enough for him to speak. "I'm sorry," he croaked. Emma gave me a small nod, letting me know it was enough. I met his eyes. "You're done here. Go home." He scrambled away, stunned. I resisted the urge to follow and finish the job. Emma smoothed her dress, cheeks still flushed. "Does this happen often?" I asked, my voice calmer than I felt. She looked up at me, eyes bright. "Sometimes. Some men think I'm an easy target because of the chair." Her embarrassment faded into frustration. She glanced at her wedding ring. "Not anymore," I muttered. She raised an eyebrow. "You won't always be around. I need to learn to speak up. People will learn quickly not to test you, or me." I nodded toward the restroom. She shook her head. I was heading back when he showed up. I touched her shoulder gently. "You okay?" She gave a soft laugh. "I'm fine. You showed up before it got out of hand." We headed back together. From that point on, I didn't leave her side again. No one else was going to ruin this day for her.
It was getting late, and my nerves began to creep in. I stayed close to Georgia, hoping her presence would keep me grounded. She always had a way of distracting me from spiraling thoughts. We stepped into a quiet corner near a privacy screen that hid a staff hallway. "You look tense," she said. "I am," I admitted. "Spending the night with Samuel, not just sleeping, it's a lot to take in." Georgia bit her lip. "He seems like he knows what he's doing. You'll be fine." "Yeah," I whispered, "but he didn't exactly choose this marriage." "Emma, you look incredible." "He'd have to be blind not to notice." I giggled. "I'm pretty sure he's not." Shortly after midnight, Samuel and I said our goodbyes. Our families and a few guests followed us out to his sleek black Mercedes. He opened the door for me, then frowned slightly. The long gown made getting into the seat more complicated than usual. "I can help," Danilo offered, stepping forward. "I've got it," Samuel replied firmly. He bent down, one arm behind my back, the other beneath my knees. I quickly wrapped an arm around his shoulders, my hand landing on his chest. The heat rose in my cheeks as he lifted me. I couldn't ignore the eyes watching us. "You won't always have to carry me," I said quietly. He placed me gently on the seat. "It's our wedding day. Carrying the bride is tradition. Consider it a symbolic ride." His relaxed tone melted some of my anxiety. "Thanks," I said, buckling in. Danilo gave me his usual protective look before Samuel closed the door. The privacy glass shielded us from view. Samuel slid into the driver's seat and started the car. As the hotel faded behind us, a strange mix of emotions filled me. Nervous excitement and a lingering sadness for the life I was leaving behind. We pulled up to a gorgeous home set right along the water. The house stood tall and elegant on the Lake of the Isles, modern and expansive, its front lined with floor-to-ceiling windows. A ramp had been installed beside the stairs leading to the front door. Samuel pushed me up the ramp and unlocked the door. "Want the grand tour?" he asked as I gazed up at the high ceilings and clean, open design. I'd seen photos, but in person, the house felt different, bigger, warmer. "Maybe tomorrow. I think I'd rather just head to bed now," I said, my cheeks warming. "All right," he replied calmly. We moved toward the elevator beside the stairs. He pressed the button and the glass doors opened. Inside, there wasn't much space, so Samuel stood close. I tried not to overthink the fact that I was basically eye level with his waist. My cheeks flushed again. When the elevator opened upstairs, Samuel stepped out first, giving me space. The view from the gallery revealed the lake in the moonlight. It was stunning. This place could feel like home. He stood beside me quietly, then motioned toward a nearby door. "That's our bedroom." He opened it for me and I wheeled inside. The deep blue walls, paired with the silver bedding, gave the room a calm elegance. A chandelier cast soft light over the wide bed, instantly putting me more at ease. I paused in the center of the room, unsure of what to do next. The tiny buttons on the back of my dress were impossible to reach alone. Samuel shut the door behind him and turned to face me. He looked striking in his tailored tux, tall and confident with those clear blue eyes. I looked down at my hands, fumbling with my purse. The silence between us stretched. I suddenly wanted to excuse myself, to spare us both any awkwardness. "Would it be all right if I freshened up first?" "Of course," he said. His voice was tighter than usual, and I looked up to find him watching me with an unreadable expression. I rolled into the bathroom, leaving the door open. The room was beautiful and thoughtfully designed with accessibility in mind. Everything felt spacious. The sink was lower, and the shower had wide doors and grab bars. Samuel followed, leaning casually against the doorframe. His presence made me nervous, but I wanted to show him I wasn't helpless. I locked my wheels, shifted, and slowly stood. Samuel leaned forward as if ready to catch me, but I steadied myself against the counter. His eyes followed the lines of my dress. I hoped he liked what he saw. I brushed my teeth and washed my face, wishing he'd say something. When I looked at him through the mirror, our eyes locked. The intensity in his stare made me forget how to breathe. 8 years separated us, but right now it felt like more, or maybe less. It was time to get out of the dress. I turned and met his gaze. "I need help with the buttons." "Sure," he said, walking over. I braced against the counter, my legs trembling slightly. "I should sit," I admitted. "But if I do, you won't reach." He paused. "Lie on your stomach on the bed. That should work." My stomach fluttered. "Okay." He gave a faint smile, then lifted me again and carried me over. I didn't know where to place my hands, so I rested them against my stomach. At the bed, he paused. Something unreadable crossed his face. Then he gently lowered me, and I rolled over, presenting my back. He sat on the edge beside me, fingers brushing my shoulder blades as he started unfastening the buttons. Each light touch stirred something new inside me. As he reached the lower ones, right above my hips, I tensed. No one had seen me like this before. His fingers lingered now and then. "All done," he said, his voice slightly rough. I looked over my shoulder. "Thanks." His hands were still resting half on my dress, half on my skin. He didn't move. "Turn over, I'll help with the rest." I nodded and rolled onto my back. He stood and leaned over me, eyes scanning my face before lowering to the straps. He gently slid them down. Then he paused, fingers brushing the neckline, and slowly pushed it down. His eyes widened slightly when he saw I wasn't wearing a bra. There'd been no way to with this dress. Goosebumps covered my skin. I held still, unsure if I should cover up, but he kept looking. He eased the dress down to my legs, leaving me in just lace underwear. His gaze moved down, then back up again. My legs were the same as anyone's when lying down, but I still felt vulnerable. Finally, he looked away. I swallowed the sting of disappointment. "We should talk," he said. I nodded, heart pounding. I already knew what he'd say, that this wasn't what he wanted. That this marriage was never supposed to be real. I reached for my nightgown. I began, intending to dress before this conversation continued. Being exposed only made me feel more vulnerable, but Samuel gently stopped my hand. I glanced up, confused and fully aware of how close he was and how clothed he still was. "You don't have to explain," I whispered. "I get it. No need for a speech." He narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you think I'm about to say?" My stomach twisted. I hated spelling it out, but he wasn't making it easy. "If you're not attracted to me, you don't have to pretend. I know you didn't choose this marriage, and men can't fake that kind of thing." I crossed my arms across my chest, wishing I could walk away and end this. Samuel leaned back a bit, eyebrows rising. "You think this is about me not wanting to sleep with you?" His incredulous tone threw me. "That's definitely not the issue," he added. "Trust me, I don't need to fake being attracted to you." I hesitated. "Then what is it?" He ran a hand through his hair, his eyes drifting over me. "I'm trying to be sure I'm not crossing a line. Taking advantage?" I blinked. Then it hit me. "Because I'm in a wheelchair, you think sleeping with me might be unfair?" "Something like that," he said, frowning. "And I don't want to hurt you either. Physically, I mean. You're more vulnerable than most women." His concern hit me hard in the best way. "You don't have to treat me like I'm breakable. My injuries were treated. I'm not fragile. I feel everything. I want things. I'm your wife, not a glass doll. The wheelchair doesn't define me." Samuel's voice dropped as he leaned in. "Then let's be clear. I want to sleep with my wife tonight. Do you want that too?" My mind short-circuited. He was talking about me. Me. I froze for a second. It's fine if you don't." "No, I mean, yes." I shook my head, overwhelmed. Samuel reached out, his fingers brushing the side of my neck. The touch was both grounding and electrifying. "Let me take it from here," he said gently. I nodded. He had this calm, in-control energy I couldn't resist. He slipped off his jacket, unfastened his shoulder holster, and set it aside. Then he climbed onto the bed and leaned over me, kissing me. Not hesitantly, but with intent and hunger. His lips moved over mine with percurps in tongue exploring, Sam sending a rush of heat through me. He moved over me, his weight pressing me into the mattress, his body heat wrapping around mine. Desire pooled low in my belly, something raw and new and overwhelming. When he pulled back, breathless and intense, I felt like he'd just shaken something loose inside me. He slid a hand over my shoulder and down to my ribcage, then he touched my arms, gently pulling them away from where I had covered my chest. "You can stop me any time," he murmured. I couldn't speak, I could only nod. His eyes lowered to my chest, and he stroked beneath one breast, then outlined the curve with a reverent hand. I wondered if he expected me to change my mind. But I didn't. I couldn't. His palm fully cupped one breast, and then he kissed me again. As his fingers teased my nipple, waves of sensation rolled through me. He kissed deeper, matching every stroke of his tongue with the movement of his hand. Then his mouth moved lower. I gasped when his warm tongue flicked across my nipple. His teeth grazed lightly, drawing a moan from my lips. I gripped the back of his head, holding on as he shifted to the other side, lavishing the same attention. There. The brush of his suit against my bare skin made me tremble. He trailed kisses downward. When he reached my hip, I froze. My legs, they didn't respond like others might. I was afraid of what he'd think, of what I would feel or not feel. He met my eyes as he ran his hands along my calves and thighs. I felt pressure, a dull kind of awareness, but not everywhere. Still, his hands never stopped. He massaged gently, slowly increasing the pressure. And when he kissed my thigh, even if I barely felt it, the visual alone made my breath hitch. He bit down softly, and that I did feel, in the best way. His hands moved to the waistband of my underwear. He slid them down, eyes never leaving mine. Then, slowly, deliberately, he spread my legs. I didn't look away. His fingers traced me. First light, then with more intention. I wasn't fully ready, and I knew it. But Samuel took his time. He dipped his thumb, coaxing arousal from me, building it with steady, rhythmic movements. Dip and swirl. Over and over. Until I was breathless. He pressed his thumb inside and held it there, rubbing my clit with practiced precision. I couldn't believe what I was feeling. Every nerve was awake. "You're doing so well," he murmured, voice rough. His praise made me blush and want more. He withdrew and traced the edge of my entrance with 2 fingers. I tensed. "Tell me if it's too much." "I know," I said tightly. I didn't want him to stop. "You're young, Emma. I'm taking this seriously like a husband should, but make no mistake, I want this." His words sank in just as he pushed deeper. The stretch was uncomfortable, but the pressure on my clit kept me grounded in pleasure. My breath came in gasps. My body started to shake. He worked me with careful, knowing fingers, coaxing my body into climax. I bit my lip, riding the wave, unable to look away from his face. He watched every reaction, every twitch of my mouth and eyes. He didn't stop, just slowed slightly, letting me feel every ripple of release. Eventually, he pulled back and stood. My eyes followed him as he undressed, each item of clothing dropping away until he stood bare before me. The sight of him made my breath catch. I'd never imagined I could want someone so much. His body was strong, lean, and beautiful, and clearly aroused. He returned to the bed. "Is this what you want?" My heart answered faster than my mind could. I nodded. "Yes." He gave a quiet nod and gently moved between my legs. He wasn't rushed, just focused. I tried to silence the whirlwind of thoughts in my head. He leaned down and kissed me, softly this time, before he started to enter me. I gasped. The stretch was real, sharper than before. He paused. I gritted my teeth and forced my body to relax. This pain I could handle. Compared to everything else, this was small. He pushed slowly, inch by inch, his expression tightening. When he was fully inside, he stopped letting me adjust. Then he began to move. The discomfort lingered, but his steady gaze, his calm control, it all helped. His thrusts deepened, and I held on to him, kissed him, let him lead. Eventually he stilled, breathing heavily, and I felt him tense and release. He stayed like that for a moment before pulling away, lying beside me. I turned my head, trying to process it all. My body ached, but my heart felt oddly full. This had really happened. He'd wanted me, not just tolerated me, wanted me. He closed his eyes and I let mine roam over him, his chest, his stomach, the lines of his body perfect and strong. I noticed the evidence of our union, my blood on him, and flushed. I wanted to touch him, to claim him as mine. But I wasn't sure I could. Not yet. I belonged to him, but I didn't know if he belonged to me. Pleasure still buzzed faintly through me. Once my breathing steadied, I sat up, needing to clean myself. The proof of what had just happened lingered on my skin and the sheets. I felt Emma's eyes on me. When I looked her way, she blushed and gave a shy smile. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice still hoarse with the remnants of lust. Emma hadn't made much noise to show discomfort, but looking at her now, I could only imagine it hadn't been painless. Maybe I should have been more gentle, but something primal had taken over, driven by the knowledge that I was her first. She nodded faintly. She was stunning, beautiful in every way, and now she was my wife. I couldn't help but wish fate had handed her someone better. Her past carried pain, and I knew mine was filled with darkness that could easily bleed into her future. She looked like a startled doe in the quiet aftermath, still bare beside me, her skin tinted with the flush of what we'd shared. She was breathtaking. Desire had clouded my mind the moment I'd seen her undressed. "Do you need anything I ask?" She sat up slowly, wincing as she noticed the mess on her legs. "I should clean up." "I'm going to shower. Want to join me?" She looked surprised but gave a grateful nod until something shifted in her expression. "I can shower on my own." "I know, but we can go together." I scooped her up again. My body already stirred with new hunger, but I pushed it down. She needed care, not more heat. We stepped into the bathroom, and I carried her straight into the shower. I reached for the controls, but holding her made it tricky. "Let me," she offered, and switched on the water. As usual, it started ice cold. She gasped and gripped my arm tightly, her wide eyes finding mine. I chuckled. "That cold water woke you up faster than I did?" She narrowed her eyes playfully. "A warning would have been nice." I grinned. Didn't expect cold water to get a louder reaction than I did. Her mouth opened slightly, startled by the tease. I hadn't planned on letting my real self slip out so soon, but pretending all day had drained me. She misunderstood, her eyes filling with uncertainty. I leaned in. "Not from pain, Emma. I'm not into that. I like hearing you because it means you're enjoying it." Her blush deepened. I shifted her so the warm water could rinse the blood away. "You can set me down. I'll handle the rest." I gently lowered her and kept one hand on her waist while she steadied herself. She reached for my body wash, her fingers moving with care. She hissed slightly as she cleaned between her thighs. "What's in this?" she asked, glancing up. I winced. "It's a wake-up kind of soap. Sorry." She rinsed quickly, and watching her touch herself stirred something in me I struggled to ignore. Her gaze met mine, cheeks flushed. I turned away, focusing on washing my face instead. Tomorrow we'd have lunch with the families, and after that, hopefully get back to focusing on dismantling the Falcones. This wedding had eaten too much of our time. "All done?" I asked, peeking over. "Yeah," she said, her tone quieter now. I stepped out first, wrapping a towel around my waist, then grabbed another and draped it around her shoulders, pulling her close. She looked up, her big brown eyes searching mine. She wanted something more between us. Love, maybe, a real connection. She had it in her to make that happen. I wasn't sure if I did. If I ever let her in, she'd see the shadows I lived with, the guilt I carried that never went away. I let her go. "We should get some sleep." She gave a small smile. "I just need a minute." I left her alone and changed into pajama pants, unsure if she'd need help or prefer space. Emma was used to doing things herself. When she came out, she leaned against the doorframe in a gold silk nightgown. Her hair was braided and draped over her shoulder. "Could you bring me my wheelchair?" I rolled it over. "I can carry you again." "You've been kind enough already." Oh, her tone was cooler now. Maybe she was recalibrating, opting for a dynamic built on mutual respect rather than misplaced hope. "I'm your husband. Being kind isn't a favor, it's part of the job." Her expression tightened. I knew that came out wrong. She got into the chair and wheeled toward the bed, locked the brakes, and climbed in. I joined her. She looked at me, determined. "I'm not a responsibility. I fought hard for my independence. I won't become someone's obligation." I sighed. "That's not what I meant. And you're right, I just meant that I take our vows seriously. Being good to you isn't optional." "And I'll do the same. We both made promises. We'll figure this out." I nodded. The next morning, I woke to quiet breathing and the hazy memory of last night. A small smile tugged at my lips. The curtains kept the room dim. I turned toward the sound. Emma still slept, her breathing soft. Samuel lay with his back to me. The blanket had slipped low, exposing his back. 3 names were tattooed near where his heart would be. My stomach tightened. Were they old flames? It didn't seem like his style. I looked closer. Enea, Domenico, Arlo. Not lovers, lost friends, fallen comrades. As a made man, loss came with the job. His scars told their own stories. I knew he'd once been captured trying to save his twin. He carried the past like armor. Suddenly, he stirred and rolled over. I quickly closed my eyes a bit tighter, pretending I'd just woken up. His blonde hair was tousled. In that moment, he looked softer, almost approachable. Morning, I said, unsure of what came next. Was he chatty in the mornings or more of a silent type? Need help? He asked, glancing at the wheelchair. I smiled politely. No, I've got it. He still assumed I needed more help than I actually did. I didn't blame him, many people did, but I managed just fine on my own. He sat up. Those names on your back, they're people you lost? His face darkened. They died because of me. I opened my mouth but didn't know what to say. He clearly didn't want to elaborate. I nodded, letting it go for now. Maybe I'd ask Danilo later. He knew more about Samuel's past, especially that mission to rescue his twin. But I already knew enough. Samuel carried ghosts, and I was beginning to care about the man haunted by them. Maybe one day Samuel would open up and share everything with me. I'm going to freshen up and get dressed. Are we having breakfast together? Yeah, I took the day off, he replied. I maneuvered into my wheelchair, fully aware of Samuel's gaze tracking every movement. His body tensed, as if he was ready to spring up and help. It was thoughtful, but also a little suffocating. I didn't want to become someone he had to look after, beyond what love and partnership demanded. I adjusted my nightgown, took hold of the wheels, and rolled toward the bathroom. The door was closed, so I angled my chair and pushed it open. Samuel started to get up, clearly intending to help. I tossed him a smile and wheeled inside. As I reached the sink, he appeared in the doorway again. I bit back a laugh, though a part of me wanted to scream. I cleared my throat. You don't need to hover. I'm an adult. Just because I'm in a wheelchair doesn't mean I need a babysitter. Treat me like you would any other woman. The last part came out harsher than intended. Samuel's brow furrowed. You're my wife. I want to take care of you. And I appreciate that, I said gently, but unless I ask for help, I've got it. He nodded, but I wasn't sure if it truly sank in. Maybe he needed to see me manage independently before he believed it. Made men were notoriously stubborn and overprotective. Still, I couldn't deny that it touched me. His commitment to touch or to taking our vows seriously. But if he kept treating me like I was fragile, I'd lose patience fast. I wanted to be his equal, not someone he pitied. Would you prefer I leave, or can I brush my teeth? You can stay. He stepped in and positioned himself at the other sink. I couldn't tell if he genuinely wanted to brush his teeth or just didn't trust me to be alone. Either way, I got a full view of him, bare-chested, only wearing silk pajama pants. And wow. I'd been too caught up in nerves last night to appreciate his physique, but now, every sculpted muscle, every defined line, he was built like a Greek statue. Even though I was still a bit sore, the sight of Samuel stirred something in me. Our eyes locked, and I felt heat rush to my cheeks. Was there going to be a round two? Or had last night been a one-time performance out of obligation? Maybe he already had someone on the side. A mistress wouldn't be unheard of in our world. Men like Samuel, powerful and good-looking, rarely stayed faithful. The thought made my chest ache. I rolled out of the bathroom, picked out a soft, blush-colored sundress, and paired it with pointed flats. By the time Samuel came out, I was already dressed. I took the elevator while he went down the stairs. The breakfast table had been prepared with an assortment of pastries, fresh fruit, and yogurt parfaits. We sat across from each other. A woman entered, tall, curvy, probably in her late 30s or early 40s, with kind eyes and a ponytail of curly brown hair. Good morning. What would you like for breakfast? Her Italian accent was thick. She must have been new to the States. I glanced at the spread. There's plenty already, I replied in Italian, happy to speak the language again. Samuel also switched to Italian. This is Azzurra. She was recommended by my parents' chef. What's on the menu today? Hearing him speak Italian made my stomach flutter. His voice was already deep, but in Italian, it was like velvet. I can cook whatever you'd like. If you prefer American style, I can make eggs, waffles, pancakes. I picked up a maritozzo. I usually go for cornetto, brioche, or maritozzo, and of course a cappuccino. Azzurra smiled. I hesitated, then asked, Where's your accent from? A small village in the Maremma region, she replied. What brought you here? My son wanted to join the outfit. I'm a widow. He's all I have, so I followed him. Been here 2 years now. Samuel nodded. He's brave and loyal. Pride lit her face. I'll leave you to enjoy. If you need anything, just ring the bell. She stepped away. Talking to her had been surprisingly easy. Easier than talking to Samuel. He bit into a cornetto, his gaze lingering on me. Not everyone takes interest in the people who work for them. I like knowing who's part of my home. Everyone has a story. I want to hear them. He nodded approvingly, then took a sip of cappuccino. His phone buzzed with messages and emails, but he didn't glance at it. A folded newspaper sat beside it, untouched. If you need to check your phone, I don't mind, I offered. Danilo used to do it all the time during meals. I'd gotten used to multitasking during breakfast myself. Samuel gave a small shake of his head. It's rude. At home, we focused on the people at the table. I work all day. During meals, I'm off the clock. I like that. It felt old-fashioned in the best way. Eye contact, conversation, real connection, even if it might be awkward between us at first. But don't you miss something urgent that way? He gave a wry smile. Is that how Danilo justified being glued to his phone? I hesitated. Yes, and look, I know you and Danilo don't get along, but maybe try not to bash him all the time. If not for me, then for Sophia. We're family now. Samuel leaned back, sighed. Fair, he's your brother, and despite our issues, he always looked out for you, except agreeing to this marriage. My brows pulled together. What do you mean? Just that I'm not exactly a prize. One day you might see that. Why not just be honest with me now? He gave a low chuckle. Because if I told you everything, I'd ruin this marriage before it had a chance. I want this to work, I said quietly. Don't you? I do, he replied just as softly, but doubt clung to his words.
I wasn't entirely sure why I told Emma I was a bad deal. While it was the truth, saying it out loud didn't help anything. She sipped her cappuccino in silence, clearly bothered, and I couldn't blame her. I didn't want to get into it any further, so I changed the subject. How about a tour of the house and garden? Her eyes lifted and she smiled softly. I'd love that. I stood and waited for her to wheel herself back from the table. Want me to push you? I'd already learned that Emma valued her independence. Coddling her wasn't the way to go, and truthfully, I respected her strength. Maybe she was tougher than I gave her credit for. Maybe she could handle everything that came with being tied to someone like me. I'll follow you. I want to see your face while you talk about the house. This is only the third night I've spent here, I admitted, so I don't know much more about the place than you do. She tilted her head, curious. You bought it a while ago. Why wait so long to move in? I could have made up a business excuse, but I kept it real. Honestly, I like having people around. Living here alone didn't appeal to me. I had plenty of freedom at my parents' place, so I stayed. That makes sense, she said thoughtfully. With your line of work, having family around probably helps keep you grounded. I nodded. Some nights, a drink with my dad in his office had been the only thing to take the edge off. You can rely on me, Samuel. I'll never betray your trust. Her cheeks turned pink, and she looked as sweet as she did stunning. I pointed toward the front window. Let's start with the porch view. I opened the double doors and let her out. The lake view was something else. Emma followed and lit up when she saw the fireplace and the cozy deck chairs. It's gas, I said, flicking the remote. Flames sprang up instantly. But it gets the job done. You still like swimming? I asked. I remembered how excited she'd been about the lake 2 years ago at the Cavallaro mansion. I was only there to watch Sophia then, barely exchanged more than a word with Emma. I should have made more of an effort. Yes, I used to go once a week to an indoor pool back in Indianapolis. I hope I can find a good spot here. I have a surprise, I said, guiding her through the dining room and into the main living area, which opened onto the backyard. I pushed open the wide glass doors, and her eyes went wide when she saw the large swimming pool. A ramp led from the terrace to the pool area. That's not a small surprise, she said, grabbing my hand and squeezing it. For someone who claims he's a bad deal, you're doing a pretty decent job of being thoughtful. I cleared my throat. It's no big deal. Emma let go of my hand and rolled down the ramp for a closer look. I wish I could jump in right now. We've got a couple of hours before our families get here. Plenty of time. Not if I have to shower, style my hair, and redo my makeup. I gave her a clueless look. She laughed and scanned the rest of the yard. The flawless lawn, manicured bushes, paved paths, and pristine flower beds. It looks like a garden from a magazine. I can't wait until it feels lived in, with people playing and hanging out. There was a flicker of wistfulness in her expression, but then she smiled again. Can we see the rest? Even the kitchen? Of course, I said. We ended our tour in the kitchen, where Azura was hard at work. The smell of lunch already filled the space. Emma inhaled deeply, letting out a pleased sigh. That smells incredible. What are we having? Azura pointed to the stove. Tortelli al ragu as the first course. Emma wheeled closer. What's the filling? Ricotta and spinach, Azura replied. Can I try the sauce? Certainly. Azura handed her a spoonful. Emma tasted it, closed her eyes, and let out a soft moan that sent a rush of heat through me. This is amazing. Azura smiled proudly and opened the oven. The second course will be cinghiale alla cacciatora. My dad loves wild boar stew, I said. So do I, Emma added cheerfully. And you, Mr. Mayan? Azura asked. Samuel, I corrected. I like it, but not with the childhood obsession my father has. Emma moved past Azura to a cake cooling on the counter. Torta al cioccolato! Her eyes lit up, and I laughed. Big chocolate fan? In every possible form. I made a mental note to start keeping chocolate truffles around, both as gifts and for damage control. Lunch with our families was surprisingly smooth. Even Danilo and I managed polite conversation. Of course, he kept giving me pointed glances. The moment we were alone, I knew he'd start grilling me about how I was treating Emma.
I held back on the first two courses to leave room for dessert. When the cake was finally served, I had to control myself. Azura, thankfully, had more class than I did and served the guests first. Samuel caught my expression and smirked. The cake didn't disappoint. She'd added pine nuts to the top and maybe even ground some into the batter. I closed my eyes, savoring the rich flavor. When I opened them again, Samuel was watching me with a look that made my cheeks go hot. Later, Inez, Sophia, and I headed out to the porch. I turned on the fireplace and we sat in silence for a few minutes, taking in the lake. The men were in Samuel's office now, likely talking business with a drink in hand. Azura stepped onto the porch. Can I get you anything to drink? Could you ask my husband to make me a hanky-panky? Inez said. I'm sure he's got the ingredients. I blinked, having a very different image of that phrase. Azura turned to Sophia. I'll have an amaretto sour, she said coolly. Samuel knows how to make one. I'd already had 2 glasses of wine, so I should have passed, but I didn't want to be the only one without a drink. What do you recommend? Azura looked momentarily panicked. Espresso martini? I nodded, curious. I'd never tried one before. She disappeared. Inez sighed. You two aren't even 21 yet. I'm not sure I should be letting you drink. Sophia rolled her eyes. We can marry men a decade older, get pregnant, and live with killers. I think we can handle a cocktail. Her voice was light, but there was a trace of bitterness. What was Danilo doing? Sophia seemed so genuine and sweet. They'd seemed better lately. I hoped that wasn't changing. Inez turned to me. Are you happy with your marriage so far? I blushed, uncertain how to answer. Samuel's been very kind. Sophia gave me a look of doubt, but Inez appeared reassured. Soon, Azura returned with a tray of drinks. "You can head home now," I said with a grateful smile, taking my espresso martini. She nodded and slipped away. Inez, Sophia, and I clinked our glasses before taking a sip. The cocktail was flavorful, but far too strong for my liking. I placed it on the side table. No way was I risking being tipsy on our second night together. Still, a bit of liquid courage might not be the worst thing. I wanted to be close to Samuel again, even if I was still sore. But would he make a move? Danilo appeared in the doorway. Sophia looked up, her expression tight. "Are we leaving already?" "No," he replied, his tone flat and cold as usual. His eyes shifted to me. "Emma, can I have a word?" I couldn't help a slight smile. Of course he'd want to talk, but if he thought he could insert himself into my marriage, he'd better expect me to do the same with his. I followed him to the living room. He turned to face me, concern etched in his features. "Is there something I need to know?" I raised an eyebrow. "There are probably a lot of things in the world you should know more about." He crouched down in front of me. "Last night, I kept thinking, maybe I should have stopped this wedding." "You agreed to it, Danilo." His gaze turned wary. "Did he treat you well?" A blush crept up my neck. I couldn't hold his eyes. "He treated me the way a husband should." "That doesn't always mean much in our world," he muttered. "If he hurt..." Samuel's voice cut in before Danilo could finish. Neither of us had heard him enter. He was suddenly there, striding into the room with calm authority. "I'd appreciate it if you stayed out of my private life," Samuel said, his tone even but firm. He stood face to face with Danilo, both men tall and equally dominant. The tension between them crackled. Samuel gave a smile that wasn't quite friendly. "But for the record, I did everything I could to make sure your sister's first night was as gentle as possible." My jaw dropped, my face flamed. Did he really just say that in front of my brother? Danilo looked like he might punch him. He took a step forward, but then stopped, straightened his jacket, turned to me, and kissed my forehead before walking out without a word. Samuel looked at me, his voice cooler now. He shoved his hands in his pockets. "I know that embarrassed you, but your brother has made plenty of comments like that about my sisters in the past. He deserved a little payback." I gave him a skeptical look. "Is that how you usually handle things? Share bedroom details as revenge?" He stepped closer and rested a hand lightly on my shoulder. "Number? I won't ever talk about what happens between us to anyone else." "Okay," I said, the heat finally fading from my cheeks. "I want to get back to Sophia and your mother." Samuel nodded. "I should go check on Danilo before he says something to my father that stirs the pot." I smirked. "Good luck with that." After our families left, Samuel joined me on the porch. The fire flickered, and the reflection of nearby houses shimmered across the lake's surface. Samuel had a tumbler of dark liquor in hand. I still felt a slight buzz from the wine and that one sip of the espresso martini. But he had a much higher tolerance. 4 glasses of wine, who knows how much from the office liquor cabinet, and now this. It worried me a little. That kind of tolerance didn't come without years of experience. "Danilo mentioned he and Sophia are heading back to Indianapolis tomorrow," Samuel said. I nodded. "He told me. I wish they were staying a bit longer." Georgia had already gone back earlier that morning with her brother. Now Danilo was leaving too. The last thread tying me to my old life would be gone. Samuel watched me over his glass. "Will you be all right?" "Yes," I said firmly. "I just need time to adjust. If you need anything, let me know. I'll have one of our men stay here when I'm gone. You'll meet him tomorrow before I leave." He was leaving already? I didn't say it aloud. This wasn't a fairy tale. We weren't the kind of couple who couldn't bear being apart. "I hope he's discreet. I don't like being watched." "He's professional. He'll stay in the staff area unless you need him." Samuel glanced at his watch. A sleek, dark blue Patek Philippe. "I've got to be up early for a meeting about slot machine shipments." I yawned, hiding it with my hand. It was already past 11. "I'll come with you." He finished his drink and stood holding the door for me. "After you." His manners were gentlemanly and polite. That was nice, sure, but it also reminded me how much of a gap still existed between us. We didn't feel like a real couple yet. Back in the bedroom, my gaze immediately shifted to the bed. Last night had made me feel beautiful, strong, more woman than I'd ever felt before. I wanted more of that. Samuel cleared his throat, eyes on me. You can get ready first. I changed into another silk nightgown, this one off-white with delicate lace trim, and returned to find him standing in the middle of the room, shirt unbuttoned. His sculpted torso and the line of hair leading to his pants, Heinchis had chair were when my I we chui I tans were ye undinchi wondering. The belt was undone, pants unfastened. I wanted to be bold enough to go to him, to reach for him. He didn't notice me right away, focused on his phone. When he looked up, he gave a quick smile and walked past me into the bathroom. That's when I saw it, another phone on the nightstand. My stomach dropped. 2 phones? Maybe it was for work. Plenty of people had one for business and one for personal use, but Samuel's work was his life. There wasn't really a line separating the two. Doubt crept in. Could he have a mistress? Many men in our world did. Some of them were there long before the wedding. I could already hear my mother, "Don't ask questions. Be grateful. He's a catch." I exhaled and climbed into bed. Part of me wanted to call Georgia, but I didn't want to bother her with paranoia. Samuel could return any second. I could just ask him. He walked out of the bathroom just then, heading straight for the walk-in closet. He slipped something into the pocket of the jacket he'd wear tomorrow. My gut twisted. When he finally climbed into bed, I smiled at him, nervously. He hesitated, maybe about to speak, then gave a brief smile back. "Sleep well." Then he turned off the light and rolled away. No kiss, no contact. My chest felt tight. I stared at the ceiling, my mind racing. The second phone burned in my thoughts. Eventually, sleep took over, but unease stayed curled in the corners of my mind. I had to find out what that phone was for, but first I needed a reason. And maybe the courage. Samuel's alarm blared, waking me up. He was already out of bed before I could even open my eyes. Getting up early was definitely tougher with wine in my system. I sat up and slipped into my wheelchair. Samuel had already disappeared into the bathroom and shut the door behind him. As the shower started, I glanced at the closet. His taupe jacket hung neatly on a stand. My heart pounded as I wheeled over and reached for the pocket. My fingers found something solid. I strained upward and managed to pull out a phone. I listened for the water, still running. The screen lit up under my touch, revealing part of a WhatsApp message from someone labeled F. "When can we see each other again?" My heart leapt. I quickly tried different unlock patterns, an inverted L, then one with a slant. No luck. The doorknob turned. Panicking, I shoved the phone back into the pocket and dropped down into my chair. I hadn't even made it out of the closet before Samuel appeared. His eyes darted from the bed to me, brows furrowing. "Looking for something?" "I just remembered I haven't unpacked my clothes yet," I said, motioning to the 3 suitcases beside the bed. He gave a slow nod and stepped closer, wearing only boxers. The closet suddenly felt too small as he reached for his white shirt and suit. I backed out, pretending to dig through my suitcase. "I'm in a rush," he said. "No time for breakfast." "That's fine," I replied, eyes locked on my bag like it held the secrets of the universe. After a beat, he walked out. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and clenched my fists. I silently counted to 5, my go-to method when I needed to steady myself. After a few deep breaths, I was in control again. I chose a floral sundress with spaghetti straps and skipped the shoes. The rest were still boxed up downstairs. With Samuel gone, I had breakfast alone. I messaged Georgia, telling her what I saw. "That's suspicious. But there could still be another explanation," she replied. I barely touched my cornetto or cappuccino. Azura entered. "Mrs. Maione is here to see you." Inez peeked in behind her. "Can I join you? I hope I'm not intruding." "Inez, good morning." "Of course." I quickly locked my phone and gestured for her to sit. She kissed my cheeks and settled into Samuel's usual seat. I only had a fruit salad earlier, but she eyed the pastries and picked up a cornetto. "Oh well, did Samuel send you to babysit me?" I asked, gesturing at the wheelchair. She smiled a little sheepishly. "He called this morning, asked if I'd help you unpack. That's all. He's just worried. New place, new faces. I've lived alone before. I can handle myself." He made the house very accessible. "I know you can," she said gently. "He'll realize it too soon enough." I'm not mad. I just want him to see I'm capable. Inez chuckled. That's why I told the priest from our community about you. He runs a support group for families with disabilities. Thought you might want to help. That sounds perfect. Just give me his contact info. After breakfast, we headed to the bedroom. I noticed I still hadn't met my bodyguard. Samuel had left so fast he forgot introductions. My shoes and bags are still boxed up downstairs, I told Inez. I'll have Leo bring them. You haven't met him yet? I shook my head. She made the call. He was Sophia's bodyguard before her marriage. Samuel thought he'd be a good fit for you. Discreet, dependable, experienced. She handed me his number. Samuel's mind is always on work. He'll forget to pass on important things. He had his mind on someone named F, too. Inez touched my shoulder. You okay? Just didn't sleep well. A knock interrupted us. We both called out, Come in. Inez smiled. Oh, sorry. You're home. Your rules. A large man stepped in with 2 boxes. Where should I put these? By the walk-in closet, please. He placed them down and turned to me, late 40s maybe, muscular with a buzz cut and tattoos of a woman and 5 kids. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Mayan. He looked at Inez. And you again, Mrs. Mayani. I laughed. Call me Emma, less confusing. And I'm Inez, she added. He shrugged. How are your kids? My son's trying to send me to an early grave, he joked. Should have stuck with the 4 girls. How old is he? I asked, smiling. 7. My wife wants another. I told her I'm too old. You're not. You're my age, Inez replied. Can't argue with that. I liked him already. Friendly and funny. Not the brooding type that makes things tense. Need help unpacking? No, thanks. I preferred doing that part alone. He tipped an invisible hat and left. You know where to find me? He's great, I said to Inez. Sophia loved him too. The other guy was moodier. She pointed at the boxes. Ready to get started? I nodded. Shoes first, then the rest. While unpacking, a few old photos fell out. Me before the accident. Dancing, leaping midair in my favorite ballet move. A lump formed in my throat. Inez noticed. You okay? I nodded and held up the photos. Forgot I packed these. She studied them. I could tell you were a dancer, the way you move, your hands, so graceful. Thank you. Did you dance? For a bit, then my father decided leotards were inappropriate. I nodded and slid the photos into a drawer. I loved watching you and Samuel dance. Maybe you should take lessons again. I might. I'll think about it. I changed the subject. Are people still talking about our marriage? If they are, it doesn't matter, Inez said. You're Samuel's wife now, and I'm glad about it. Really? I asked, unsure. She placed a scarf on a high shelf. I'll be honest, I had doubts at first. Samuel's been through hell. I wanted someone strong, someone kind for him. I opened my mouth to defend myself, but she held up her hand. I see now. You are that woman. You can handle him. I'll try to be a good wife, if he lets me. She gave a tight smile. He's stubborn, keeps things bottled up like his father, but I know there's a good man in there. I was surprised by her honesty and relieved. She opened the last suitcase. Lingerie spilled out, mostly new. I'd bought them with Samuel in mind, but also for myself. No need to be shy, Inez said, placing them in the drawer. We finished unpacking by early afternoon and had coffee. Would you mind if I took a swim? She asked. We don't have a pool. Go for it. Borrow a bikini. While she swam, I browsed activities in Minneapolis. I found an inclusive dance studio. They offered everything from jazz and ballet to break dance. A pang of longing hit me. I missed movement, rhythm, dance. Would Samuel approve? Maybe I could ask Leo to take me and keep it low-key, but lying wouldn't go over well. I'd bring it up tonight after asking about F. The thought made my stomach twist. Inez returned later, freshly showered and put together. I should head home. Give you two some time. Samuel's working late, I said, reading his text. She frowned. Want me to stay? You sure? I'll text my husband. He won't mind. Dinner was nice, but my thoughts kept drifting. What was Samuel doing? Was he really working? Whispers from others echoed in my mind. A man like Samuel married to someone like me? Of course he had a mistress, they said, as if I couldn't be enough. When Samuel came home, he seemed surprised I was still up. I put down my book and looked at him. My nerves buzzed. He started unbuttoning his sleeves. Everything okay? I need to ask something, I said, my voice quieter than I wanted. He froze. Go on. You chose to marry me. Maybe I'm not the perfect catch by some standards, but I expect honesty and loyalty. If there's someone else, I need to know. Maybe this would be the end of our marriage before it had even truly started. My throat went dry as the final words left my lips. Samuel stopped unbuttoning his shirt, his hands falling to his sides. What makes you think I'd be seeing someone else? His voice was calm, but his eyes locked onto mine so intensely it was hard not to look away. I felt foolish. It wasn't just about the wheelchair, but part of me feared it was. I had told him before that it didn't define me, yet now I was letting that fear get to me. His frown deepened, casting a more intimidating shadow over his features. Somehow that only made him more striking. Samuel always looked sharp, but when he got serious, he was downright captivating. My parents have been married for 30 years. My father raised me to believe that loyalty and fidelity are the backbone of a marriage. I would never disrespect you like that, Emma. There's no other woman, and there won't be. I swallowed, sensing the truth in his tone. But then again, what about F? Was he just really good at lying? If that was the case, our marriage was already hanging by a thread. My voice shook slightly with guilt. You have 2 phones. And this morning, a message from someone named F popped up. She said she missed you. His expression hardened into something unreadable, but the disappointment in his eyes hit harder than any anger. You were checking my phone? I hesitated. It wasn't on purpose. You left it in your jacket. The screen lit up on its own. He looked away, lost in thought for a moment. So you don't trust me? A surge of emotion bubbled up. I want to, but I know how men in our world behave, and I know what people think of me. I won't ignore my instincts, and I won't accept being lied to either. He stepped forward, frustration simmering behind his gaze. Other people's opinions shouldn't matter. Mine should. And I've done nothing to make you question my loyalty. I carry 2 phones because I handle sensitive business with people I don't want crossing into my personal life. Maybe that was the truth, but the message didn't sound like business. My heart pounded as I blurted, "You haven't tried to touch me again?" I bit my lip, regretting the words the moment they came out. "I'd love to," he said, a flicker of a grin playing on his lips. "But marriage is a 2-way street." "Then why haven't you?" I asked. He looked down at his half-unbuttoned shirt, then back at me. "I didn't want to pressure you. I figured you might still be in pain." I was, a little. You could have asked. I would have told you if I wasn't ready. Samuel shrugged. You could have made the first move. I shifted in the bed, a little embarrassed. If I had more experience, maybe I would have. But you have over a decade on me, and let's be honest, probably more X's than I've got shoes. He arched a brow, glancing toward my neatly organized shoe shelf. A grin tugged at his lips. Then you clearly need more shoes. Don't tempt me. But seriously, he said, stepping closer, you're the one people consider the innocent one here. I thought I was being respectful by not expecting anything. There's a difference between expecting and initiating, I pointed out. He nodded. Fair. I just didn't know if you'd feel comfortable saying no. I paused. That's fair. But for now, I'd prefer if you made the first move. He moved to the bed, shirt still undone. I'm happy to, if that's what you want. I do, I whispered, my voice catching. Samuel undid his tie, his eyes never leaving mine. He leaned in, kissed me, gently at first, then more assertively. His kiss tasted faintly of whiskey, and my body responded instantly. He slid under the covers, his body pressing against mine, and I felt every inch of him. He rocked against me, and the pressure made me gasp. I slid one hand into his hair, the other resting on his back. He paused and pulled away slightly. I'm yours. You can touch me however you want. My breath hitched. Yours. The word sent a thrill down my spine. His hand slid under my nightgown, cupping my breast, his thumb brushing my nipple. I moaned softly as he kissed my neck, his body pressing into mine. His fingers slid lower, tracing the curve of my body until they found exactly where I ached for him most. He whispered, "You're soaked." I didn't answer. I couldn't. I clung to him, overcome. His voice was a rasp. "What do you want?" I looked toward his hand. "Inside?" he asked. I gave a tiny nod. Gently, he eased a finger into me. I tensed slightly. "Still sore?" he asked. "A little, but don't stop." "I won't," he promised. "Not until I know you're completely satisfied." His pace was slow, deliberate, building a fire inside me. He added a second finger, and my body welcomed him. My breath caught in my throat as pleasure overtook everything else. My climax came fast and hard. I clung to him as I shook, and he kissed my throat, drawing soft sounds from me. He pulled back, and I felt the loss immediately. Then he stood and removed the rest of his clothes, letting me take him in. He was strong, confident, and completely comfortable in his skin. He motioned to my nightgown. "Let's even the playing field." I helped him remove it. He slid off my panties next, holding them up briefly, teasing me before dropping them to the floor. He knelt before me, his fingers tracing the insides of my thighs, making me shiver. Then he lifted my legs onto his shoulders and looked me in the eyes. "Okay?" I nodded, heart racing. He pressed his tip against me, teasing me first, then slowly easing inside. My body clenched around him, and he paused to let me adjust. He kissed my ankles. "Ready?" Another nod. Slowly, he began to move. We found a rhythm together, our bodies fitting perfectly. There was nothing forced, nothing rushed, just us. Afterwards, we lay tangled together. My head rested on his arm, but my thoughts drifted. I wasn't convinced by his phone explanation, and the distraction, though perfect, was temporary. Samuel stared at the ceiling. I could tell he was lost in thought. What he didn't say worried me more than what he did. He pulled away suddenly. "What's wrong?" I asked. He sat up, grabbing pajama pants. "Just remembered an email I forgot to send. I'll handle it downstairs. You should rest." I nodded, not quite believing him. He kissed my forehead and pulled the blanket up to my shoulders. Then he left. Downstairs, he made his way to the office, grabbed a bottle of gin, and sank into the couch. Memories crashed into him. The rescue mission. The lives lost. Fina. He drank deeply, the burn numbing the guilt. His thoughts spiraled. He had tried to rescue his sister, tried to protect everyone, but it hadn't been enough. The voice of Domenico's mother echoed in his head, blaming him for her son's death. And the truth? She wasn't wrong. Samuel closed his eyes, the weight of regret pressing down. His connection to Fina, though rare now, still existed, and it might cost him Emma. Maybe it was finally time to sever that last tie. Another swig, then another, until the pain dulled into silence. When I woke up in the middle of the night, the bed beside me was empty. Samuel was gone. I sat up, switched on the bedside lamp, and blinked as my eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness. My nightgown was draped beside me, and I slipped it on quickly before easing myself into my wheelchair. A creeping thought seized me. What if he'd lied? What if he was with F right now? Shaking the doubt away, I headed into the hallway and took the elevator downstairs. The house was dark, save for the faint glow spilling from under the door to Samuel's office. I followed it. The door was slightly ajar, and silence hung behind it. I pushed it open gently and rolled in. Samuel was sprawled on the couch, his head tilted awkwardly, fast asleep. The usually sharp lines of his face softened in slumber. I wheeled closer. A nearly empty bottle of gin sat beside him. The strong smell hit me the moment I got near. He'd clearly drunk a lot. Too much. Was this my fault? Had my accusations pushed him to this? Or was this proof I'd been right all along? But this didn't seem like the Samuel I knew. Made men didn't let emotions get the better of them. Or did I not know him at all? His second phone lay on the floor beside his foot. The same phone he'd claimed was only for unsavory contacts. I hesitated, my hand hovering over it. Was I really about to do this again? Invade his privacy after how he reacted last time? My fingers grazed the phone, my insides at war. I wanted to trust him, but all the secrets, all the half-truths made it hard. Suddenly, Samuel stirred. The phone slipped from my grip and hit the floor with a soft thud. Samuel bolted upright, gun drawn in a flash. His gaze was wild until it landed on me. He lowered the weapon slowly, breath heavy. Jesus, Emma, I could have hurt you. Why didn't you say something? He placed the gun back where it had been. You were completely out. I didn't need to be sneaky, I said, glancing at the gin bottle. He ran a hand through his hair. Sometimes I have trouble sleeping. I take pills. Maybe that was true, but the amount of alcohol suggested otherwise. You could have come back to bed. I was worried. I'm not used to someone keeping tabs on me, he muttered. I nodded tightly. Right. I guess I shouldn't impose. Disappointment burned in my chest. I remembered how Danilo used to fall asleep at his desk and how he never minded when I woke him. Samuel sighed. That sounded worse than I meant it. He stood and scanned the floor, spotting his phone. He picked it up, then gave me a look filled with suspicion. I held his gaze, unmoved. I'm coming to bed, he said, if you want to. I turned and rolled away. He appeared beside me at the elevator, his hand resting lightly on my shoulder. I looked up. He seemed steadier now, but still not entirely himself. His gaze met mine. I told you. I'm not the perfect catch everyone thinks I am. I exhaled slowly. That can be fixed. Just don't shut me out when I worry. You don't need to worry. I've seen and done things that change a man, but they don't define how I'll treat you. I nodded, though doubts lingered. Men like him were masters at hiding behind masks. Back in the room, Samuel disappeared into the bathroom. I lay back in bed, hearing the water run and the hum of his toothbrush. He returned moments later, hair damp and fresh-faced. The alcohol scent was nearly gone, replaced by crisp eucalyptus. He settled under the covers, staring at the ceiling. You're wide awake, I said. He gave a soft chuckle. I am, but you should sleep. I'll stay until you drift off. I closed my eyes, but my mind wouldn't quiet. After a few moments, I looked at him again. Can't sleep? He asked. I shook my head. I'm usually up around 5. It's too late for me to fall back asleep. But we went to bed late, he reminded me, a slight grin forming. My cheeks flushed at the memory. He caught the blush and smiled wider. We could get up. A swim might help clear my head, he said, stretching. His shirtless torso was distracting. I looked away. I'll join you, I said. He changed into trunks and left. I found my bikini and followed him. The sky was still dark, the air cool. The pool glowed turquoise beneath the lights Samuel had turned on. It's heated, he said. Good, I replied, hugging my arms. Want help getting in? He asked. My first instinct was to decline, but I caught his gaze trailing over me. Sure, thanks. He scooped me up easily and carried me to the shallow stairs, lowering me into the warm water. I steadied myself with my hands on his shoulders. The way he looked at me, I could tell he wanted more. I floated back and began to swim. Samuel started doing laps with practiced ease. After a while, the chill caught up to me. I swam to the edge, shivering. Samuel joined me. I pulled myself out and sat on the rim. Samuel stood, water dripping off him, and placed his hands gently on my knees. Dinner tonight? I blinked. A date? He nodded. Yeah, married or not, we still deserve one. I smiled. Where to? La Cantina. It's small, quiet. My family's been going there forever. Renato and I grew up playing in the kitchen. He's something else, I said. He's loyal. So am I. He sighed, withdrawing slightly. I've got trust issues. I thought of his sister and the rumors. I get it. Want me to carry you out? No, just a towel. He handed me one, then picked me up and set me on a lounger. As I dried off, he bent down and kissed me, slow and heated. Then he stepped back. I shouldn't start something I can't finish. My breath caught as I glanced at the nearby homes. Nobody can see, he assured me. I removed my top, dropping it beside me. His eyes darkened. I tugged down the bottoms too, drying off completely. Damn, Emma, he said, voice gravelly. He stripped too, then wrapped a towel around his waist. It hit me then. The physical part of our marriage wasn't the issue. Trust would be the real challenge. Later, I arrived at one of our newest clubs with Renato. It was upscale. Elegant booths, gold wallpaper, and polished wood. Renato gestured proudly. What do you think? A woman in a purple jumpsuit appeared. Autumn, his longtime manager. She greeted us, lingering a little too long on Renato. Samuel's here to approve the setup, Renato said. Autumn nodded. We've added 3 new girls. You'll like them. She led us to the lounge. 25 women turned to look. Most were barely in their 20s, dressed in lingerie for show. These 3 are new, Autumn said, pointing them out. Renato turned to me. You want to test one out? I shot him a look. Number I'm sure the clients will be pleased. As I turned to leave, Renato followed. Still big on fidelity, huh? Very. I paused. You should be thinking about it too. If you're not married by 30, your dad will name someone else as captain. I've been thinking, Georgia Farina's family is Catholic. She's agreed to marry me. I blinked. Emma's best friend? She knows the deal. It's just convenience. If you lie to her, I'll make you regret it. Deal, he said, grinning. Autumn reappeared. Ready to try the new girls? Renato winked. Always. This job's serious business. He turned to me. You sure you don't want one last good time? I ignored him. I'm taking Emma to La Cantina tonight. Nice. Order the gnocchi. I headed to the bar and ordered a Negroni. The bartender looked uncertain until he recognized me, then quickly made the drink. I finished it, then ordered another before pulling out my keys. Want a cab? He asked. I shot him a warning look. Mind your business, especially when it's mine. I left simmering with frustration.
When I stepped into the mansion, I was still riding the edge of irritation. But all that slipped away the moment I saw Emma exiting the elevator. She wore a copper silk dress that clung perfectly to her figure. The spaghetti straps and deep neckline showed just enough, while the high slit revealed a long stretch of her leg. Her black pumps completed the look. I closed the door behind me, exhaling. Wow. Emma's cheeks flushed as she smiled. I wasn't sure what kind of restaurant La Cantina would be. The name sounds casual and they don't have a website, but I read it's one of the city's top Italian spots now. So I figured better to overdress than underdress, right? She looked a little unsure. You look incredible, I said, walking toward her. I thought maybe you'd changed your mind. I glanced at my watch. I should have called. I'm not used to having someone waiting on me. My mother had given up on that long ago. You're here now, and that's all that matters. She paused. Still, I'm nervous. Why? I asked, taking her hand. People will talk. They always do. Let them. They'd better get used to seeing us together. I plan on showing you off. Her smile deepened. Let's go. On the way to the restaurant, Renato called twice. On his third attempt, I silenced my phone and shoved it in my jacket. Emma glanced over. Are you sure it's okay to ignore him? It might be important. He probably just wants to know if I talked to George's brother yet. Emma's mouth dropped open. He wants to marry her? She doesn't even like him. I laughed. Apparently, they struck some kind of agreement. Why would she agree to that? He needs a bride from a conservative family before he turns 30, or his father replaces him as captain. That's awful. Arranged marriages are business. Ours started the same way. Emma bit her lip. Are you going to help him? I said I would. Will he treat her right? I looked out at the street. He's not violent, but faithful. That's not him. Emma frowned. Then I need to talk to her. You should, but it sounds like they both need this arrangement. Just as I opened the door for Emma, a car screeched to a stop beside us. I drew my gun but relaxed when I saw it was Renato. Emma had already gone inside. Renato's grandfather was welcoming her. Renato rushed toward me. Why the hell aren't you answering your phone? I raised a brow. I was trying to warn you. I'm not staying here with him, a voice shrieked. My body tensed. Renato winced. My stomach twisted. God help you, Domenico's mother spat at Emma. You should be ashamed, parading around when my son's gone. I stepped between them. I could take the hits. Emma shouldn't have to. Domenico's younger brother stepped in, pulling their mother back. Mom, stop. Not here. Renato whispered, It's been years. I lost my son, she cried. Because of him. Because of his sister. And now he flaunts this girl around. My Domenico won't marry, won't have children. Then came the blow I knew was coming. That's why you chose her, isn't it? She can't have kids either. Leave, I said, ice in my voice. Renato and Domenico's brother led her out. The brother stopped. Sorry, Samuel. I nodded tightly. Emma's face had gone pale. Everyone in the restaurant was watching us. Most knew the story, or thought they did. I stared them down until their gazes dropped. Then I turned to Emma. Come on, our table's ready. She looked surprised but followed me to the best seat in the house, lakeside with candles and a vase of roses. I helped her get situated and sat across from her. Renato's grandfather brought the menus, his face apologetic. I tried to warn you through Renato. I'm fine, I said. I didn't let the crack show. Seeing Domenico's mother always hurt, but her blaming Emma, unacceptable. He nodded and walked away. Emma was watching me closely. We can leave if you want. That would look weak, but if you want, we can keep it short. She shook her head. I can handle it. I'm used to being judged. Maybe not this harshly, but still. She shouldn't have gone after you. Her son's death is on me, not you. Emma reached across the table, hesitated, then placed her hand over mine. I didn't pull away. Let them see. If you ever want to talk, I cleared my throat and looked at the menu. Try the truffle gnocchi or squid ink spaghetti. They're great. I'll get the spaghetti and veal after. Maybe dessert too. Order whatever you want. I called for 2 glasses of Prosecco and a bottle of wine. We toasted. Emma sipped. I downed mine quickly. I don't usually drink much, she said, so we'll see how I hold up. I've got it covered. I'd shaken off most of the confrontation, but the stares lingered. I hadn't expected this ghost from my past to rise tonight. Emma watched me quietly. She must have figured something terrible had happened to Domenico. She didn't ask. After dinner, as we reached the car, she hesitated. Maybe we should ask Leo to drive us. I didn't drink that much, I said, opening the door. She didn't argue, but I felt her tension during the drive. I sensed her judgment, though she kept silent. I told you, I'm fine, I said when we got home. I could see it in her eyes. I opened her door, but she quickly got into her wheelchair without help. Her frustration was obvious. We went up the ramp. She was picking her words carefully. Honestly, I think it's worse that you're not drunk. You drank a lot. My shoulders tensed. I held the door open. You're my wife, not my mother. I make the rules. Don't question me, especially not in public. Understood? She flinched. Understood. Before we left, I had imagined a different kind of homecoming. That fantasy was gone. She kept her voice even. Do you mind if I call Georgia? I want her take on all this with Renato. I took off my jacket. Go ahead. I need to call Renato anyway.
She nodded and rolled toward the living room. Alone, she settled in front of the big window and dialed. Emma, Georgia answered. I tried calling earlier. Samuel and I were at dinner. My phone was off. Date night, is it going well? Emma paused. Better than I expected. Physically, she flushed. Georgia laughed. You won't spill details? I won't. That's not why I called. Did you really agree to marry Renato? I did, Georgia sighed. Why? My mom lined up someone in Italy 22 years older and looks like a toad. Emma groaned. No way. She wants me married fast. Renato's 9 years older, tolerable to look at, and he needs a bride. Samuel said he won't be faithful. I don't care. I'm getting out of that other proposal. Plus, I'd live near you. That part's tempting, so Samuel's talking to your brother? It's my mom who needs convincing. Samuel can be persuasive. Let him charm her then. They chatted a while longer. Eventually, Emma headed upstairs. Samuel wasn't there. She changed into her nightgown and curled up with a romance novel. It got steamy fast, and she put it down, flushed. Should she check on Samuel? His words echoed in her head. His rules. His law. She stayed put. Pushing now would only make him shut down more, if that was even possible. The next morning, I woke to find the bed empty. It was already 7, later than I usually got up, and it was clear Samuel hadn't slept beside me. Judging by how untouched his side looked, I doubted he had come to bed at all. Probably fell asleep in his office again. Letting out a sigh, I got ready for the day. I still hadn't heard from Inez about the self-help group for made men, so I figured I'd go shopping. Samuel's offhand remark about my shoes had stuck with me, and maybe out of spite. I intended to pick up a few new pairs of heels. I hadn't spoken to Anna since the wedding, so I thought I'd send her some pictures while shopping and ask her opinion. She was, after all, the outfit's unofficial fashion authority. Dressed and downstairs, I had a quiet breakfast before asking Leo to drive me. As I reached the car, Leo stepped up and opened the door for me, clearly uncertain. Should I help you? He asked, gesturing from me to the back seat. I smiled. No, I've got it. I rolled closer until my wheelchair touched the car. I locked the brakes, grabbed the door and seat, then pushed myself out of the chair using my legs and slid into the back. Leo looked on, still unsure, but I could tell he'd settle into the routine eventually. I gave him quick instructions on how to fold and stow the chair before he joined me in the front. He knew the best shopping spots. Years spent guarding Sophia and Inez had given him a solid sense of the safe places. Still, I felt strange, spending my day shopping like some pampered wife. I'd never thought of myself that way, but today, I was playing the role. Leo stuck close all day and even joined me for lunch at a small restaurant run by an outfit associate. On the ride home, I decided to call a dance studio and schedule a trial class. I felt both excited and nervous. It had been ages since my last lesson. Leo glanced at me through the rearview mirror, brows drawn. Is this place outfit affiliated? I shook my head. I doubt it, unless the outfit has a secret ballet division. He chuckled, then grew serious. If it's not under outfit control, you'll need your husband's permission. I bit the inside of my cheek. Danilo had also liked control, but Samuel's mood could swing so quickly, I was never sure where the line was. You're right, I said quietly. Later that afternoon, with the summer heat still lingering, I changed into a bikini and robe and headed out to the pool. The moment I wheeled onto the terrace, Leo appeared. Samuel made it clear I should be with you anytime you're outside, he explained. I looked around. Sure, someone could theoretically take a shot from a hidden angle, but this felt excessive. I refused to live in fear. Then maybe grab a chair in the shade, I offered, smiling. He didn't sit, but stayed close without hovering. I braked and shrugged out of my robe, letting it pool at my waist. Leo's eyes flicked to my bikini, and he quickly turned away. I apologize, he said stiffly. It's just a swimsuit. It's like lingerie. I shouldn't see that without your husband's okay. I didn't argue. Samuel's rules ruled all, even when it came to my bodyguard. I pushed myself up using the chair's handles, grabbed the railing, and carefully eased myself into the pool. Leo made a move to help, but stopped when I raised my hand. The water embraced me, weightless and freeing. I floated, enjoying the rare moment of peace. Leo settled on a lounge chair nearby, still vigilantly scanning the area. After an hour, hunger pulled me out. As I climbed the steps, I misjudged my balance. My foot slipped and I nearly toppled back until strong arms caught me around the waist. "Thank you," I said, startled. Leo's hands dropped as if burned. He steadied me with one arm, careful not to overstep. "I'm sorry," he murmured. Before I could respond, footsteps echoed. Samuel appeared dressed in slacks and a white shirt, his expression hardening. "I'd reconsider where your hands are," he told Leo coldly. Leo looked pained. "She slipped." Samuel moved in and scooped me into his arms, soaking his clothes without a second thought. His stare didn't leave Leo. "You did your job, but don't let me catch you using moments like that for anything else." "I wouldn't." Samuel's attention finally turned to me. "You okay?" "I didn't fall." Leo caught me. He was respectful. Samuel's expression softened slightly. "It must have been hard not to look. You're beautiful in this." "It covers everything important," I said, trying not to smile. "It covers what only I should see." I rolled my eyes, then noticed his soaked shirt. "You ruined your clothes." "We'll dry off." He helped me towel off and got me into my chair. I smiled when my stomach growled. "Swimming makes me hungry." He grinned. "You in that bikini makes me hungry too." I swallowed. I still wasn't used to how openly he flirted now. "Let's eat first," he said. We went to the dining room and he changed before joining me, casual and handsome. Our cook brought dinner, rack of lamb, roasted carrots, and a salad. Samuel poured himself wine and offered me some. "I'll pass. I can't drink every day." He nodded and sipped his. Halfway through the meal, he looked up. "Leo mentioned you made a dance studio appointment." My fork froze. "He told you before I did?" "He answers to me, don't blame him. So I should blame you for spying." I remembered going through his phone. My cheeks flushed, but I didn't back down. Samuel's eyes locked on mine, unreadable. Eventually, I looked down. He was smug. "Why dance?" "I miss it, that's all." "It's not an outfit business. They don't pay for protection." "It's a dance studio, not a strip club." "Leo can't protect you if something happens." "He'll be with me." "Will you dance with men?" "Possibly, but nothing intense." "I don't want you around outsiders who don't know our values." I stared at him. "They'll know who I am, who you are." "I don't want you doing things outside our world." I blinked. "But number, my decision is final. You'll obey." My throat burned. I pushed back. "I'm done. I lost my appetite." I left before he could reply. Anger boiled in me. Being disabled already came with limits. He didn't need to add more. Upstairs, I got ready for bed early, emotionally drained. I sat on the edge of the bed when he entered. He looked tense. He stepped close, then bent down and kissed me hard, pushing me back into the mattress. I was stunned, but kissed him back until he tried to slip his hand under my nightgown. I pressed against his chest. "Number, stop. I don't want this." He paused. "Your body says otherwise." I stared. "So, your desire overrides my words?" He pulled back. "Your no always matters." He stood, visibly aroused, and left, slamming the door behind him. I lay still, heart racing. I peeled off my damp underwear and curled under the covers, wide awake. Samuel didn't come to bed that night, or the next 3. We made small talk at dinner, but the distance between us grew. On the 5th night, I waited again, and finally went to find him. Light spilled from his office. The door was open. He sat on the couch, drink in hand. 2 photos were propped on the fireplace, one of him and his twin, the other of him with 4 guys. I only recognized Renato. I had a feeling I knew what the others meant to him. The fire cast shadows over his face. He looked lost in something dark and old. I hated it. I knew that kind of weight. I'd had to claw out from under mine. Maybe I could help him do the same, maybe not with words, but by reminding him he wasn't alone, that he had me, that we had a future worth living for.
I heard the faint squeak of wheelchair wheels just before Emma appeared in the doorway, her figure framed by shadows. She was already in her nightgown, her bare feet and slender legs peeking out despite the chill in the air. She bit her lower lip as she watched me in silence. Emma rolled closer, determined. I wished she'd stop trying to pull me out of the cage I'd built for myself, but I could see it in her eyes. She wasn't giving up. I didn't want her carrying my burdens along with her own. I looked away. You should get some rest. It's late. I'd been keeping my distance. Part of it was to resist the pull she had on me. The rest was stubborn pride. I regretted telling her not to go to that dance class, but admitting it? That was harder. Won't you come to bed? She asked gently. I've missed you. Her honesty caught me off guard. After our last clash, I assumed she'd want space too. I knew she had wanted me then, but my father had always been clear. Some lines should never be crossed, no matter the power we held. I can't sleep. I'll get back to work after I finish this drink. Or maybe 2 more. Nights like this, Scotch barely scratched the surface. While Dante led the outfit into politics, the atmosphere here was tense. The traditionalists were pushing for old-school retaliation, blood and fear. My father and I had to choose whether to follow that path in Minneapolis, risking more deaths for control. Danilo had it even worse. Our borders touched familiar territory. The decisions weighed heavily. I glanced at the photo, Domenico, Arlo, and Anea staring back. Emma followed my gaze. Let me help, Samuel. I said nothing. I'm a good listener. I don't want to talk, I said sharply. She rolled beside me. Then let me take care of you. I didn't understand until she locked her brakes and placed her feet on the floor. Using my knees for support, she slid to the ground, kneeling in front of me. I jolted upright and grabbed her wrists before her hands reached me. What are you doing? My voice was low, strained. I want to take care of you, she said, her fingers shaking slightly. Unless you don't want me to? She teased me with a look that sent my pulse racing. I don't, I said. But it was a lie, and she saw through it. Emma raised her eyebrows knowingly. She read me too easily. Good for marriage, hard for hiding. I gave her a crooked smile, then sighed. I didn't know if you really wanted to. She looked offended. Why wouldn't I? I want to treat my wife with respect. If I'm offering, I've already made up my mind. I leaned back. She leaned forward, touching me gently, sending a jolt through my system. I groaned softly, tension unraveling in waves. She started slowly, exploring. I rocked my hips, guiding her, and she took the hint, moving with more certainty. One hand gently massaged me while she kept her pace steady. I couldn't stop watching her, so focused, so determined. Her eyes closed, lost in it. Harder, I said, feeling the pressure build. She adjusted instantly. My grip tightened on the chair. I'm close, I warned, and she didn't stop. Her care and confidence carried me through to release. When I opened my eyes, she was still holding me, lips parted, her face flushed. I met her gaze. Was that okay? She asked. I let out a rough laugh and pulled her into a kiss. It was exactly what I needed, but now it's my turn. Her eyes widened with anticipation. I stood and lifted her into the armchair. My hands slid beneath her nightgown, gently removing her undergarments. You enjoyed that? I did, she admitted shyly. I want to do it again. You will. I guided her legs apart and brought her closer. She blushed, but didn't look away. I didn't hesitate. I leaned in, letting her feel every movement, every intention. She gasped, her body responding immediately. Her hands gripped the armrest. I pulled her closer and continued, slowly and purposefully. "Samuel," she whispered. I paused to meet her gaze. "I like everything about this. You, the way you respond, the way you feel. Now relax and let me take care of you." She exhaled. I returned to her, taking my time. Her hips shifted, and her hand found my hair. I looked up. Her eyes were locked on mine, wide with emotion. I smirked and adjusted my rhythm. Her body trembled. I kept going, steady and slow, until she came with a cry, her grip tightening. I didn't stop until she was spent, breathing heavily. She leaned back, dazed. I raised a brow. "Disappointed?" She laughed softly. "Number, that was incredible. I just didn't want it to end." I smiled. "Who said it's over?" I touched her gently, watching her respond. Her breath caught. "It's not?" "Not even close." I moved slowly, watching her reactions. She was responsive, her whole body tuned in. I leaned in again, combining touch and warmth. When I finally changed rhythm, she came again, more intense this time. Her release lingered in the air. "Bed?" I asked. She nodded. I carried her into the elevator, our kiss deepening. I barely paused to press the button before lifting her higher. Her legs wrapped around me. "Can't wait," I said. I drew her close, her warmth and trust surrounding me. Each movement was urgent but filled with meaning. I shielded her from the hard surface, still keeping our rhythm steady. "Too much?" I murmured. She held tighter. "Number, don't stop." "Oh, I won't." Her grip matched mine, her body moving with me. Her breath quickened as tension built again. "I still taste you," I whispered. "I want all of you." That tipped her over. She held me as her release crashed through her. I followed soon after, still holding her as the elevator dinged softly. Later, after we showered, we lay together in bed. Her head rested on my chest. It felt like more than just comfort. It felt like something real, something worth holding on to. My heart was still racing as I tried to catch my breath. Being with Emma, it just kept getting better. She was curious, bold, and eager to explore. And tonight, with that surprise move of hers, she'd pulled me out of a dark place. If she hadn't walked in when she did, I'd probably be on my third glass of scotch. Emma ran her fingers across my chest, easing the tension from my body. She glanced up, clearly wanting to say something. "Did something happen? Is that why you were looking at those pictures? Or is it still about that woman at the restaurant?" "It's happened more than once," I admitted. "I try to avoid her, but sometimes it's not possible. My father and we have to make decisions that could cost more young men their lives. If we push harder, like the traditionalists want, there'll be more blood. Maybe more deaths, like Domenico's." The familiar weight of guilt settled in my stomach. It always came back when I thought about Domenico, or any of the friends I'd lost. Emma tilted her head. "Why do you feel like it's your fault?" I didn't know how much she really knew. I hadn't opened up about that day to many people. Renato because I needed to. Dante because I had to. My father because I trusted him. But the full story, especially what happened to Domenico, that I kept buried deep. "Isn't it obvious?" "Maybe," she said gently. "But I want to hear it from you. They died because of me. I led them into a mission that was doomed from the start. I thought I could storm the Falcone mansion with a small group and come out alive. I should have known better. I didn't care what the cost was. I just wanted to save my sister, and they followed me. They were your friends, Samuel. They would have followed you no matter what. You think they wouldn't have gone if you hadn't asked? Maybe, but I still asked. I didn't give them much of a choice. They could have said no. They knew what they were risking. They were grown men, soldiers. You didn't force them. None of them would have refused me. Would you have said no if one of them had asked you to help save their sister? Not a chance. Exactly. They knew what they were walking into. They made that choice because they cared about you. I stared at my hands, and they died for it. Emma reached out and squeezed my hand. Yes. And they knew that was a possibility. I brushed her hair away and traced a few faint scars on her back. The only way I could forgive myself is if I knew they forgave me first. But I can't ask them. And every time I reach a new milestone in life, I think of the ones they'll never get. They would have forgiven you, Samuel. Would you have forgiven the man responsible for your accident? Her brows drew together, but after a moment she nodded. I have. That surprised me. Her ability to forgive felt almost unreachable. Because he died? Even if he hadn't, I think I would have forgiven him. What he did was horrible, but I don't think he meant to hurt me. He wasn't malicious. It was just a bad decision. One that changed everything. I never wanted him to die, but my family didn't ask me. By the time I woke up from the coma, Danilo had already handled it. I didn't doubt Danilo made him suffer first. I knew I would have if someone had hurt Sophia or Fina, and if I ever got my hands on Remo, it'd be worse. He was drinking, I said quietly. The thought hit me harder than I expected. I'd had a few drinks before driving too. Not drunk, but still. I'd even done it with Emma in the car. That sat heavy with me now. Yes, he drank. And I lost something that night, she said. But my life isn't less because of it. It's just different. And if he'd come to me and asked for forgiveness, I'd have given it. She paused. But this isn't the same. I didn't have a choice. I didn't know what was coming. Your friends, they knew. She was right, and sometimes I got close to accepting that. Not peace, but maybe something close to it. Emma leaned forward and kissed me gently. You should forgive yourself. I'll think about it, I said, only half joking. Maybe you should visit their graves, and let me come with you. Maybe it'd help if you weren't alone with it. My first instinct was to refuse. I preferred to go alone. Renato was the only one I tolerated at the cemetery. But Emma's presence, I could imagine it. Not now, but someday. Maybe, I said. I'll think about it. She curled into me, content. She wanted to help, really help, and I was finally letting her.
That night, I slept soundly with Samuel beside me. When I woke up, he was still there. I smiled and edged closer, warmed by the comfort of him staying. If I hadn't made the first move last night, I was sure he'd have buried himself in work or whiskey. It had taken all my courage, but it was worth it. 15 minutes later, Samuel was in the shower and I checked my messages. Inez had written late last night. Apparently, the priest wanted to invite me to today's community meeting. I was excited. Helping made men with disabilities was a rare opportunity. Most refused help altogether. I slipped out of bed and, after a moment of hesitation, rolled into the bathroom. The door was left open, so I figured he wouldn't mind. Through the steam, I saw Samuel rinsing the soap off his chest. He looked straight at me as he washed. I turned away quickly and went to brush my teeth. determined not to get distracted. He stepped out of the shower a minute later, towel wrapped around his waist. "I'm going to meet with the priest today," I said, "to talk about helping the made men." He nodded, water dripping from his chest. "Leo will drive you. I had a Mercedes Vito modified so you can roll into the back with your chair. No more needing help getting in." My mouth fell open. "Seriously?" He nodded like it was no big deal. "You like your independence? This will make things easier." I wheeled closer and touched his hand. "Thank you." He smiled faintly. "About Leo, I'm not sure his presence is helpful during the meetings. Some men might hold back." Samuel's smile vanished. "Leo stays. I need to know you're safe." I nodded, though I wasn't happy about it. Samuel glanced at the clock. "I have a meeting with the captains. I need to go." He kissed me quickly before leaving. I got dressed, and Leo drove me to the community center, a small flat building next to one of the outfit's main churches. Priest Agnellis was already waiting outside. He wore a cassock and looked younger than I expected, maybe late 30s. Leo opened the van so I could wheel out. The priest greeted me warmly. "Mrs. Mayone, it's an honor. Gino and I are grateful for your interest. Supporting made men and their families who face disability. It matters." Leo followed us inside. In the middle of the room was a round table with chairs around it. A screen on the wall displayed horse races and boxing matches. Muted, there were 2 couches, a pool table, and a dartboard. "Bets are our vice," the priest joked. "Not Gino's only vice," Leo muttered. I gave him a look, but he said no more. "I'm still a made man," a deep voice called. A tall, rugged man stepped out from what looked like a kitchenette. Short beard, messy brown hair, uneven gait. He carried a thermos and 4 mugs, his walk slightly off. He set them down and nodded at me. "Mrs. Mayone, we've heard about you." Leo shot him a warning look and took a seat. "Emma," I said, smiling, "the same goes for you, Father, and I hope everything you've heard was good." Gino laughed and moved a chair so I could roll closer. "You know how our world sees us," he said. He sat beside me, the priest across. I wasn't sure what Gino's injury was until he pulled up his jeans to reveal a high-tech prosthetic. "The Kimura blew up one of our clubs 5 years ago. I lost my leg and hearing in one ear. And now you help others?" He poured me coffee. "For the last 2 years. The first 3, I needed the help myself." "He's still a made man," the priest said. "Been back on the job for 18 months, Gino corrected. "But even when we're out of the field, we're still part of the outfit. The only way out is death or betrayal." Leo shrugged. "Of course." I sensed tension between them. "What do you do for the outfit?" "I'm an enforcer." Yeah, I blinked. "You help people and you punish them?" "Balance," the priest said. Gino didn't look convinced. "How do you help? What can I do?" "We hold 2 open meetings a week. House visits too, when needed," the priest said. "Attendance varies," Gino added. "Some days it's 5, some days 20. I'd love to join a meeting if the others don't mind." The priest hesitated, then exchanged a look with Gino. "Actually, one starts in 15 minutes. We hoped your presence might encourage a few more to show." Leo frowned. "You should have told me. Bigger group needs more security." Gino opened his jacket, showing 2 handguns. "I can handle things. These guys have enough to deal with. They're not looking to cause trouble." "Unless they're hoping for an easy way out," Leo muttered darkly. I slammed my palm on the table. The sound echoed. "That's cruel. I'm not miserable. Neither are they." "Your case is different," Leo said apologetically. "Most made men feel useless when they're out of action." "He's right," Gino said quietly. "Suicide rates are high." I couldn't argue. It was a hard truth. I want to help change that. "So do I," Gino said. He nodded toward the door. "One of them is here now." Leo stood. Gino chuckled. A tall teen walked in with a muscular man who had to be his father. The older man looked annoyed to be here. The teen was tense, his eyes on the floor. The father nudged him. "I won't have time to pick you up. Take a taxi." The boy nodded stiffly. "That's Fiorentino, 15, born deaf. His father's a captain." They approached. "Mrs. Mayone," the man said, "this is my son. He can't hear." I smiled at them both, then began to sign. Fiorentino watched my hands closely but didn't respond. He looked at his father. I don't like it when he signs. Makes him look foolish. It's just language, I said. There's nothing shameful in that. You don't sign? No, he snapped. He checked his watch. I need to go. Don't embarrass me, he told his son before leaving. The boy relaxed once his father was gone. You're not made yet? I asked, signing and speaking. He looked at Gino, who nodded. My father doesn't want me to be. He thinks I'm useless. That's awful, I said. He has 5 sisters, Gino added, and another on the way. Looking for a worthy heir? Fiorentino nodded, face hardening. I can fight, he said. Gino's been training me. What else are you good at? Tech, hacking, security systems. Impressive. Are you sure this is the life you want? It's the only one I want. I'll talk to my husband. I'll put in a word for you. He nodded, hopeful, and I silently promised myself I wouldn't let his voice go unheard.
Emma greeted me at dinner with a fresh spark in her eyes. I already knew how she'd spent her afternoon. Leo had filled me in. 3 hours at the community center, and clearly it had left an impression. I walked over to her, kissed her briefly, then took the seat across from her. Her thin top revealed her shoulders and the soft curve of her collarbone. I wondered if she'd worn that to the center. Before I could speak, she asked, "Do you know Fiorentino?" I shook my head, trying to place the name. He didn't work directly under me. One of your captain's kids. He's hearing impaired. He's the Greco heir. Not if you ask his father. Our cook brought out involtini and risotto, my favorite pairing. I rarely had time for long dinners, so this was a welcome comfort. He's not officially in the outfit, I said, but he wants to be. Emma was clearly frustrated. Involving oneself in family decisions like this was frowned upon, even dangerous. I know how made men treat family business, she said flatly. I fought a smile. He could be valuable to the outfit. Tall, strong, trained. Gino confirmed it. Gino, I asked, a touch sharper than intended. Leo had mentioned how much they talked. I didn't think Emma would be unfaithful, but trust didn't come easy. My twin had shattered it years ago. He's good with tech, too. Hacking, security. You mean Fiorentino, not Gino? Yes! Her frustration made me want to grin. His father asked us not to bring him in. I remembered now. He said his son's hearing loss made him a liability. That's not how this usually works. Sons of made men belong to the outfit, right? Or would you let me stop our future son from joining? I studied her. We hadn't talked about kids yet, and I wasn't about to open that door now. Her expression said she regretted bringing it up. Our son will join the outfit. Then give Fiorentino the same chance. Her insistence was firm, but not disrespectful. He can hear with aids. Not like someone with perfect hearing, though. Please, half your older soldiers have hearing damage from years in the field. She had a point. Fair. How's his speech? He speaks clearly. I nodded. I'd never paid much attention to the boy. His father's opinion had carried the decision. Maybe that had been a mistake. If his father was lying to us, he wasn't. He just sees his son as weak. That's why he keeps trying for another heir. I'll bring it up with my father. We'll meet with Fiorentino. If he proves himself, he'll have a shot. Thank you. There's a way you could thank me, I said, sipping my wine. Emma caught the meaning and flushed. My second phone buzzed in my pocket. I hadn't fully cut Serafina off. In the days leading up to the wedding and after, she'd tried to reconnect. She would have attended the wedding if she'd been allowed, but she'd made her choices. Feeling Emma's eyes on me, I ignored the phone and focused on dinner.
That night, Samuel lay beside me, fast asleep. 1 glass of wine at dinner, but likely more in his office later. A nightmare had stirred me, and now the glow from his phone was keeping me up. Again, the second phone. A message from F. Lit upper-eyed. The room, then another and another. I leaned over slightly. I didn't want to wake him, but curiosity clawed at me. I couldn't help the thoughts racing through my mind. Another photo popped up. My stomach twisted. I could barely make out the image. It didn't display fully. I tried to convince myself to ignore it, to sleep, but then Samuel started to stir. His face tightened. "No," he murmured, body tensed. He thrashed slightly, lost in whatever haunted his dreams. I reached for him, gently shaking his shoulder. "Samuel?" He startled awake just as the phone dimmed. "You had a nightmare," I whispered. "I always do," he said, voice rough. He switched on the light and sat up, his back turned to me. Scars covered his skin. I had my own, but not like his. Mine had a beginning, the hospital. His had a history I didn't yet know. "Do you want to talk about it?" "No." His hand grazed a scar near his ribs. I glanced at his phone. "Go ahead. Read your messages from F. She's probably waiting." He turned slightly. "Did you read them?" So it was a woman. "No," I said quietly, blinking back heat in my eyes. He looked at me for a long beat. "I told you I'm faithful, Emma. It's not what you think." "Really? Secret phone, late-night texts, photos? That's not suspicious to you?" Without a word, Samuel turned the screen toward me. I hesitated, then took the phone. My hands trembled. Photos. 2 kids, dark-haired, in front of a birthday cake, a girl in a tutu, a boy in boxing shorts. It clicked. "F is for Fina," Samuel said, "my twin." Oh. My suspicion collapsed into shame. She's reaching out again. The twins just turned 6, then our wedding happened, and she's trying to reconnect. "You miss her?" "I miss the version of her I knew, before Remo changed her, before she changed me." He touched the same scar again. "Does it still hurt?" "The scar? Number what came after?" "Yes." I scooted closer. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have accused you." He turned to me. "You thought what? That you're a man? You had a lot of experience before me?" "I did," he admitted, "but I don't want anyone else now." I gave him a look. "So, because you've had your fun, I'm supposed to be satisfied with being inexperienced?" He leaned in, voice low. "This world isn't fair to women, but I like that you're mine. Only mine." He kissed me, deeper this time, and soon we were tangled in sheets again. Afterward, I lay against his chest, his hand brushing along my arm. "I've been thinking about your dancing," he murmured. I held my breath. "I'll allow it, as long as Leo doesn't report anything concerning." I sat up and kissed him. "Thank you." He brushed hair from my face and pulled me close. "I feel safe with you," I whispered. He exhaled. "I'll do everything I can to keep it that way." The following day, I pitched in at another meeting at the community center. The dance studio hadn't rescheduled my tryout yet after I canceled, so I had to wait another 2 days. During the meeting, I overheard that Samuel had spoken to Fiorentino's father, making it clear they wanted his son to show his worth. Fiorentino looked proud when he told me. "Tomorrow, Samuel and his father will oversee the first round of training for new recruits." "What does that involve?" I asked. Fiorentino hesitated, maybe unsure how much he was allowed to say, or how much he even knew. Fight training, knife work, shooting, and some questioning. Questioning? Some light endurance tests, stuff anyone raised in our world can handle. I raised an eyebrow. Given how his father never intended for him to join the outfit, I wondered if he was ready. Gino sat beside me, arms resting on his knees. His dad toughened him up. Even if he wasn't meant for this life, he had to be prepared to protect what he knows. "You're handling the questioning?" He nodded. "Pietro and Samuel will help too." The image of my husband and his father interrogating teenage boys made my stomach twist. "It's hard to imagine," I admitted. Gino gave a dry laugh. "Not to me. I've seen your husband work, trust me. He's skilled with a blade." That detail didn't quite line up with Samuel's guilt over Domenico's brutal death, but in this world, things rarely made clean sense. Samuel walked in just then. Gino caught sight of him, stood quickly, and cleared his throat. I should go. Okay, I said, confused, as he walked off. Samuel came to my side, leaned in and kissed me, his hand cradling my head in a firm gesture. I frowned. Why'd Gino take off the second he saw you? Samuel's jaw tightened. Because I made it clear I didn't like how friendly he was getting with you. I sighed. Samuel, this is important to me. What if he stops letting me help because he thinks I bring drama? He doesn't have that kind of authority, Samuel said, eyes locked on mine, and I didn't like the way he was looking at you. I blinked, then laughed. You're serious? Very. I covered my face, giggling. He wasn't flirting. He knows I'm yours. Samuel crouched beside me, bringing our faces close. You're stunning and kind. That combination gets to people. Sometimes men forget their place. I rolled my eyes. His voice stayed firm. I know the signs. I've been around guys long enough to spot it. Well, I'm not interested, and he knows better than to cross his boss. Samuel let out a low chuckle. Exactly. Just then, Priest Agnello approached. Samuel, he greeted warmly. I miss seeing you and your father at church. Samuel gave a tight smile. Too many funerals lately. My mother prays enough for both of us. The priest turned to me. And you? I used to attend back in Indianapolis. I'll join you this Sunday. Samuel shook his head slightly. I braced, ready to argue, but then he said, We're flying to Indianapolis this weekend, finalizing the bond between Renato and your friend Georgia. My eyes widened in surprise and excitement. I missed home. I missed Georgia. Renato's found a bride? Priest Agnello looked shocked. Not official yet, Samuel replied, but once I talk to her mother and brother, it will be. I kept quiet. Danilo wouldn't let anyone take charge in his territory, not even Samuel. Back in the car, I spoke up. Georgia falls under Danilo. Her family will listen to him. Samuel nodded. True, but Danilo benefits from her moving to Minneapolis. Fair enough. Danilo didn't care if Renato was husband material. When do we leave? Friday afternoon. That gave me enough time to squeeze in dance class Thursday. Gino said you're testing the recruits tomorrow. Samuel's brows drew together, though he kept his eyes on the road. He should watch what he says. I'm your wife. I'm allowed to know these things. Once we parked, Samuel turned to me. If I withhold something, it's not about trust. It's about protecting you from being forced to talk under pressure. I frowned. I know pain. His gaze flicked to the scar near my neck, one of many my mother had paid specialists to fade. He reached out, tracing it. I know you do, more than most. But enduring torture isn't just about pain, it's about the fear, the helplessness. A shiver ran through me. Samuel stepped out and opened my door, lifting me into his arms. That night over dinner, I brought it up again. Can I watch the evaluation tomorrow? Samuel shook his head. It's internal business. Only made men and initiates can be present. I sighed. Understood. He set his wine down and gave me a look that made my breath hitch. Ever since I saw Gino eye you, I've been thinking about reminding you who you belong to. I glanced around quickly, no staff in sight. Samuel stood, came around the table, and scooped me into his arms. I grinned. And how exactly do you plan on doing that? He answered with a kiss that left no room for questions. The next morning, I stirred in bed as Samuel dressed. He paused to look down at me, my hand resting on his pillow, wedding band gleaming on my finger.
Marriage with Emma was surprisingly simple. She was stubborn, yes, but didn't play games. She had a life outside of me. It worked. I pulled on a gray suit, white shirt. Gym clothes would come later. At my father's house, he got into the car wearing a dark suit. You going to get your hands dirty, old man? I teased. He gave me a sharp look. At 57, he was lean and muscular again. Working out with me 5 times a week had paid off. You're about to be underboss. They'll answer to you. But no, I won't just watch. Think you'll retire soon? He studied me. You unsure about stepping up? I'm ready. My ghosts weren't going anywhere, and they'd follow me no matter what. Dante's not holding that old betrayal against you. You've earned this. It wasn't just a mistake. It cost lives. Dad nodded. Dante has his own sins. He'd said that before, but never elaborated. Sensing my interest, he sighed. You should have leverage, just in case. Don't forget that. I parked outside the training building. Rocco Scuderi Sr. had a brother, Jacopo. Never heard of him. Dante killed him. He was set to be his consigliere. What? Why? Jacopo was loyal but twisted. He hurt women. Your mother was promised to him. Everything clicked. Dante saved her. Convinced his father to give her to me instead. So Dante's betrayal helped you both. Exactly. But you're my son. I'll always make sure you have protection. Inside, the building buzzed with energy. Training areas lined the hall. Martial arts, knife work, shooting ranges. In the back corner, an isolated spot for endurance testing. Most recruits looked around 15 or 16, a few younger. Poor Italian families hoping for income often didn't understand what was required first. As we entered, silence fell. The boys noticed us. Intimidation was part of the test. 3 boys were already changing when we reached the lockers. No screens, just nerves. I nodded at them and began changing too. Scarred and fit, I was intentional about the image I presented. So was Dad. Once in sweats and a t-shirt, I joined Gino and the 2 soldiers handling today's trials. We'll start with knife combat, I said. I've got the shooting and questioning, Dad said. You helping with questioning later? Gino asked. Yeah, but I want to warm up first. Gino chuckled. Interrogation doesn't get your blood pumping anymore. Not quite. On the mats, I scanned the boys. One tall teen caught my eye. Strong jaw, Greco's features. He stood alone. When he saw me watching, he straightened. Fiorentino, I asked, projecting over the noise. He nodded. Why are you here? To earn my place in the outfit. Clear, determined, his voice just slightly off. Let's test your fighting first. He reached for his hearing aid. What are you doing? Taking it off, it might fall. Leave it. Use it while you can. As we sparred, it became clear he was disciplined and skilled. Not perfect, but better than most. After I knocked him down, I helped him up. Not bad. Show me your knife work. His hands trembled as he took the weapon, but after a breath, he steadied and hit the mark on his first try. I nodded, impressed. He moved on to the shooting range. An hour in, I joined the endurance testing. One recruit, son of a captain, was all bravado, but when I drew the shallowest line across his arm, he screamed. After more attempts, it was clear he couldn't handle pain. You're not ready. Train more. Come back in 6 months. Red-faced, he argued. I'm 16. I need to be a recruit. Not with your current skill set. He pointed at Fiorentino. Why does he get in and not me? I grabbed him by the collar. Then toughen up. Stop whining because of a scratch. It's a stupid test. I shoved him. If you can't protect secrets with your blood, you don't belong here. You've seen nothing yet. Now leave, or learn what real pain feels like. He paled. If I fail, my father will disown me. Then your father should have raised a stronger son. He muttered something hateful. At least I'm not with a cripple. Gino winced. Gasps echoed. I lunged. I slammed him to the ground. Hold his tongue! Gino and another soldier restrained him. I sliced the tip of his tongue. Not enough to silence him, just enough to make a point. As he wailed, I stood and handed my bloody knife to another recruit. Clean it. I turned to the group. Disrespect my wife again, and it won't stop at the tongue. They dragged him out. Mr. Maione, your knife, Fiorentino said, handing it back. You up next? He nodded. I motioned him forward. Dad appeared beside me. Want me to take over? Worried I'll go too far? He didn't answer, just returned to the shooting range. Fiorentino endured the questioning without breaking. After 2 more, I left the floor. I texted Renato, asking if he was free for a drink. I needed to numb everything. Then I messaged Emma, saying I'd be late at work. Dad joined me. If Emma asks, I'm working late. His expression tightened. But you're not. I'm meeting Renato. I just need a break. In one of his clubs? I'm not cheating on her, Dad. I just need to breathe. He paused. Things going okay? They are. He nodded and went back to the floor. I pulled a flask from my bag. Emma wouldn't like it, but tonight I didn't care. 2 kids broke down today, and I could already feel the nightmares coming.
A loud crash downstairs snapped me awake. I flipped on the bedside lamp, heart pounding. Another bang followed. Samuel wasn't home. My chest tightened. I knew I wasn't technically alone. A guard was always posted somewhere nearby, but I still wished Samuel were here. Then came an even louder smash and a shouted curse. That wasn't his voice. Panic curled in my stomach. No one got in without the code, and Samuel would never share it lightly, even drunk. Plus, we had surveillance everywhere. I rolled into my wheelchair and took the elevator down. In the foyer, I found Renato holding up Samuel, who was clearly out cold. His eyes were unfocused, his body slumped. 2 large decorative vases lay shattered near the entrance. And breake amor mori ano gas or worriger as a glass sculpture had been knocked off the console. Even the mirror above was cracked. The strong smell of alcohol punched me as I approached. What happened? Renato gave a half-hearted shrug, his eyes drifting over my nightgown before settling on my face. I crossed my arms. He had too much to drink, he said, like that explained everything. I gestured to the wreckage and Samuel's limp state. This isn't just a little too much. Renato adjusted Samuel's weight. Rough night. He usually handles it better. Because he drank often, I bit back my frustration. A real friend wouldn't let it go this far. Renato's eyes narrowed. He's a grown man. Makes his own choices, same as you. I held his gaze. Help me get him upstairs. I turned toward the elevator. I'll go first. We can't all fit at once. Upstairs, I waited as the elevator returned. Renato emerged, nearly dragging Samuel. Didn't expect you to be so assertive, Renato muttered as we reached the bedroom. Because I'm a woman or because I'm in a chair? He gave a sheepish smile, realizing he'd stepped over a line. Usually, I'd let comments like that slide. Tonight, not so much. I'm worried about him, I said. He'll be fine. Just give him aspirin and coffee. Can you help me undress him? Let him sleep like that. That's what I do. My patience thinned. Thanks for bringing him home. I'll handle it now. I pulled off Samuel's shoes and socks. You sure you don't need help? I've done this before, I said flatly. Renato got the message and left. I unbuckled Samuel's belt easily, but his pants were another story. He was heavy. I climbed onto the bed, trying to tug them off. No luck. I rolled to the bathroom, grabbed scissors, and returned. If I couldn't get his clothes off the usual way, I'd cut them. I started with his shirt and undershirt, then moved to his pants. He didn't budge. I tossed the ruined fabric aside and left him in his boxers. He was on top of the covers, so I couldn't tuck him in. It wasn't cold, so I let him be and slid under my blanket. I turned off the lights, but sleep wouldn't come. Samuel drank too much. It was becoming a pattern. I wasn't sure what crossed the line into addiction, but this felt close. I considered asking Priest Agnello for insight, but I couldn't risk anyone realizing who I was talking about. Vulnerability could get Samuel killed. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe these 2 weeks were an exception. Maybe he was just adjusting to marriage. Samuel's snoring made me grit my teeth. I thought about sleeping in the guest room, but worried he might vomit and choke. With a sigh, I turned on the light again. He'd fallen off the bed. I found him on the floor, still asleep. I couldn't lift him, and even if I could, he'd likely fall again. So I grabbed a pillow, lowered myself to the floor, and curled up beside him with a blanket. I placed my hand on his shoulder and closed my eyes.
When I woke up, every muscle ached. My neck and back screamed in protest. I opened my eyes to see Emma slumped next to me, her hand resting gently on my chest. Damn. Renato must have brought me home. Should have taken me to his place instead. Emma didn't need to see me like this. I sat up slowly, head pounding. When I looked down, I saw the shredded remains of my shirt and pants. Scissors sat on the nightstand. Emma had cut my clothes off, and I hadn't noticed. That sobered me faster than a cold shower. I bent down and gently lifted Emma, placing her back in bed. She stirred. "It's me. Go back to sleep," I whispered. Her eyes opened. I leaned in to kiss her, but she covered my mouth. "You smell like a bar." "I'll shower," I said, and headed for the bathroom. She tried to sit up. "Sleeping on the floor sucks." "Why'd you do it?" "To make sure you didn't choke in your sleep." "I was fine." "You were not. You and Renato wrecked the foyer. You can redecorate. You didn't even like the old stuff." "Samuel, this is serious. Don't blow it up. Bad days happen. People drink." I stripped off what was left of my clothes and stepped into a hot shower. After a few minutes, I heard her brushing her teeth at the sink. I cooled the water and watched her. She didn't look at me. I stepped out, dried off, and joined her. Her eyes lingered on the bruises on my chest. "What happened yesterday?" she asked softly. 2 recruits failed questioning. One was his second try. "How old?" 16. "And that made you angry?" "His attitude did. I had to make an example." "You didn't kill him?" Number I just took the tip of his tongue. Her face paled. "He's still just a kid. He disrespected me. He needed to learn." She didn't respond. "Stop worrying," I told her, hand on her shoulder. She nodded, but I saw the doubt. Later, on my way to the casino, Dante called. I picked up. "Dante." "Morning, Samuel. Checking in on Minneapolis. Because I punished a recruit yesterday?" Number his mother called Valentina, crying. "Figures. I'm not interfering. I trust you." He failed twice and insulted me and my wife. He's lucky that's all I did. He should have handled it. At 16, they should be tough. He's weak. Always will be. You're a lot like your father. Pause. But that's not the reason for my call. Oh? I'm sending Leonis to you for August. He needs broader experience. Got it. We'll keep him safe. He's smart. but arrogant. We'll straighten him out. He's staying with my parents? Yes. Mom'll love it. Lost me and Sophia back to back. Maybe he'll make her wish for peace again. What are the rules? No permanent harm. Valentina wouldn't allow it. But discipline's fair game? Yes, within reason. I like the kid. That'll help. He'll be your capo someday. By then I'll respect him too much to call him names. You better. We went over logistics, one more responsibility. But it was Dante. I wouldn't say no.
When I registered for a tryout at the dance studio, I deliberately left off my last name. The name Maione carried too much weight in Minneapolis. I didn't want anyone making up excuses to keep me out. So, when I walked into the studio's reception area with Leo and another bodyguard, the woman behind the counter went wide-eyed. A few customers waiting for their ballet class also turned to stare. My cheeks burned. Recognition hit more than a few of them. Samuel and I had been all over the tabloids after our wedding. I wheeled over to the lower section of the counter and offered a polite smile. I'm here for the tryout session. Emma Maione, I assume? She said, her accent sharp and unmistakable. I nodded, doing my best to ignore the growing murmur behind me. Leo stepped up beside me while the other bodyguard began sweeping the studio. Not the women's changing room, the receptionist snapped. Leo leaned in with a calm smile that didn't reach his eyes. Then I suggest you clear it out so he can make sure it's secure. She went rigid but complied. My face grew hotter. Maybe this was why I'd been hesitant about joining a public class in the first place. A young man approached me, his walk slightly stiff, probably from old injuries. I'm Albert. Natalia's an excellent instructor. I returned his smile. Leo, eyes sharp, pointed at my wedding ring. You know what that means in our world? Albert blinked. Aren't we all in the same world? Leo and the other guard both laughed, dry and unfriendly. Albert's cheeks reddened. Well, I'm gay. You should have pointed at your own ring, not hers. I bit back a nervous laugh. Albert was definitely playing with fire. Leo shook his head, muttering to the other guard. By the time I finally got into the changing room and into my leotard and skirt, I was flustered. Catching my reflection in the mirror sent a jolt through me. Nostalgia, nerves, and something close to sadness. I hadn't worn anything like this since before the accident, but I straightened my back and wheeled out. Leo waited at the chewy do or I. Chewing chewy a years and chewait, my and I are a core juror sir and chewy a year. Other guard was by the entrance. The other dancers had moved into the studio, and I followed the sound of chatter to a mirrored room with a bar running along the wall. I paused, taking it all in. The last time I'd been in a space like this, I'd been a different version of myself. But despite everything, I felt like I was where I belonged. Natalia approached, her smile small and guarded. You said in your email you have experience? Years ago, I admitted. Then stretch, get warm. We'll see what you remember. Muscle memory works wonders. I smiled and leaned in, voice low. Sorry about the bodyguards. Her eyes darted to Leo. Maybe one day they'll see we're not a threat. The guards weren't the ones I had to convince. Samuel was the real challenge. 15 minutes into the class, I was winded. Muscles I hadn't used in ages were already protesting. Even my arms, strong from constant use, were struggling to keep up. Still, something deep in me stirred. A piece of myself I hadn't realized I'd missed. As I moved to the rhythm in my chair, I knew dancing still had a place in my life. That night, while Samuel and I packed for our trip to Indianapolis, I broached it. Everyone at the studio was kind. I'd really like to continue. He glanced up from folding ties. Leo said you seemed at ease, but the instructor wasn't thrilled about their presence. I nodded. 2 guards are too much. Leo could wait in the car, there's just one entrance. No, his tone was final. I opened my mouth, but he cut me off with a sharp look. My sister was taken while I was right there. If we'd had more protection, maybe it wouldn't have happened. But why would anyone target me? Because you're my wife, Danilo's sister. That puts a target on your back. The Bratva, the Camorra, the Familia, they'd love to get their hands on you. You really think the Camorra would come after me again and the Familia doesn't go after women? I don't trust any of them. We once believed even weddings were off limits. We were wrong. I nodded slowly. Okay, if that's what it takes for me to keep dancing. It is. I dropped it. I didn't want to risk him changing his mind. The next day, we flew to Indianapolis by private jet, Renato joining us. He and Samuel chatted for most of the flight. Renato was handsome, no denying it, but that didn't make me like the idea of him marrying Georgia. Still, the thought of having my best friend nearby? Tempting. I'd have to talk to her and Danilo. Not that it would change anything. When we landed, I closed the romantic comedy I'd been reading and looked out the window. I'd been to this airport so many times, mostly during those early years when Mom dragged me to doctors and specialists all over the world. Eventually, even she had to accept what I already knew. There was no going back, and that gave me peace. Renato eyed my book and smirked. Books like that ruin men, unrealistic expectations. I smiled sweetly. I'll let Georgia know to lower her standards for you. Samuel laughed, clapping Renato on the shoulder. At Danilo's mansion, I saw Georgia's brother's car parked out front. A small wave of homesickness hit me as Samuel and I approached the door. Behave, Samuel muttered under his breath. That wasn't meant for me, it was for Renato. I bristled. Danilo opened the door, gave a curt nod to Samuel and Renato, then bent down to kiss my cheek. You okay? He murmured, studying my face. I'm fine, I lied. Georgia and her brother are in the living room. I thought her mother would be here too? Her brother has the final say in her future, not her mother. Inside, I found Georgia and Sophia chatting while her brother scrolled through his phone. Georgia lit up when she saw me and rushed over to hug me tight. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed her until that moment. I can't wait to live near you, she whispered. We pulled apart. I greeted her brother with a polite smile and hugged Sophia. I hope my brother's behaving, I said. Sophia grinned. Work in progress. What about Samuel? Also a work in progress. The men entered then, Georgia's brother greeting them stiffly. The atmosphere grew thick with tension and testosterone. Sophia slipped away to signal the kitchen. I'll let them know we're ready for coffee and cake. Renato smiled at Georgia, too warmly, her brother noticed, scowling. I leaned over to Georgia. We need to talk. We slipped into the lobby. Seriously, I asked her. Renato? She pulled a face. He's better than the alternative. My family's ready to marry me off to some ancient creep in Italy. At least, Renato's good looking. But he's arrogant and annoying, she sighed. He is, but I picked him. That alone annoys my mom, and I'll figure him out after we're married. I hugged her. At least we'll be close. She grinned. Totally worth it. Back in the living room, the men were deep into wedding logistics. You'll be my wife, Georgia, Renato said casually. Your doctor's note confirms you're fertile. Let's hope you're pregnant with my heir by the time I'm 30. Disgust twisted in my gut. That was part of the deal? I glared at him. That's disgusting. Renato didn't blink. No worse than the deal that forced Samuel to marry you. The room fell silent. Sophia shot Danilo a look. Samuel looked ready to explode. So everyone knew but me. My stomach dropped. Danilo and Samuel both started to speak, but Samuel stepped forward. Let's talk, he said. I flinched away from his touch. You can use my office, Danilo said, and I'll deal with Renato. We entered the office in silence. Samuel shut the door. I could see how nervous he was. Renato shouldn't have said anything. Was it true? You know, all marriages in our world are deals. I stared at him. What did Danilo do? He sighed. It was years ago. I'm glad I married you. What did he do, Samuel? My sister Serafina refused to marry Danilo after what happened. He had the right to her. We wanted him to accept Sophia instead. He agreed, on the condition I married you. I turned away, trying to hold back tears. You must have hated being forced into it. I wasn't forced. We had an agreement. Like most marriages, I understand your anger. Sophia felt the same. I didn't respond. He squatted in front of me. You were too young. So was Sophia. That's why we didn't want it at first. I looked him in the eyes. Danilo wants Sophia. He didn't back then, or I'd have broken him, and you know I want you. I didn't smile. He sobered. I don't regret it. I'm glad your brother made me do it. You're exactly what I needed. You're strong. You live in the now. I need more of that. His words caught me off guard. I'm not perfect, I admitted. But yes, we're a good match. We'll get even better. It just takes time. Sometimes I'm not sure you want me to know more about you. You've built walls. I'm working on it. And don't hide things from me. I can handle them. I know you can. That night, I showed her how serious I was, with every touch, every kiss. When she'd fallen asleep, I went downstairs. Light glowed from Danilo's office. Renato sat across from him, drink in hand. I need one too, I said. Danilo handed me a glass. Renato raised a brow at my disheveled hair and pajamas. We avoided talk of wives, stuck to business, casinos, brothels. Eventually, Danilo stopped drinking. Renato opened another bottle. You wanted to leave early, Danilo noted. We do. You'll need a driver. I can drive. You won't be sober. That's my problem. My sister's safety is my problem. A drunk driver already ruined her life. Stay out of it, Danilo, Renato laughed. Samuel can hold his liquor better than anyone. Not the compliment he thought it was. I didn't finish my drink. The next morning, Danilo watched us get into the car. He didn't say anything, but his stare made it clear he was watching me. And I had a feeling he'd said something to Emma too. She was quiet on the way to the airport. I didn't ask. Some conversations could wait.
A little over a month after our wedding, Emma and I had to attend our first social function in Minneapolis, my mother's 51st birthday. Emma looked incredible in a terracotta evening gown that hugged her waist. The neckline dipped low, offering a glimpse of cleavage that made me feel instantly possessive. I hated knowing other men would be staring too. As always, my mother had invited every captain and their family. Sophia had flown in for the night, though Danilo stayed behind. Business, of course. Dante and his family were there, minus my cousin Anna, who was still in Paris. With Dante around, Dad and I would have a chance to catch up with him and Leonis later. I kept my greetings brief, nods here, a handshake there. Most of the guests had been at our wedding. Emma looked tense, uncomfortable under all the attention. Once we found a quiet corner with champagne in hand, I told her, "You'll get used to it." "I already am," she replied. "Doesn't mean I have to like it. I keep hoping people will just pretend I'm not here. You're the future underboss's wife. No one's ignoring you. Wrong husband for anonymity. Can you handle it?" Emma shrugged lightly. "Doesn't seem like I have a choice." I nodded. She didn't. If anything, she'd be pulled deeper into the social web, especially with the wives of captains and influential politicians. I just wish people would stop looking at me like that. I scanned the room, but everyone looked neutral once they felt my gaze. Still, I caught the occasional lingering stare. What look? "Like I'm a liability," she muttered, eyes flashing with hurt. I drained my champagne. They're wrong. One day they'll realize it. To them, Emma seemed like my weak spot because her disability was visible. My flaws, not so easy to spot. One of my great aunts approached. She wasn't liked, but tradition required her presence. She leaned on a cane, smiling too brightly. "Samuel and his lovely wife. When should we expect children?" My jaw tightened. Emma took a slow sip of champagne. "That's quite personal, Aunt," Dante said, appearing behind her. She huffed but stepped away with a forced smile. Valentina and Leonis joined us. Dante gave Emma a warm smile, then turned to me. "Shall we talk about Leonis's stay?" "Business talk during your sister's birthday?" Valentina asked, raising a brow. Emma just rolled her eyes. "It's not like it's a milestone birthday," I offered. "Excuse us," I said to the women. Valentina would keep Emma company until Mom could escape the clutches of the overly chatty wives. Leonis looked bored. Samuel. Leonis, I replied dryly. Dante and I walked toward my father's office. Leonis trailed behind, scanning the crowd like he'd rather be anywhere else. Knowing him, he probably preferred a party with drugs, booze, and girls. Dad was already in his office with a new bottle of bourbon. He handed us each a glass. Leonis scoffed. Uncle Pietro, I'm made. I kill, I screw, I handle torture, but I still can't get a drink. Pietro looked to Dante, who had final say. I didn't even remember my first drink, maybe after losing my virginity at 14. Moderation is key, Dante said, giving Leonis a pointed look. Why moderate anything? Leonis smirked. You'll never speak like that in front of your mother. She knows I'm no saint. There are no saints in the Mafia. He was baiting Dante, and I recognized the tactic. One drink, Dante allowed. Leonis winked at me. Dad poured him a drink, and we clinked glasses. Whew! Leonis hissed after shooting it back. He was going to be a nightmare to mentor. After Dante and Dad left, Leonis stayed. He lifted his glass, and I sighed, pouring him a smaller second. When you take over, will things change? He asked suddenly, sounding far more serious than he had all evening. In what way? The outfit's been too soft. Sometimes we should have retaliated hard, made them regret crossing us. I didn't answer right away. Some things won't be my call, even as underboss. That's capo territory. When I'm capo, our enemies will regret ever doubting us. He met my gaze. Especially Vegas. I won't stop you from going after them. My expression hardened. We already killed one of their underbosses. Not enough. Not for what the Falcone brothers did. He wasn't wrong, but true revenge was complicated. You're young. Your view might shift with time. He just smirked. I wasn't looking forward to August. George's sudden wedding, mentoring Leonis, and worst of all, the anniversary of Arlo's, Enea's, and Domenico's deaths. Emma sensed my mood. She kept watching me, wanting to help, though I didn't know how she could. I was taking on more of my father's duties, transitioning into underboss. That meant more scrutiny. On me and Emma. Everyone was whispering about when we'd have children. I wasn't eager for fatherhood. We hadn't discussed it. I'd never used protection, but 6 weeks wasn't long, and maybe Emma couldn't conceive. Still, I hadn't asked. Later, I found her reading on the sofa. She looked up. Something wrong? I sat beside her. There's talk about kids. I thought we should talk too. She set her book aside, face unreadable. Now? Better now than never. Did the accident affect your ability to have kids? She tilted her head. Why assume we'll need help? Her tone told me she hated how I'd phrased it. Emma, I said quietly. I knew she hated being reduced to her chair, but I needed clarity. I didn't trust Danilo or her mom to be honest about it. I know what you mean, she said, voice tight. You think I'm infertile, like the rumors say. That's why I was considered damaged goods. You could have just asked. Hearing her call herself, that made me furious. Those rumors were never contradicted. I assumed spinal damage affected fertility. She sighed. Not in my case. I can conceive. No higher miscarriage risk either. Relief washed over me. Then why didn't anyone clear things up? She gave a bitter smile. Because my fertility isn't public property. You get to know. No one else does. She was right. It would have killed the rumors. They'd just find something else to say, she replied. They always do. Do you want kids? I do. I nodded. I've never used protection. We've had a lot of sex. She smiled faintly. I'm on the pill. I blinked. You could have told me. You never asked. I assumed it didn't matter. Why take it? Too young for kids? Partly, but mostly, we're not ready. True. We were still figuring each other out. Most couples in our world don't wait. Do you want kids right now? I want them eventually. Why not now? She touched my hand. You have a problem, Samuel. You need to face it before we talk about kids. I tensed. What problem? You're drinking. I stood, cold fury rising. You don't get it. Most made men drink. If you saw what I did, you'd understand. I've only seen you drunk once, she said gently. But we throw out a lot of whiskey bottles. 2 weeks ago, she started counting. I should have known. You're my wife, not my therapist. I don't need monitoring. I glanced at the time. I still have work. Maybe I'll pour another drink while I'm at it. She didn't reply. I walked out. Emma didn't follow. I knew she wouldn't. She wanted to help, but I saw it as judgment. Maybe I was defensive. Maybe she was right. She had no one to talk to. Danilo would just make things worse, and she didn't want to worry her mother. She was alone in this. But she didn't give up on me. I came to bed after midnight. She just turned off the light. I unbuttoned my shirt, let it fall to the floor, and walked to the bed. I leaned down and kissed her hard, claiming her mouth. She gasped as I deepened the kiss. She tasted like concern. I tasted like whiskey. I didn't want to talk. I wanted her. To lose myself in her. I slid her nightgown down, took her breast in my mouth, and bit lightly. Her gasp made my blood boil. I don't want to talk, I whispered. I want to taste you. Then fuck you. She hesitated, but didn't stop me, and I lost myself in her body, in her sighs, in the way she gave herself over, even if our hearts were still holding back. When it was over, I cleaned her gently and whispered something I never had before. You're beautiful, inside and out. Then I passed out beside her. She lay awake wondering if those words were mine, or the whiskey's, and if I'd ever let her close enough to find out the truth.
I glared at the whiskey in my hand. Ever since Emma brought it up, every sip left a bitter aftertaste, tinged with guilt. What gave her the right to judge me? She didn't know what I carried. Even if I drank a little more than most, with everything I dealt with, it wasn't exactly surprising. I set the glass down on the side table and leaned back, eyes fixed on the ceiling. I used to only drink at celebrations or with other made men. But everything changed after Serafina's kidnapping. My friends died because I made a reckless call to save her. That's when the drinking alone began, to dull the guilt, the rage, the grief. In our world, showing weakness wasn't an option. Maybe I had a problem, but I told myself I had control. I could stop if I wanted to. Still, if I avoided drinking around others, they'd ask questions. If I quit altogether, they'd see it as a weakness. That wasn't something I could afford. I was fine. Emma just had her sensitivities, her past shaped that. Mine did too. I finished the glass. I was in control. Eventually she'd see that. Over the next 2 weeks, I stuck to only drinking socially. I had a few slips. Leonis had a talent for pushing my limits, but I mostly held it together. But everything fell apart when the anniversary of my friends' deaths approached. Renato offered to come with me to their graves, but I turned him down. This year, I wanted to be alone. Of course, Emma noticed. That night, she walked into my office in a thin white nightgown, her curls falling over her shoulders. I sat slouched in my chair, a nearly empty bourbon bottle in front of me. Her eyes were soft, not judgmental. I almost wished she was angry instead. "Tomorrow's the day you lost them, isn't it?" she asked quietly. I met her gaze over the rim of my glass. "The day they were murdered because of me? Yeah." I poured another drink. "It's okay to grieve, even someone like you." Grief wasn't what haunted me anymore. It was guilt, and it had dug in deep. "I'm just mad at the version of me who thought he could fix everything," I said before downing more bourbon. Emma moved closer, resting her hand on mine. "He was trying to protect someone he loved." I laughed bitterly. And she betrayed me for a man who kidnapped and hurt her. I had stopped trying to make sense of Serafina's choices. Sophia still tried to reconnect with her, hoping for closure. I'd stopped needing answers. "Want me to come with you tomorrow? To the graves?" "I'm going in the afternoon. Their families go in the morning." I paused. "You don't need to be there." She squeezed my hand. "I can't walk, but I can help carry your pain. You don't have to do it alone. I'm your wife." She wanted to support me. Maybe she needed to. I had been pushing her away even more than usual. I finished the glass and gave a small nod. "Maybe then you'll understand why I am the way I am." She smiled and stood. "Come to bed, it's late." Her eyes flicked to the empty bottle. I nodded and followed. I didn't want sleep. I wanted her. The whiskey wasn't enough tonight. The next afternoon, I picked her up. She wore a dark blue dress and matching cardigan, her makeup subtle. Maybe that was her way of honoring the dead. I'd worn a dark suit. It didn't matter to the dead, but it felt appropriate. We didn't speak during the drive. I was grateful. Small talk would have shattered what little patience I had left. The flask I'd emptied earlier hadn't helped. If Emma smelled the bourbon, she said nothing. We arrived at the cemetery and I parked by the south gate. We followed the gravel path to Arlo's family crypt. It was near the walkway, but the slope was uneven, so I pushed her the last few feet. Inside, the small gray crypt was empty of flowers. I placed the white carnations Emma had bought in front of Arlo's name. Emma stayed outside. It was too narrow for her chair. His mother had taken her life 2 years ago. His father died in a Bratva fight before that. It seemed I was the only one who still visited. I came just once a year. "I'm sorry, Arlo," I murmured, then stepped back. We moved on to Aenea's crypt. It had 2 bouquets, one from his parents, one from his sister. His fiancée had long moved on, married with children. I said nothing. My face gave nothing away. But when we reached Domenico's crypt, the wall I built cracked. His grave was always covered in flowers. The same photo of him with our group sat at the base. I crouched, hand on the stone. His final moments flashed behind my eyes, the agony, the pleading. "I'm sorry, brother." Emma touched my shoulder. I looked up. Her eyes brimmed with tears. "Now you see it?" I asked quietly. "What my choices cost." "You're judging yourself with hindsight, but back then, you thought Serafina was being tortured. No one else would help. Of course you tried." I shook my head. "His mother blames me, rightfully so." "She might, but that doesn't mean you have to carry it forever." "I don't forgive easily, not others, not myself." She cupped my cheek. "Then do it for us, for the future we want." After that day, Emma did something unexpected. If I had any chance of facing my demons, she knew it started with forgiveness, from others and myself. Leo's brows rose when she asked to visit Domenico's parents. "Samuel should know about this. Do you check with him about everything I do?" "This isn't a casual trip," he tried calling Samuel. No answer. "He's busy. Let's go." Leo wasn't thrilled, but he drove us. He tried calling Samuel twice more along the way. I didn't know how Domenico's mother would react. I was prepared for the worst. Her house was small, lived in. Leo stayed close as we approached. He rang the bell. "She lashes out. I'll step in," he warned. "Let her speak." She answered in a bathrobe, eyes widening when she saw me. "Sorry to intrude." She scowled. "Of course not. I've already sent my boys off for the outfit." Bitterness clung to every word. "May I come in?" She hesitated, then nodded. We followed her inside. TV murmured in the background. An ironing board stood untouched nearby. She sank into her chair. "Samuel misses Domenico. He's sorry." Leo shifted, clearly uncomfortable with my honesty. "He never meant for it to happen." She stared at the TV. Everyone moved on, except Domenico and me. I nodded. Maybe forgiveness could ease some of that pain. She let out a bitter laugh. "Did you forgive the man who cost you your legs?" "I did," I said, eventually. "Because he's dead. That makes it easier. He can't parade his life around in front of you." I would have forgiven him either way. His death didn't fix anything. She looked at me sharply. "So what? Should Samuel die too?" Her eyes flickered. "Sometimes I wish it had been him, not my son." I nodded again. I understood. She glanced at Leo. "Go ahead. Tell him. I'll say it to his face. Let them kill me. At least then I'd be with my son again." Leo tensed but stayed quiet. She wouldn't forgive Samuel. Her grief was too heavy. I squeezed her hand. "I'm sorry. I know your loss echoes louder than anything." She swallowed hard. That afternoon, Samuel came home early. I was folding origami flowers on the porch for Georgia's wedding. He stepped outside, tension all over him. Leo had clearly told him everything. "That was reckless," he said. I sat up straighter. "If trying to help my husband is foolish, I'll wear the title proudly." He knelt in front of me, frustration etched into every line of his face. "You could have been in danger. She's a grieving mother, not a threat." "Grief turns people dangerous." "Men, maybe, not her." He glared. "This isn't the time to be clever. What if she tried to hurt you to get to me?" "Leo was there, and killing me wouldn't have hurt you, not in the way she'd want. She'd have to hurt someone you love, and that's not me." The words burned coming out, but I meant them. Samuel didn't speak. "Right," I whispered. He stood and looked out at the lake. "She won't forgive me. She can't. Not because of you, but because forgiveness would mean letting go. And she's not ready." He turned to me, his eyes intense. "I want to let go for you." And in that look, raw, real, I saw something shift. A step toward healing, toward us. Georgia looked breathtaking in her wedding gown. The sweetheart neckline showed off her impressive figure, and her copper hair popped brilliantly against the crisp white fabric. Renato's reaction was less than holy as he took her in, eyes lingering far too long. Definitely not the kind of look one should wear in a church. I rolled my eyes. Samuel squeezed my hand, prompting me to glance at him. "Maybe she'll be the one to keep him in check," he muttered. "Made men don't usually change their stripes," I replied. Samuel chuckled and pressed a kiss to my knuckles, a rare public display of affection that caught me off guard. "You'd know." "I would," I whispered, turning my attention back to Georgia and Renato as they exchanged vows. Outside the church, during the flood of congratulations, I caught a glimpse of Fiorentino and his father. The boy gave me a shy smile, still thankful, but his father avoided eye contact altogether. He blamed me for getting his son involved in the outfit. Later, the celebration moved to a grand ballroom at one of Minneapolis's top hotels, chosen by Georgia's mother for its size and ability to fit her endless guest list. "Georgia thought you might be upset her wedding had more guests than ours," I whispered to Samuel as we sat at a table with the newlyweds' families. "A man insecure about another's wedding size has already lost," Samuel said dryly. I smiled. That was exactly how I felt. "Let me guess. Your mother's not thrilled about it?" "She's offended naturally." Samuel shook his head with a smirk and took a sip of champagne. After dinner, the couple's first dance began. Georgia's flushed face suggested Renato had whispered something inappropriate. Hopefully, she'd tame him. When the dance floor opened, Samuel stood and extended a hand to me. "May I have this dance?" I nodded, taking his hand as he led me out. This time, I managed not to roll over his feet. "No bruises this time," he noted. I blushed. "Were there bruises? I didn't exactly focus on your feet at our wedding." "You were distracted by other parts of me," he teased. My cheeks burned. I glanced around to see if anyone overheard, but the music masked his voice. "Samuel." He laughed. "Don't act like you care about my feet. I like them in heels." When the song ended, I asked, "Can we do the same dance from our wedding? You holding me?" Samuel bent, scooping me into his arms. He nudged my wheelchair aside with his foot, and I wrapped my arms around his neck as he swayed to the rhythm. Our eyes locked. This dance felt entirely different. Back then, we'd been strangers. Now, we weren't. I felt at ease with him, safe, warm. For the first time at a social event, I felt like I truly belonged. I'm really enjoying this. You feel like my shield from all the chaos. Samuel's lips twitched into a subtle smile before his usual public mask returned. That's what I want, to protect you from the darker parts of our world. I kissed his cheek. He turned and kissed me softly on the lips. When the music ended, we returned to the table. Georgia was chatting with her mom and mother-in-law. She looked at me pleadingly. Can I steal Georgia for a moment? I asked. Of course, her mom said, and Samuel leaned in. You're leaving me with these two gossip queens? Sorry, I need shielding, I teased. He smirked. I should spank you for that, but you'd enjoy it. My face turned crimson. I quickly rolled off after Georgia, who raised a curious eyebrow. Samuel slipped away too, likely trying to avoid the same conversation. His comment echoed in my head. I don't even want to know what he said, Georgia said once we reached the hallway. I grinned, flustered. He made a comment. You two were adorable out there. It's obvious things are working between you. I took her hand. She seemed a bit subdued. I hope you find happiness too. Renato is lucky to have you. Oh, he knows it, she said with a sigh. Though his mind's only on getting lucky tonight. I laughed. Don't make it easy for him. Never. The Mionis invited my family for Christmas. I was thrilled Danilo would be there. I'd never spent Christmas without him. Danilo and Sofia stayed at a nearby hotel rather than the Miona mansion, probably to avoid being under the same roof as Samuel or Pietro. Samuel and I arrived late Christmas Eve. Their home had a stunning lake view, built in the early 1900s, a sharp contrast to our newer place. Inside, I blinked at the unexpected sight, a modern elevator next to a century-old staircase. Did you know about this? I asked Samuel. He nodded. Same company that installed ours. I was touched. I turned to Inez. You didn't have to. This doesn't even match the house. We wanted you to feel welcome, Inez said warmly. Want to try it? I nodded and rode up to the second floor and back. It's perfect. The doorbell rang. Pietro welcomed Danilo, Mom, and Sofia. Mom gave Samuel a bright smile and pulled him into a hug. Danilo raised an eyebrow at me. I grinned and hugged him. At least Mom's excited about the new in-laws. Danilo smirked. If I hugged your husband like that, he'd break my jaw. You should try to like him. He's my husband. Is he a good one? Are you? He glanced at Sofia, who was chatting with Inez. Something had shifted between them. You two look better, I said. Danilo gave me a look, but Samuel appeared at my side before he could say more. We moved to the living room where a tall fir stood glowing with real candles. Dinner was incredible, and I was stuffed. Danilo and Sofia went for a walk. Inez searched for photo albums. Pietro disappeared to the wine cellar. Samuel and I stepped into the garden. It was bitter cold. He draped his jacket over me. Your brother is undressing my sister with his eyes, Samuel muttered. I stifled a laugh. She did the same. Samuel grimaced. Maybe I'll stare at you all evening to mess with him. Immature, I said. Besides, I want you to look at me because you want to. Samuel leaned in, his face close. I always want to look at you and touch you, but I won't do it around my parents. He kissed me. You challenge me. I like that. His kisses deepened. I lost myself in them. When he dropped to his knees, I gasped. Not here, I whispered. He looked up, mischief in his eyes. Not what? He slipped a hand beneath my dress, teasing the lace of my stockings, then slipped 2 fingers into my panties. Not what? He repeated, low and intense. Footsteps. My eyes widened. He pulled away just as Inez appeared with photo albums in hand. I quickly excused myself to freshen up. When I returned, the men were drinking port. Samuel caught my eye. The memory of his touch made me blush. Later, Danilo asked Pietro for a driver to take him and Sofia back. I don't drink and drive since Emma's accident. Pietro agreed. Danilo looked pointedly at Samuel. What about you? Inez smiled at us. Why not stay the night? We can have Christmas breakfast together. That sounds great, I said quickly. Samuel looked at me. Our gifts are at home. We'll exchange them later. After a pause, he nodded. Why not? That night in bed, he whispered, You trust your brother more than me. I tensed. I trust you, but not alcohol behind the wheel. A drunk driver nearly killed me. He kissed my neck. That's why I stayed. The following rewrite will continue into the next section. Would you like me to proceed with rephrasing the rest of the chapter now? For our first wedding anniversary, Samuel and I decided to spend a few days at the Maione family's lake lodge, about 2 hours outside Minneapolis. I'd never been to this one before, only the Cavallaro Lodge, and that had been years ago. The wooden cabin hugged the shoreline, secluded and peaceful. Aside from a similar lodge across the lake, there wasn't another house in sight. It felt like we had the entire world to ourselves. I was excited, but a little on edge. My period was 5 days late, and though I'd packed 3 pregnancy tests, I hadn't worked up the nerve to take one. The last couple of times I'd been late, the results were negative. I didn't want to ruin this trip with false hope. It had only been 6 months since we'd started trying. Still early, still uncertain. You're unusually quiet, Samuel said, helping me into my wheelchair. A ramp led to the wraparound porch. I offered a smile. That's usually your department. He smirked. Exactly, that's how I know something's up. I'm fine, just thinking about the fundraiser with Father Agnello. Samuel glanced around with his usual alertness before punching in the door code. If you need help or want me to show up, I will. I want it to go well for you. I rolled inside. Your presence alone tends to sway people. He chuckled, then stepped out to grab our bags. The cabin smelled like fresh wood and lemon-scented cleaner. A gorgeous bouquet of white and blush roses sat on the kitchen island. He'd given me a matching one at breakfast, but we hadn't exchanged gifts yet. That was for after dinner. The panoramic windows looked out over the still lake. Samuel brought in our luggage and then a cooler filled with meat and seafood. He'd planned a surf and turf barbecue. I loved this side of him, the down-to-earth man who hunted the deer himself months ago with his father and now carefully marinated the steaks. A few bottles of red wine sat on the counter. My favorite white, a crisp pecorino, chilled in the fridge. Samuel likely expected me to have a glass with dinner, but I couldn't. Not until I knew for sure. I'd cut back on alcohol lately, but if I skipped wine tonight, he might notice something was up. Samuel had cut back too, at least at home. He still smelled of chewing gum more often than not when he returned from work. I wanted to believe he was being honest about drinking less, but I wasn't naive. Still, I decided not to take a test yet. I wanted to enjoy the evening without disappointment hanging over it. While Samuel prepped the deer steaks and scallops, I whipped up creamy polenta and a fresh salad. For dessert, we planned to savor the Parisian macarons Anna had sent us. Dinner was set on the porch, candles flickering, the lake calm and silver in the twilight. When Samuel offered me wine, I shook my head. I'm tired from the drive. If I drink now, I'll just fall asleep, and I don't want that tonight. He smiled knowingly. Neither do I. Later, we lounged in the hammock, sharing macarons. Samuel sipped a digestif while I ignored how much was left in his glass. I didn't want to think about it. We sat with fingers linked, my head resting on his shoulder. Want to exchange gifts now? Samuel asked, pulling out a small box from behind his back. Only if I can get mine, I replied. I'll grab it. Where is it? Kitchen island. He returned with the long, narrow box. You first, I said. He unwrapped the custom hunting knife, mammoth tooth handle, his initials engraved. His face lit up. This is incredible. I'm taking it on the hunting trip with your brother and my dad. I grinned. I'm glad you like it. He leaned in, kissing me. Best gift I've ever gotten. Then he handed me mine. Inside was a delicate gold bracelet with a tiny diamond-studded ballet slipper charm. He helped me fasten it around my wrist. It's beautiful, I whispered, kissing him. One kiss led to another, and soon Samuel was on his knees in front of me, lifting my skirt and trailing kisses along my thighs. His mouth found me, and I gasped, my fingers buried in his hair. He brought me to release, with the night sky above and the lake shimmering in the background. Still breathless, Samuel carried me inside, set me down on a nest of cushions in front of the massive windows, then undressed. He came over me, entering me slowly, never looking away. It felt like more than just sex. It always did when he moved like this, deliberate, tender, almost reverent. A language of love he wasn't yet ready to speak. Afterward, he stayed inside me, cradling my face. His eyes were soft. It's hard to say how I feel. Loving someone gives them power. I ran my fingers through his hair. He'd been burned by family, by betrayal. Love was a risk. Do you think admitting it will make the feelings stronger? I asked. No, he murmured. I don't think they could. I wanted to say it, to tell him, but he touched my lips. Let me go first. He lowered his head and whispered against my ear. I love you, Emma. My breath caught. I love you, Samuel. He buried his face in my neck. We didn't speak after that. Eventually, I stirred. I need the bathroom. With a groan, he rose and fetched my wheelchair. Once inside the bathroom, I stared at my toiletries. Then I reached for one of the tests. I took it, then set it on the counter. Emma, you okay? It's not locked. You can come in. Samuel eased open the door, eyes darting to the counter. His gaze landed on the test. Are you? I don't know yet. I'm late. He came closer, gently resting a hand on my shoulder. I'm scared it's another false alarm. We haven't been trying that long, he said. I know, but this time I really feel like it's real. I glanced at my watch. Time to look. Pregnant. My heart raced as I stared at the result. I'm pregnant, I whispered, tears filling my eyes. Samuel exhaled, stepping closer. Are you happy? I nodded. He kissed me softly. I am too. Just surprised. We'd been trying, but seeing it confirmed hit different. We were going to be parents. He was going to be a father. I'm happy and scared and maybe a little overwhelmed, I admitted. Same, but I guess we're ready now. He squeezed my hand. You'll be a great mom. You love taking care of people. You always said you hated when I mothered you. Sometimes I do, but a baby's going to love it? I laughed, nerves and joy tangling together. He lifted me and carried me to bed. As we lay there, I knew things had to change. Samuel had his struggles, especially with drinking. He'd tried to cut back, but mostly when I wasn't around. Now, with a baby coming, I'd need him even more. He couldn't keep hiding it. But for now, I didn't say anything. He held me tighter, like he already understood. And I hoped for all of us he'd be ready to fight the battles he'd kept to himself for far too long. For made men, admitting to addiction wasn't just taboo. It was seen as weakness. That mindset infuriated me. Addiction wasn't about willpower, it was biology. No matter how tough someone was, their body could still crave what it shouldn't. And if strength meant silence, then it only made things worse. Watching Samuel wrestle with his demons in solitude broke my heart. He thought he had to face them alone. I wanted to help, but I didn't know how. Did I need to issue an ultimatum? Threaten to leave? My hand rested on my growing belly. I had to act. For our baby. For Samuel. For us. I'd hoped my pregnancy would push him to stop drinking. Instead, he became more secretive. Late-night trips to his office, a stash of gum and mouthwash in his car, and that office, always locked. I hadn't said anything yet, clinging to hope it might fix itself, but deep down, I knew better. By December, I couldn't ignore it any longer. With only 3 months until my due date, I had to act. That evening, we had dinner like usual. He had 1 glass of wine, never more, at least not in front of me. But I could smell it on him. My pregnancy-heightened senses picked up on the alcohol he tried to mask. I know you're drinking when you're not home, I said quietly. Samuel's face darkened. Emma? What if I go into labor and you're drunk? His gaze dropped to my belly. I'll stop drinking when your due date's close. I can still drive you. And if the baby comes early or late, can you stay sober for weeks? You really think you can just turn it off like a switch? I'm not an alcoholic. I just have a drink or two after a long day. That's not the same thing. So we were back at denial. I didn't want to leave him. I loved him too much. And in our world, leaving wasn't easy. But I couldn't ignore what was happening. Your friends died for you. You survived. Honor them by living a full life. Not just for you, for us, and for our child. I hoped my words reached him, but I didn't see him touch a drop after that conversation. Still, something told me he was hiding it better. I had to know for sure. When Danilo and Sophia visited for Christmas, I cornered my brother. Can you teach me how to pick a lock? Danilo raised a brow. Why? In case a child locks themselves in one day. I want to be prepared. Why not ask Samuel? A dangerous question. Danilo wasn't Samuel's biggest fan. Their relationship had improved slightly, but it was still tense. Telling Danilo about Samuel's drinking would feel like betrayal. But part of me wanted to tell someone. It was heavy. Carrying this alone. Danilo eventually taught me and gave me a professional pick set. Maybe he suspected the real reason. Later that evening, when Samuel missed work, he claimed, Danilo pulled me aside. Is Samuel hiding something from you? All made men do, I said with a smile. Some secrets need keeping, some don't. You think he's cheating? My eyes widened. Number Samuel made his views clear from day one. That's not it. Danilo didn't look convinced. Trust me, Danilo, please. He studied me, then nodded. I just don't want to see you hurt. I know. After they left for their hotel, I wasted no time. I picked the lock to Samuel's office on my third try. The smell hit me instantly. Booze. I checked behind the desk. An empty bourbon bottle. Inside the drawers, half-empty bottles of scotch, wine, cognac. None of them cheap. Was he trying to convince himself he wasn't like other alcoholics because the liquor was top shelf? It didn't matter. I felt sick. I locked up and rolled back to the living room, my heart heavy. I didn't want to fight him, but I couldn't let him keep going like this. One day, it would get him killed, or worse, leave our child without a father. When Samuel came home around midnight, I had a speech prepared, but one look at his face told me it had been a rough day, and that usually meant he'd been drinking. He kissed me. I smelled the spearmint. He smiled like everything was fine, but his eyes were unfocused, slightly glazed. How was your day? I asked. Visited the cemetery. It was a final goodbye. With the baby coming, I need to let the past go. So that's why he drank. To numb it. My heart cracked. I loved him deeply, but I was at a breaking point. He glanced at his office door. I need to work a bit more. You should get some sleep. Come to bed with me, I said quietly. My eyes begged him. Can't. Things are crazy right now. Soon, I promise. Another lie. I followed him into the hallway, watched him stop at his door. He brushed a finger over the lock. Had he noticed the scratches? It's for your safety, he muttered. I said nothing. It wasn't. Our eyes locked. His filled with guilt, mine with pain. Sleep well, he said. I turned and rolled toward the elevator, tears threatening. Sleep didn't come easy. Hours passed before I dozed off, only to wake in a panic. My nightgown was soaked. For a second, I thought I'd wet myself, but then I saw the blood. I froze. Hands shaking, I called Samuel. He answered groggily. Emma? What's wrong? I'm bleeding. I'm coming. He burst into the room, disheveled, reeking of alcohol. He saw the blood. I'm taking you to the hospital. When he lifted me, the stench hit me harder. You've been drinking. Just a glass of brandy. I'm fine. Number call Danilo. He can drive. I'm your husband. I'll take you. I'm in control. I pressed my lips together, heart pounding, and he buckled me into the passenger seat. We'll get there faster this way. We don't have time. I didn't argue, but fear settled deep in my chest. He drove too fast. Every turn tightened the knot in my stomach. Samuel, slow down. You need help. He took a curve too sharply. A car appeared in front of us, headlights blinding. I screamed. The car swerved, barely missing the other vehicle. We slammed to a stop. He turned to me. Emma, are you okay? I was trembling. Memories of my crash years ago flooded in. Emma? Say something. Blood trickled down his temple. He looked shaken. An ambulance arrived. I told them the blood was from earlier, not the crash. Samuel looked at me. I'll come with you. I hesitated. Number ride with your dad. His face fell, but he nodded. As they loaded me into the ambulance, guilt twisted inside me. I shouldn't have gotten in the car, but neither should he have driven. Pietro arrived as the ambulance pulled away. "What happened?" he asked Samuel. Samuel didn't lie this time. "I drove drunk. I lost control." Pietro's jaw clenched. "You should have called. Let's go." In the car, Samuel rubbed blood from his face. "Didn't even realize I was hurt." "Has this happened before?" Pietro asked. Samuel let out a bitter laugh. "I don't remember the last day I didn't drink." Pietro stared. "You think Emma will leave you?" Samuel looked away. "I almost killed her tonight. She should—" "Why didn't you tell me? I'm your father." "Because I'm your heir. Because I'm supposed to be strong." Pietro's voice was grim. "That doesn't mean drinking every day." "I don't drink to get drunk anymore. I drink to function." Silence filled the car. "We'll get coffee before we go in," Pietro said. "You reek." "I'm sober as I get." Pietro gripped his arm. "I already lost Fina. I won't lose you." Samuel's eyes dimmed. Is this about her? About Serafina? About losing my friends? Failing the people I love? Fina? Everything. "Emma makes you happy. Isn't that enough?" Samuel nodded slowly. "It should be, but I can't stop. Not yet." "Then you need to try. You need to stop." Samuel exhaled. "I know. I just hope I haven't already lost her." I kept a close eye on the young doctor as she moved the ultrasound wand across my belly. Samuel stood silently near the wall, arms crossed. I hadn't taken his hand, hadn't even looked at him since he'd entered the room. I couldn't, not yet. I was still too shaken. And with the doctor present, conversation was limited, which, honestly, was a relief. Each second that passed without a sound made my anxiety spike. Then, the unmistakable thump of a heartbeat filled the room. Relief washed over me, and I couldn't help the smile that formed. "Is everything okay?" Samuel asked, his posture straightening, the rigid mask he wore cracking for the first time since he arrived. His concern chipped away at my anger, but the memory of how we ended up here kept it from vanishing. The doctor nodded, then gave me a reassuring smile. "I don't see anything alarming. The bleeding likely came from a ruptured hematoma. This here," she pointed to a shadowy area on the monitor, "appears consistent with that." "And the crash?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. I hadn't hit anything too hard, but a dull ache had started to form along my upper arm. Samuel's shoulders tensed again, arms tightening across his chest. "There's no indication of internal trauma, and you show no signs of a concussion. We'll wait for the arm x-ray, but I think you got lucky." Samuel's eyes met mine. I saw the remorse there, and though I wasn't ready to forgive, it softened me. Not enough to reach for him, but enough to hope. He rolled a hospital wheelchair beside the bed since mine was still at home, and I shifted into it carefully. The weight of my belly made everything harder, and I wasn't about to let him assist. "Go ahead and rest in your room," the doctor said as she opened the door. "A colleague will be in to check on you shortly." Samuel wheeled me into the hallway where Pietro was waiting. His smile was tight, and when he looked at Samuel, still rumpled from the chaos earlier, I could tell he saw what others wouldn't. Guilt, fatigue, regret. "Why don't you get some air, maybe freshen up," Pietro suggested. "I'll take Emma from here." Samuel's eyes flicked to me. Maybe he hoped I'd ask him to stay. But I couldn't. My emotions were still too raw. Our child was safe, yes, but what had happened had nearly cost us everything. Samuel gently touched my shoulder. "I'll be back soon," he said, then leaned down and kissed my forehead. It was so intimate, especially in front of his father, that it startled me. He was rattled, and I didn't push him away, which said a lot about my own state. "Okay," I replied quietly, watching as he walked away, strong, tall, but clearly bearing the weight of guilt. Pietro guided me into my room. Getting into the bed with a sore arm proved harder than I expected. "Need a hand?" he asked, stepping closer. I nodded, feeling awkward. Accepting help still wasn't easy for me, especially from someone I wasn't deeply close to. Pietro was kind, but his quiet, reserved nature made connection slower. "I'm heavier than I look," I joked, trying to lighten the moment. He chuckled. "And I'm not as old as I look." I laughed. "You don't look old." He helped me into the bed with ease. "There you go." His expression turned serious as he met my gaze. Samuel's consumed by guilt. He knows he messed up. but I don't know what's driving him right now. Guilt, grief, denial, I said softly. Pietro nodded. He's tough. He'll get through this. I shook my head. Not alone, especially with the pressure of becoming underboss soon. That's only going to make everything worse. It's already official. He'll take over in January. Changing that now would draw attention. I figured, I murmured. We'll find a way, Pietro said. Samuel needs you, and I think you need him too. I looked down and placed a hand on my belly. Our baby needs me to protect them. He won't make a mistake like that again. I believe that. Pietro's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, his brow furrowing. Your brother is on his way? Samuel told him about the crash. That would go badly. Danilo had a short fuse, especially when it came to me. Does he know about the alcohol? I'm not sure, but maybe it's best not to share that yet. I wasn't sure either. 15 minutes later, Danilo burst into the room, fury etched into his features. He hugged me carefully before standing back. Where is he? Please calm down. I'm fine. We're in a hospital, I said, trying to prevent a scene. I wasn't fine, not emotionally, but I didn't need a blow up right now. The door opened and Samuel stepped inside. Danilo didn't hesitate. He punched him hard. Samuel stumbled, then straightened without striking back. Guilt radiated from him. Pietro moved fast, getting between them. Enough. Emma doesn't need this. Danilo's voice was a growl. I think she does. She needs to know the kind of man she married. Samuel spoke in a low, dangerous tone. This is between me and my wife. A bruise was already darkening his jaw. Danilo kissed my forehead, then he turned back to Samuel. Emma was paralyzed because of a drunk driver. And you selfish bastard, put her in that danger again? You could have killed her, and your child. Tears welled in my eyes. His words hurt because they were true. I need to speak to Emma, Samuel said, eyes locked on mine. It was a command in tone, but a question in his gaze. I nodded. Danilo didn't move. Don't forgive him. I gave his hand a squeeze. Please give us a moment. Reluctantly, Danilo left, and Pietro followed. Samuel's shoulders sagged. Danilo's right. I don't deserve forgiveness. I lied. I endangered you. I'm ashamed. You should be. I moved to the edge of the bed. You promised you'd stop. Did you even try? I thought I had it under control, he admitted. You didn't. You don't. And now I have to ask myself if I can trust you to be alone with our child. Samuel sank to his knees, gripping my hands. I hate what I've become. I know I don't deserve it, but please, forgive me. We're safe, but we might not have been, and that's on you. I've thought of nothing else. I've been torturing myself with what could have happened. Don't blame fate. You made choices. This wasn't fate. This was addiction. I know. I love you more than anything. More than alcohol? Yes. Then prove it. Starting now, no more drinking, no exceptions, no excuses. This is the last chance. I love you, but love won't stop me from protecting myself and our child. I swear I won't drink again. I've lost control, and I admit that. If people find out, I don't care. Not if it means keeping you. You're not weak for admitting the truth. Real strength is fighting the fight. Samuel stood and touched my face. I could feel the longing in him. I wanted to lean into it, but I held back. You won't win this alone. I have you. You have me, but it's not enough. You need more support. I'll talk to my father. I'll do what it takes. I believe in you, I whispered. For you, I'll win. That night, I stayed at the hospital. Danilo stayed too. Samuel, at my request, went to his parents' house so they could help him resist temptation. He needed to face this. In the car, Samuel sat quietly. Guilt weighed on him like a chain. His father drove. 2 weeks until you take over, he reminded Samuel. That doesn't change. I won't let this affect my duties. Only family will know. I need to appear strong. We'll manage this together. Your mother's going to worry, though. She has reason to. I've hidden this too long. I'm done hiding. His mother was still awake when they arrived. She embraced him, touched the gash on his head, and asked what happened. I lost control of the car. I'd been drinking. She went quiet. Samuel saw the heartbreak in her eyes. I messed up, but I'll fix it. I won't let it happen again. His father left to retrieve something. Samuel looked at his mom. It's not the first time. I drink too much. I've lost control. I'm an alcoholic, he finally said. His mother didn't speak, just pulled him into a hug. His father returned. His mother turned to him and said, Maybe you should look at your own addictions too. She went to bed and Samuel followed his father into the office. The liquor cabinet stood there, taunting. Is this going to be a problem? His father asked. Not yet. His father began to tend to the cut. Could an enemy use alcohol to break you? No. Good. I'll watch you these next 2 weeks. You need to show Emma you're serious. Samuel nodded. I hate this, but I'm done pretending. I'm ready to fight. I had just sent Danilo back to his hotel to freshen up and call Sophia when Georgia arrived carrying a small box of chocolates. Renato offered a polite smile, gave a nod, and quietly closed the door behind her to give us privacy. She came to the bed and gave me a gentle hug, her eyes full of concern. How are you feeling? I gave a half shrug. All right, I guess. Still rattled. Georgia frowned. You've scared me half to death twice now. Could you maybe ease up on the drama? I let out a faint laugh. No promises. She pulled a chair closer and sat down. I brought truffles. Don't worry, they're alcohol-free. I smiled, accepting one. Thank you. Want to talk about it? I finished the bite and let out a soft breath. You can't tell anyone, not even Renato, though Samuel might open up to him eventually. You've got my word. I confided in her. Just saying it out loud eased some of the pressure I'd been carrying. Samuel and I needed allies, and Georgia had always been mine. Later, Pietro picked me up from the hospital. As we drove to their house, he glanced over. Samuel hasn't touched a drop since the accident. That's something, I said. It had only been 12 hours, but I had to believe it meant more than that. When we arrived, Inez and Samuel were already waiting inside. Samuel approached, casual in slacks and a sweater, his usual polish still intact. How are you? He asked. Better. He gently brushed his hand over my belly. And the little one? Kicking nonstop. He smiled faintly before stepping aside to let Inez hug me tightly. Tea? She asked. I nodded. But I need a moment with Samuel first. He led me to his father's office. The cabinet that once held bottles of liquor was empty. Dad moved it all while I was sleeping on the couch. That makes sense. He turned toward me, voice low. You think I have that little control? What do you think? He sighed and crouched in front of me. It's going to be hard, but I know why I'm doing this, and I won't let myself fail. I reached for his hand. I think we should stay here for a few days, just until the worst passes. It's Christmas, so it won't seem odd. He nodded. Great timing. Trying to quit during the holidays. It would be the best gift if you made it until Christmas morning. 4 days. The first days are the worst, but addiction doesn't clock out. I know, but I've faced worse. I won't quit now. Will you stay? Of course. So you still want to be married to me? I love you. That hasn't changed. And yes, I still want a future with you. He kissed me gently. I'll make up for all of it. Later, Inez joined me at the table with tea and cupcakes. I picked the passion fruit one, still craving all things sour. Lemon water is practically my lifeblood right now, I joked. Inez smiled, selecting a vanilla cupcake. Cravings were wild for me too, especially with Samuel and Serafina. Morning sickness, though, that I don't miss. The mention of her daughter hit a soft spot. Inez touched my hand. I've made peace with it. Serafina's safe, and that has to be enough. It's Samuel who never recovered. Losing his twin, his friends, it gutted him. I know. He told me about the drinking. I suspected, but I didn't realize it was this serious. I was relieved he had confided in her. It is. She looked at me worried. You're not thinking of leaving, are you? I thought about it. I won't let our child find him passed out, smelling like bourbon. Her eyes widened. That happened? I nodded. We want to stay here a few days. With Pietro around, there's more accountability. We'll toss every drop of alcohol. I'll also tell the cook. No wine in the food. Can you help clear our place too? I'm not sure where he might have hidden things. Her face tightened. He shouldn't have hidden anything. That's addiction. He's promised no more secrets. That afternoon, we gathered bottles and flasks. Samuel admitted to hiding a bottle in his dresser and in the weapon storage. Pietro threw them all out while Samuel and I packed. He told me the temptation to take one last drink nearly overwhelmed him. Just one sip, a final goodbye, but he resisted. Moving into his parents' home felt odd, especially during Christmas. But it was the right call. I could see how hard Samuel was trying. That night at dinner, his parents kept subtly watching him. He was clammy, flushed, visibly uncomfortable. Danilo and Sophia weren't there, probably to avoid a fight. Danilo had sent threatening messages. Understandable, honestly. His father said, "Tomorrow we'll decide if you're well enough to visit the new casino." "I'll manage. I haven't had anything to drink since before the crash." "But you drank every day," I said gently. "More than a glass." He gritted his teeth. I knew the truth stung. I also knew he wasn't ready to accept how deep the problem ran. Upstairs, he took a cold shower, but the heat in his body didn't fade. He lay beside me, sweating, restless. "You're flushed," I said. "It's too warm." He didn't want to admit what we both knew. This was withdrawal. He tried to sleep but was plagued by nightmares, bloody ones. He woke up panicked, searching for a knife. I tried to calm him. He was drenched in sweat, hallucinating. "There's no knife," I said gently. He checked the bathroom, stared at his hands like they should be stained red. "It felt real," he murmured, sinking onto the bed. His parents peeked in. His mother spoke quietly with me. His father tended to him again. Later, Samuel sat with me. "I won't sleep. I'll go watch something downstairs." "Want me to come?" You need rest." He wandered downstairs and grabbed a soda. The liquor cabinet tempted him, even though it was locked. He thought about the bar nearby, about Renato's place, but he didn't leave. His dad found him in the hallway. "Couldn't sleep?" "Didn't want to." They sat together in the living room. His dad turned on a cooking show. "Cooking?" Samuel asked. "It calms me. I like watching other people do the work." Samuel gave him a teasing look. "Secret chef?" His dad laughed. "Your mom wishes. I just like eating." Samuel raised an eyebrow. "She's glad you quit smoking." "She is, and I'm trying not to slip. That one cigarette yesterday, it made everything harder." "I get it. I can't ever drink again. Not one sip." "Exactly. You'll face temptation often, but it gets easier." Samuel looked at him. "What do I say when people ask? I've always had a drink in hand at events." "You're about to be underboss. You don't explain anything to anyone but your wife. Let them assume." Samuel nodded. "Dante will notice." "Then we tell him, but no one else needs to know." "He should have killed me for what I did." He'll respect that you're taking responsibility. He'll only punish you if you keep making the same mistake." Samuel shivered. "I'll be glad when this part is over. The cravings in your head will be worse than the ones in your body, but you'll overcome them." Samuel leaned back, silent for a long while. He didn't know exactly when it happened, but he had become an alcoholic. And now he was ready to stop. For Emma. For their child. For himself. After Samuel left the bed, I couldn't fall back asleep. Watching how deeply the nightmare had shaken him and how its grip lingered even after he was awake left me unsettled. The road ahead wouldn't just test his body, but his emotions too. When I finally drifted off and woke again, his side of the bed was still untouched. I hurried through my morning routine and went downstairs. A part of me feared he might have relapsed. But there he was, curled up on the sofa, a blanket tucked around him, head slumped on his chest. Guilt hit me hard. I needed to trust him, but addiction was cunning. "He fell asleep about half an hour ago," Inez said softly, stepping beside me with a cup of coffee. I hadn't noticed her. "He was exhausted. Pietro stayed with him all night." That was kind of him. I should have been there. She touched my shoulder, her tone warm. "I think it was good for both of them, and you need your rest. You're building a baby." The concept still felt surreal. "Come on, let's eat. Samuel needs more rest." We had breakfast together in the dining room. Pietro had already left for work. I could imagine Samuel would be irritated about being left behind, but he wasn't in any shape to leave the house. I didn't know if the worst of the withdrawal had passed. Christmas Eve was 3 days away. I hoped he'd feel better by then. My worry was confirmed when Samuel woke up hours later, shaking and damp with sweat, haunted by another nightmare. It took him a moment to realize he wasn't trapped in it anymore. He caught my eye and gave a strained smile. I wheeled closer, resting a hand on his leg. "Maybe a bath would help." He nodded. "A bath sounds good. I need to shower anyway." He stood, but wobbled briefly before catching himself. Frustration flashed across his face. Samuel, like most men raised in power, loathed showing weakness. Give it a few more days, I said gently. You'll start feeling like yourself again. He frowned. Will I? I can't even remember what that felt like. We'll find out together. He kissed the top of my head before slowly walking off. I stayed at the bottom of the stairs, watching him climb, heart tight. Inez came up beside me and gave my shoulder a light squeeze. He's doing this for you and the baby. I know, I just wish he believed he was worth doing it for too. He will. If anyone can show him that, it's you. I would try. I had all the patience in the world. My accident had taught me how to endure. Despite his inner turmoil, Samuel did rest most of the day on the sofa. After a quiet dinner, we turned in early. I was still tired from the night before. Tomorrow, Danilo and Sophia would arrive. I wasn't sure how Samuel would handle it. Danilo had messaged me several times since the crash. I knew he'd want a private word. Later, as I struggled to change into my nightgown, Samuel sat watching me from the bench. Dressing had become awkward with my growing bump and limited space in the chair. I smiled at him and rolled into the bathroom to wash up. As I brushed my hair, Samuel joined me, watching me closely while brushing his teeth. His gaze made my skin heat. When he finished, he turned to me. You're beautiful and sexy. I hope you know that. I flushed. Thanks to you, I do. He leaned over my chair, hands braced on the armrests. Then I'm clearly not doing it enough. You should never doubt it. Nobody feels gorgeous all the time. He kissed me gently at first, then deeper, his hand tilting my chin. The intensity of it stole my breath. I want you, he murmured. Let me make love to you. I hesitated. Today had been hard on him physically. If things didn't go how he expected, I knew it would hit his pride. But maybe he needed this. Needed proof that we were still okay. That he still had control over something. He pulled back, a tight smile on his lips. Not really a turn-on, watching me fall apart all day, huh? I frowned. That's not true. You always turn me on, Samuel. My hand slid under his shirt. I just worry you're pushing yourself too hard. I might not be at my best, but I need to feel something good. I need you. My heart softened. You've got me. He smiled, brushing a kiss over my lips. Even if my body betrays me, I'll make sure you feel good. I just want to be close to you. That's all. We kissed again, and this time there was no space for hesitation. We didn't make love like we usually did. There was tenderness, yes, but also need. Quiet desperation. A hunger to reclaim something we'd almost lost. Afterward, we lay tangled in the sheets, his hand splayed protectively over my belly. I love you, he said. I don't say it enough, but I love you. Every day. I'm grateful you're still here. I love you too. A twitch under his palm made me jolt. I looked down. The baby kicked. He rolled onto his side, eyes fixed on my stomach. I guided his hand just beneath my ribs. It took a moment, then he felt it too. His smile was soft, stunned. Becoming a father suddenly felt real, and it reminded him why he had to stay sober. I ran my fingers through his hair. The past is done. You've got today and tomorrow to do better. I will. He pressed his ear to my belly, listening. I could tell he wanted to hear something. Instead, my stomach growled. Hungry? He teased. I laughed. Constantly, especially at night. He rolled out of bed. What are you craving? Peanut butter and jelly sandwich, warm milk, pretzels. He laughed. A gourmet feast. I'll raid the kitchen. As he left, I felt a little guilty for sending him off, but also warm, knowing he wanted to take care of me. Downstairs, he ran into his father. Everything all right? Pietro asked. Emma's craving snacks. I'm on a mission. His dad followed him to the kitchen. Samuel wasn't sure if it was to help or to make sure he didn't sneak a drink. The pantry was full of health food, almond butter, chia jam, and protein bread. Nothing Emma would want. Want me to send a guard to the store? Pietro offered. She'd be asleep by the time he got back. Samuel did his best. Added maple syrup to the jam, warmed the milk, and found some kale chips. I'll ask the maid to stock better snacks tomorrow, he muttered. He returned to the room with a tray. Emma perked up instantly. She inspected the sandwich with a dubious expression, then took a big bite. It's not bad, she said, finishing it in under a minute. Her lips were smeared with jam. Samuel handed her a towel, then watched her nibble on kale chips. I don't suppose there's chocolate somewhere? She asked hopefully. Samuel grinned. You never stop surprising me. She smirked. Still want to pick up where we left off? He kissed her ear. You never looked sexier. She swatted at him, laughing. That a yes? A very strong yes? He went in search of chocolate. His dad looked up from his laptop as he rummaged through cabinets. Your mom bought truffles for Emma and Sophia, but they're wrapped. She'll understand, Samuel muttered, tearing into the gift wrap. He brought the box back upstairs, only to find Emma asleep, curled up peacefully. He set the chocolates on the nightstand in case she woke with another craving. Then he slid into bed behind her, pulled her close, and breathed in the calming scent of her hair. Another wave of craving hit him, a raw physical ache. But he didn't move. Emma was why he was doing this, and she was why he wouldn't fail.
3 weeks sober, and just 1 into my new role as underboss. Today would test every ounce of my self-control. Our newest club was crawling with cops, on opening night no less. I'd gotten the call from our manager half an hour earlier and arrived fast. When I found him, he was talking to the overpriced DJ we'd booked and looking uneasy beside a confiscated stash of cocaine. We stood near the back entrance where I'd parked. I can't be tied to a scandal, the DJ complained. You signed the contract, I said sharply. You'll give a hell of a performance, or the media will be printing photos of you sniffing coke off one of our escorts. He went pale and slinked back inside. I shook hands with the manager, son of one of our captains. The mayor's up front, smiling for the press. We cleaned up everything. The cops won't find a thing. I nodded and headed inside. The place was a mess. Officers tearing through every corner. We'd need an army to reset things before doors opened in 6 hours. I caught the eyes of 2 senior cops on our payroll. They'd tipped us off an hour earlier so we could hide any dirt. Near the entrance, the mayor was eating up camera time. Young, ambitious, clean-cut. The type who could rocket up the political ladder. Mayor, I said, keeping my smile tight. This stunt? It looks personal. Still sore my family backed your opponent? He smiled like a shark. This is me delivering on campaign promises, cleaning up the city. You're raiding a nightclub, not a drug den. Come on, Mr. Mayan. Let's not pretend you're just a businessman. I took a step closer. You'd know about pretending, wouldn't you? He pushed family values hard, but I knew women weren't his thing. I didn't care who he slept with, but I did care when ambition got in the way of my business. His jaw twitched. He checked his watch. I have better places to be. I'm sure you do, I muttered, watching him walk off before I returned inside. At the bar, the manager was fuming over broken liquor bottles. The smell of bourbon hit me like a slap. I need a drink after this, he muttered. I stiffened and said nothing. My phone buzzed. There's a fight at my grandparents' restaurant, Renato told me. I'm on my way. 10 minutes later, I pulled up at the cantina. One of the front windows was smashed. I heard shouting and gunfire. Drawing my weapon, I rushed for the door. 2 of my men were exchanging fire. One behind the bar, the other crouched behind an overturned table. Renato's grandfather peeked from the kitchen, armed. "Drop your weapons," I shouted. "It's me, Samuel!" A shot rang out. "He slept with my wife," someone yelled. "That's an order. Drop them." The man behind the table tossed his gun. I edged inside. Renato's grandfather stepped out and knelt behind the bar, checking something. He stood up, face grim. "Dead," he said. I marched over to the shooter, dragged him up. He groaned, clutching a bleeding side. "Call the doc," I barked. What the hell happened? He winced. I messed around with his wife, came in to grab dinner for my family. He ambushed me. I shoved him into a chair. Your wife know you're a cheater? He shook his head, pale and sweating. I walked around the bar. The other man had bled out, belly wound, 2 windows smashed, broken glass everywhere, and tables wrecked. We wouldn't be opening tonight, and the mayor would use this against us if he heard. Thanks for coming, Renato's grandfather said, handing me a bottle of Brunello. One of my favorites. I called cleanup and left. The bottle rode shotgun. Temptation within arm's reach. Emma wasn't home. She was visiting Georgia. She wouldn't know if I took a drink, as long as I showered and brushed my teeth. I started the car, called the club manager. Progress was slow. Then I called Renato and filled him in. Next stop, the dead soldier's family. His wife cried. Maybe for real. The kids definitely did. I hated delivering news like this, especially when it came from inside our own ranks. Back in the driveway, I stared at the bottle. Then texted Emma, got a bottle of my favorite wine today. Didn't need to say more. She called immediately. I'll be home in 30 minutes. No need to rush, I said evenly. I've been sitting with it for a while. I trust you, she replied. But I'm coming home. I carried the bottle inside, ignoring the clatter of pots in the kitchen, walked straight to my office, set the wine down, poured a glass. I didn't sip it, just stared at the color, the aroma. Would it fix the mayor problem? Number solve the punishment dilemma? Number, but it would dull the edges, temporarily. Emma found me there, jacket and tie discarded, shirt half undone. I hadn't even noticed her in the doorway. Rough day, I said. Cops at the club, a shooting at the cantina. One guy dead, the other bleeding. And now I've got to decide his fate. They both have kids. She stepped closer, eyes on the glass. And the wine. I let go of the glass and took her hand, kissed her palm. Didn't drink it. You sure? She asked softly. I kissed her lips. No alcohol, no spearmint cover-up. I stared at it for an hour, wanted it so bad, but I wanted to beat it more. You did. For today. She curled into my lap, and the heat between us flared. My lips found her neck, her collarbone. Her blouse clung to her like a second skin, nipples hard through the silk. You're the only thing that helps, I whispered. My hands knew her shape, her reactions, her wants. I didn't rush. I needed this moment to remind myself what mattered. Later, before dinner, I dumped the wine down the sink. In bed, she curled into my side. I'm proud of you, she murmured. It's nothing. It's everything.
My doctor pressed her lips into a line. Because of your injuries, you may not experience labor the same way others do. You might only feel it on one side, or maybe not at all, though I doubt that last one. But I'll still know when it starts, right? You'll likely notice something. You're not paralyzed, but there's a chance your uterus won't contract at all, which is why I recommend a C-section. I nodded, trying to stay calm. The idea of another surgery unsettled me. I'd already had so many. I didn't want one more unless it was absolutely needed. So I might be able to deliver naturally? Right now, I can't guarantee anything, but yes, a C-section would lower the risk. So it's safer for the baby? She nodded. I looked at Samuel. He hadn't said a word, but I knew he supported the C-section. He wanted us both safe, but he also wanted me to make the call. It's your decision. If you're worried about seeing the surgery, there's always anesthesia. I shook my head. I hated being out of control. After a moment's pause, I agreed. 2 weeks before my due date. That night, I woke up suddenly, heart pounding. Something felt wrong. I turned and heard Samuel breathing softly beside me. He was here. I was grateful for that. Those nights I'd find him passed out in his office felt far away. Now. As I shifted in bed, I froze. The sheets beneath me were soaked. Had my water broken? Samuel, I whispered. He stirred, groggy. I think it's time. He flicked on the lights and looked down. The sheets told the story clearly. I placed a hand on my belly. It felt hard. Not painful exactly, but there was pressure, like intense cramps. Are you having contractions? It's more like pressure, like I really need to use the bathroom. Samuel's face tightened. We should go. I hesitated. 17 days early, what if it was a false alarm? I'm calling my mom, Samuel said, grabbing his phone. It's the middle of the night. She'll want to know. He pressed the phone to his ear. Emma's water broke. She feels pressure, but no labor pains yet. I sat up, unsure. My belly felt different, lower, smaller. The pressure intensified. She's coming, Samuel said. She says we should head to the hospital. I wheeled myself to the bathroom, but instinct stopped me. I reached between my legs and froze. Hair. Samuel. He rushed in, shirt half on. What? I can feel the baby's head. He blinked. You what? I repeated myself, panic rising. Samuel. Emma. Inez's voice echoed from downstairs. Mom, the baby's coming. Now. She appeared moments later, wide-eyed. I felt hair, I said, stunned. Call an ambulance, Inez told Samuel. Your dad's downstairs. Then she turned to me, gently taking the wheelchair handles. Let's get you into bed. What if he's stuck? What if he can't breathe? What if I waited too long? Everything's going to be fine. The ambulance arrived quickly. Samuel ran to meet them. It all happened so fast. I was lifted onto a stretcher and rushed to the hospital. In the delivery room, a nurse checked between my legs. The baby's heartbeat filled the air. What exactly are you feeling? A lot of pressure, like I have to push. Then go with it, like you're using the bathroom. I nodded. Pain surged, sharp and demanding. Now, I pushed. The sensation shifted, deeper now, harder. Good. Pause. I did. Samuel squeezed my hand, worry all over his face. Is she okay? We're close, the nurse said. Again. More pressure, more pain. Then, the head's out. Give me your hand. She guided my hand and I felt the baby's head. I choked back a sob. Ready for one more? I nodded, and with one final push, everything changed. A small, warm weight landed on my chest. I stared down, breath caught in my throat. Then I began to cry. Relief, awe, joy. Samuel rubbed my back. His eyes were full of wonder. What is it? I asked, voice trembling. The nurse smiled. A boy. Tears streamed down my face. Samuel kissed my temple. He looked just as stunned. He was worth all of it, I whispered. I fought for both of you, Samuel said, resting his forehead against mine, and I'd do it again, every day. That's the past. This little guy, he's our future. Sergio Mione. When I fell asleep, Sergio resting on my chest, Samuel called Danilo. Emma gave birth to a son, he said quietly. Is she okay, the baby? They're both sleeping. He's healthy. Emma's tired, but good. Thanks for calling. I'll send you some photos coming to visit. Looking at flights now. I'll book for tomorrow. Perfect. Come meet your nephew. After they hung up, Samuel selected a handful of photos from the dozens he'd taken. He sent them to family and close friends, then hesitated. You look sad, I murmured, opening my eyes. He gave me a small smile. Not sad, just wistful. Why? I realized there's one person I hadn't messaged. Serafina. He nodded. Send her the pictures. She'll be happy for you. He hesitated, then selected a few neutral shots and hit send. A moment later, her reply popped up. He looks like you as a baby. I'm so happy for you. I squeezed his hand. He smiled faintly and set the phone aside. I'll message her again later. Right now, this is where I want to be. I nodded, drifting back to sleep. Samuel stayed awake, watching us, me and our son. For once, the past didn't haunt him. The guilt, the shame, the addiction, they didn't win. We did. He leaned down and kissed my hand. He was here in the present. Finally.